So this is how the course agenda for next 4 days. Today we'll have some, we already did the introduction a little bit and project management framework, then project environment and role of project manager, then project management processes, groups, and project integration management and project scope management. That's what we'll try to cover during the first day. And as we go forward, I'll keep explaining to you about the agenda for the next 3 days, in fact. Okay, that's fine. Since you've got so much of experience, you can always give your feedback and input so that, we can make our discussion interesting and more enjoyable for both of us. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Great. Okay, we'll carry on. So the benefits of PMP training, we are just discussing about it, is as you mentioned very clearly, it shines in your resume that once you become a PMP certified, it will have a lot, your resume itself will have a lot more value. You get higher earnings. In fact, according to PMI, the PMP qualified or certified people, they get at least 20% more remuneration than the other. In fact, that's what the PMI, the data also shows that, in fact. So you get higher earnings. It enhances your networking potential. In fact, there are more than almost at least 1.5 million PMP professionals across the world, in fact, so you can get connected with them. So that's the biggest advantage you will have by being a PMP certified. Then you get invaluable experience of as you were mentioning, the terminologies, the context, the concepts of the knowledge, the skills of project management. It will have a lot of experience. And also, if you're looking from a career growth perspective, I'm sure you will have tremendous opportunities once you become a PMP certified, in fact. Particularly, Mr. for those who already have a lot of experience, and once they get certified, that will enhance the further value for them, in fact, in the project management profession itself. These are the some stats we have, in fact. This is right up to, of course, 2016. It's to get updated. If you remember that, the PMP 1995, only the exam started in USA. First, it used to be held only in till USA until 1995. Then later on, in 98, and it has spread across the world. In fact, it's globally now. Today we are talking about, of course, this is about 7.5. We are talking about almost 1.5 to 2 million of PM project management professionals spread across the globe today. So once we become certified, probably we will be part of this highly reputed, among the professionals, we will be one among them. In fact, I think that's a great thing to know for all of us. If you look at the countries wise, there's another stats available. If you look at the opportunities available, let's say, for example, India, you look at it, in fact, and Saudi Arabia, even in small countries like that, today you had tremendous potential. Of course, if you look at the China, in fact, you look at it's almost such a big opportunity available in Chinese continent for the project management professionals. So you look at across the world, in fact, across the globe today, the project management professionals have got a lot of demand. And also it has spread across the various industries. In fact, it's not limited to 1 or 2 industries. It is spread across all the industries, in fact. So I think the decision what you have taken, Mr. Steve, to get certified, I think is an excellent one, in fact, and I'm sure that this will give a lot more success in your career, or you'll be able to contribute much more significantly in the years to come. So let's so far, any question, Steve, so far?
No.
Is it clear? I hope it's fine. It's clear. Okay, that's great.
Yeah. No, I'm good with that. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. So why PMP certification? We touched upon on these things to become a better project manager, as the best practices have been included, and the project managers across the globe. In fact, as you were mentioning, when you try to interact, for example, in China or Arabia or any Arabic countries, you'll be able to interact with them much better, in fact, with the common terminologies of the project management concepts, in fact, so it's easy to interact. It increases the success rate of your project as become more organized. That's one of the biggest advantage of getting certified, because I will understand the processes, we'll understand the concepts, the minimizing the resource utilization and making a project cost effective. This is one of the biggest advantage that, because you know very well with your rich experience, the cost and schedule are the two important thing apart from the scope. And both we'll talk about it like a triple, the triangle, in fact, which we're going to discuss how the cost effects or the schedule will have the impact on the project itself. The triple constraints, I'm sure you must have heard about it in your projects. So, but once you become PMP certified, probably with this knowledge, you'll be able to control much, much better in those areas. And the changes how others look your abilities. In fact, once you become a PMP certified, in fact, that itself will enhance your reputation, the credibility part. In fact, all those things will help us. And to keep your job promoted, to get a job, hike in your current salary. In fact, as I told you that at least the PMP certified people do get around 25% salary, more salary than other colleagues in this what they PMP. So these are all some of the advantages of getting the PMP certification. Now let's come to the eligibility requirement to take up the examination. I'm sure you'll, if you are a bachelor degree or a global equivalent, you need 35 contact hours. That's what you're going to get from Ismart in the next 4 days. And you need to have an experience of 4,500 hours during the last 10 years. In fact, it's very important. I'm sure you must be having much, much more than that. So 4,500 hours of leading or directing the project. In fact, this is what you need. And for those others who are high school diploma associate, they need 7,500 hours of experience, their project experience. So once you pay the exam online, PMA will send an authorization letter. Exam must be taken within 1 year of receiving the authorization letter. This is very important. Hello? Some echo is coming. Okay, sir. So suppose you decide to take, you pay the fees during, let's say, October, then you need to take the examination before October 2020. So we'll have 12 months of time. But as I told you that if you can take it up before December, that will be an advantage for you, as the content which you are going through will help you to pass that examination. Once you send the application, PMA sometimes may send your application for auditing. In fact, some applications are picked up for auditing, and when it picks up for auditing, in fact, they will mention you clearly what procedure or what process you need to follow. So it's very important that you keep your the person, for example, the reference you are mentioning in your application form, just keep them informed that you are appearing for the PMP examination, and in case if there is anything, please do revert accordingly like that. And they will not contact them directly through you, they will contact, in fact, so that will also help you to keep them informed about it. You need to contact here the examination center used to be the Prometric Center. Now that has been changed to Pearson. In fact, they have a lot more number of centers. In fact, so the examination center is changed to the Pearson. You will have the address, you will all those things in the web. In fact, when you submit your application, this is what you need. So what I would request you is probably to compile this 4,500 hours. You can open an Excel sheet today, tomorrow, and start mentioning the starting date and the ending date of the various projects you have handled, so that you compile at this 4,500 hours. In fact, any questions on this, Steve?
No,
Yeah, okay.
I'm actually, I've only got a high school diploma, so I've already started to compile the
oh, excellent.
The
Okay.
list, and I've got the first 1 or 2 projects listed on the PMI.
Oh, great. Okay.
Site.
Okay, great. In fact, what's important is that, probably in the following slide, I'll just explain to you that. So the examination will be 4 hours duration. Out of, there will be 200 questions will be there in the examination. Out of 200 questions, there are 25 considered as a pre-test questions that you will not have any marks for that. It's only for the future examination. They always put these 25 questions, but you don't know which are these 25 questions. So you need to answer all the 200 questions. That's very important actually. So even though the 25 are not marked, but you don't know which are those 25. So you need to answer all these 200 questions. In PMP, in the examination, they don't they only give the grades like above target, target, below target, and needs improvement. So there are 5 process groups. In fact, your examination will be on these are the 5 process groups. So for example, the initiating the project, the planning project, execution, monitoring and controlling, and closing the project. So the number of questions appear from each of these will be 7% will be, for example, from the initiating process groups. That means there will be 14 questions from the initiating process groups. 13% will be from your closing project is like that, in fact. So 13% will be. So, we're discussing about the number of questions appears in the examination. So 200 questions will be there. Out of that, the 25 questions are not marked, but you don't know which are those 25 questions. So you need to answer all these 200 questions. And the examination, there will be, each question will have 4 answers. You need to tick the right answer. That's very important, in fact. So, so examination is going to be objective type. There will be 4 answers will be given, and you need to select the right answer for that. So, and the grades are, it will be above target, target, below target, and needs improvement. Usually the PMP never say that, PMI never says that how many questions you need to answer correctly. But the industry experience, among all the experienced people do talk about, at least you need to answer 150 questions correctly to pass the PMP examination. That's very important. You need to pass at least 150 questions. That's the minimum. So the 5 performance domains are the initiating, planning, execution, and monitoring and control, and the closing project. As I was telling you that these 200 questions will be from these. In fact, in like execution, for example, these the most important. So you can expect around 62 questions from the execution process. The planning, there will be around 48 questions. 24% of the questions will come. Your monitoring and controlling, there will be 50 questions. And between closing and initiating, you can expect around 40 questions, in fact, the 7% and 13%. This is how the questions will appear in the examination. Any question on this, Mr. Steve, so far?
No, I got it.
Great. Okay, that's right. So you also mentioned that, you started compiling the number of hours you require. But when you put that your experience, it's very important in all these 5 processes, you should have had the experience, in fact. So when you put the number of hours, in fact, try to, for example, your 24% of your, the number of hours should be from the execution. Like that, you try to put those hours, but totally you need to put that number of hours. That's also very important, in fact. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. There is general PMIisms that the PMs are the center of project universe. Without a skilled project manager, a project is destined to fail, in fact. The PMI says 65% of the projects, fails. Generally, in fact, that is the stats they have. And one of the main reason why the projects do fail is because that the main reason could be that they don't follow the project management skills or the knowledge required in those projects. That could be one of the main reasons why the projects do fail across the world. But with a person educated in the skills of project management, regardless of that title, it could be a project manager or it could be a project coordinator or the project promoter, but if they follow the project management concepts, they are sure to succeed. In fact, your success rate will be very, very high. The project manager puts the best interest in the project first and not their own interest. This is very, very important. because with a very seasoned and experienced person, you know very well that we always put the project interest first rather than our individual in fact stake or anything, in fact, because we want to succeed. The projects that we undertake should succeed. That's what our whole motto will be there. So exam generally test from the perspective of the project manager who understand the value of the tools and techniques of the project management and knows how to adopt them into large project. So it is helpful to assume that unless stated otherwise, that the project manager is working on a large project that involves more than 200 people from many countries, will take at least 1 year to complete, has never been done before in the organization, and has a budget of $10 million or more. In fact, this is how the generally the project management, and there is an understanding across the world. So in the examination, there will be some situational questions. These questions demonstrate why having a project management experience is critical to passing the examination. So you can expect some situational based questions. Such questions require you to integrate your real world experience. Because in the project management, it's more of a lot of experience we have. So it's very important that you apply that experience when you're facing the examination or when you're trying to answer the questions. For example, a question is like this: you receive a notification that a major item you are purchasing for a project will be delayed. So what is the best thing you do at that time? You pre-plan your project to accommodate this delay, notify your manager, let the customer knows about it, and talk over options, or meet with the team and identify the alternative. Steve, what do you think is the right answer for such question with your experience?
I guess we'd start to meet with the team and see what the options are.
Yeah, excellent. I think that should be the right answer, in fact, I'm sure. Because you will not go and meet the manager and go and tell the problem. We will not disclose to the customer that, talk over the options. We do not want the customers to be involved at that time. He will get panic. Or pre-plan your project to accommodate this delay. You don't want to do that. So the best thing is you meet with the team and work out the alternative options available for that, in fact. This is how the many questions will appear in the examination. So using your experience, your working knowledge, and the interaction with your team members, I'm sure you should be able to answer a lot more questions in this type of situations. I'm sure you'll agree with me. And I must really appreciate you have the knack of project management. In fact, that's really good. I could make out that with this little interaction. That's nice. That's great. So the PMP framework, what we do, for example, you review the PMP examination content outline. This is very important. It's called ECO. So the examination content outline for this, the present year, what you are going to take, it's going to be based on, which I explained in the 5 process groups. The 5 process, the initiating process group, planning, execution, monitoring, control, and closing. This is the examination content outline for the present year. Then, as you have done, you have enrolled a formal study course offered by the REPs, is the recognized education providers. Ismart is the one who are doing an excellent job. They are a highly professional, highly ethical organization, and you've already enrolled with Ismart. So that's you've already done step number 2. Now you need to prepare for a study plan. We'll explain to you probably in the next 4 days. We'll discuss about it, and on the last day, how we can prepare for the examination. We'll spend some time on that. Then review the latest PMBOK guide and self-study books. You see, once you become a PMI member, Mr. Steve, you can download this PMBOK guide free of cost, in fact. That's the biggest advantage when you become the PMI member. So you can download this book, and it is a 950 pages book. Okay, and it's quite an exhaustive book. Probably you need to glance at least once or twice before you take up this examination. This is very, very important. In fact, you need to glance that. Then there will be a lot of mock test. You need to take it up. In fact, I'll also explain to you how you can take up the mock test. Ismart website, they will have some series of mock tests. In fact, I want you to take it up. And you need to score at least 75% of that, consistently before you take up the examination. This is very important, in fact. When you pass this 200 questions mock test, in fact, you will get a lot more confidence to take the examination. So it's very important. You can also form a study group. In fact, if you know any of your friends who have done PMP certified or anybody who is taking a PMP examination, you can form a study group and you can discuss also, in fact. This is how the process to take up the examination and how to prepare for the examination. Any questions on this, Steve?
No.
Okay, great. That's nice. So once you become the PMI member, I just want to tell you about the examination fee. You are aware of it, how much you need to pay for the examination?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So $555 is the total examination fee. To become a member, you have to spend $129. And once you become you're a member, in fact, then you need to pay the balance around $455 or something like that, 409. So the membership, will get deducted when you take up the examination, in fact, free. In fact, so that's the advantage. And second thing, the second biggest advantage is you can download this book free of cost. You will have a lot of templates, the hundreds of templates, are available. We can freely download those templates. Another biggest advantage is that, you'll have the network facility. In fact, there will be, as I told you, that there are more than 1 million, professional PMP professionals are there. It will help you to get networking with them. So these are all some of the advantages of becoming a PMI member. And this PMI registration fee, you need to renew every year, in fact. Okay, that's important. Now, coming to once you become a PMP certified, you need to renew this once in 3 years, this certification. That means, let's say that in 2019, you become PMP certified. In 2022, you need to renew this certification. For renewal, you need not reappear for the examination. The best ways, I will also explain to you how we can renew it. You need to earn 60 PDUs, that is professional developed units. And by watching the videos, by participating, by doing some voluntary work, there are a lot of ways of earning the 60 PDUs in next 3 years. And once you earn that 60 PDUs, your certification will get automatically renewed, in fact. So you need not, again, I'm repeating, you need not pay again examination fee, or you need not reappear for that. So every 3 years, you need to keep on renewing it. And that renewal can happen by earning these 60 PDUs in 3 years' time. But to become a PMI member, to continue to the PMI member, you need to pay that $129 as the fee for that every year, in fact. I hope those two are very clear. Mr.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
great. Yeah, great. Sorry, I keep asking so that, both of us are in the same page. We hope you will not mistake me that. Okay. That's right.
No, I'm following along just fine.
Okay, great. That's right. So as I told you, this workshop, you can form a local workshop if you know somebody, and if you got time, you can keep talking to them. You can discuss with them about this is another way of preparing it. So let's understand, I'm sure with your rich experience, you know that what's a project? A project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to produce a unique product or a service. In fact, this is a simple definition for a project. And the project, every project, you know very well, Mr. Steve, that it will have a definite beginning and an end, in fact. Like say, for example, you said 270 days is the project that you planned, but for some reason it's getting extended, but you have a definite beginning and definite end, in fact. That is the characteristics of a project. The projects are also have a undertaking an unfamiliar ground. So the project is always a unique, in fact, because whatever you do, you are doing it for the first time. That's called a project, in fact. So Even, for example, you must be constructing a similar building, but because of the location, because of the different stakeholders, that project is also called as a unique project, in fact. So a simple definition of a project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to produce a unique product or a service or a result, in fact. I'm sure you must be very, very familiar with this definition. So what is
Oh,
project?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay, great. What is project management? It is the application of skills, tools, and techniques to project activities. There is some difference between a knowledge and a skill, Steve. You are familiar? I'm sure you must be familiar. Can you give some example? What is knowledge and what is skill?
Well, I mean, knowledge would be engineering knowledge
Yeah,
or trade knowledge, the
okay.
ability to the intellectual ability to do things.
Correct. Okay.
And the skill sets are, I guess, the groups of applied knowledge.
Application of the knowledge. Absolutely right. You are great, in fact. So the knowledge sometimes bookish, but the skill is the application of that knowledge in your respective working environment. That is a skill, in fact. I normally give an example to the young students that the pilot. Of course, I'm sure you would hundreds of times you would have flown in the aircraft. Every time if a pilot lands, in fact, you will have different experience. Am I right? Some landing will be so smooth you don't even feel that the flight has landed. But in some cases, it will be so back, it will hurt your back. Am I right? You must have experienced, isn't it? Many times the landing.
I
Yeah.
experienced both of those yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. Okay,
As a
great.
matter of fact.
It's a matter of absolutely right. So you can see the difference, the same braking system, the same knowledge that every pilot will be having, but some pilots land so well, so nicely. In fact, you will not even feel the flight has landed. That is called skill, in fact. So the application of that knowledge, in fact, in the right manner, in the right proportionate for the job required, that is skill, in fact. So that's the biggest advantage. So the project management concepts teaches you both knowledge and skill, where to apply, how to apply that knowledge in the when to apply that knowledge, and that is a skill part of it, and how much to apply that skill. All those things, the project management teaches, in fact. The tools and techniques, of course, there are more than 130 tools and techniques in this PMBOK Guide 6. All those tools and techniques we need not apply in all our project environment. You need to be selective. You need to make the tailoring it, what is required, what is not required, like that. So this is the biggest advantage of understanding the project knowledge and skills. There are 49 processes and 5 process groups. That is 5 process groups. I'm sure you're already familiar. The initiating, the planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing with appropriate application and integration. These are the 5 process groups. And there are 49 processes there in this PMBOK Guide 6 that we are going to discuss, in fact. So these are the 5 process groups. Again, repetition: initiate, plan, execute, monitor, and control, and closing. There are 10 knowledge areas, in fact, in the project management. If you look at, Steve, I'm sure you will agree that, every project, first thing we start with a scope. Scope is what needs to be done. Am I right? This is scope is what needs to be done. Then the schedule.
Correct.
When is schedule, that means when it should be done, in fact. What is the starting time? What is the ending date? That's what we discuss in schedule. Every project will have a cost. Without cost, you can't, without money, you cannot do a project. So you need to, how much you are going to spend, we are going to discuss in the cost management. Every project will have to have a quality, in fact. Am I right? Without quality, no project can succeed. You need to, quality is meeting the customer's expectation or the requirement. That is the quality management. Then to do a project, we need resources. You need human resources, you need physical resources, equipments, materials, people. So we need to understand the resource management. And when you have resources, you need to communicate with them. In fact, your internal team members, your external team members, your stakeholders. So we need to understand the communication part of it. And I'm sure with your rich experience, you will know, Mr. Steve, that no project can be there without risk. Am I right? Is there any project which can run without risk?
No.
With your experience? No, am I right? So you need to understand the risk management. And every company cannot have all their own resource. You need to outsource certain resources. It could be people, it could be equipments, it could be machinery. So it's all comes under procurement because you'll be outsourcing that. And every project you will have stakeholders, internal stakeholders, external stakeholders, regulatory authorities, your team members. So these are all the 9 knowledge area. And the most important one is you need to integrate all these 9 knowledge areas, in fact. So you also need to have the integration management. That is how this 10 knowledge area has beautifully selected or comprised by the PMI, in fact. Do you think in any project, is there any other knowledge area required apart from this? I think it's a very comprehensive and it's a very selected one, am I right? Correct?
Correct. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that's so. The whole your 200 questions will be on these 5 process groups, 10 knowledge area, and there will be 49 processes will be there in the project management, in fact. So the next 4 days, what we are going to spend time is to understand these 5 process groups, 10 knowledge areas, and 49 processes, in fact. So if you can understand these concepts, understand this knowledge area, I'm sure you can be ready to take up the examination, in fact. Interesting, am I right? Very interesting.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's great. So every process, Mr. Steve, I'm sure you will have any process you take. What is a process is basically, it's a process is nothing but an activity undertake to complete an objective, in fact. Am I right? That's a simple definition for that. So you will have every process, you will have an input, you need to have a tools and technique, and you get an output, in fact. This is a simple thing. So it is also called ITTO, input, tools and technique, and output, in fact. So all these 49 processes that we are going to discuss in 10 knowledge areas, you will have some inputs, you will have some tools and techniques, and you will have an output. I just want to give a simple analogy. I'm sure you are very familiar with, you cook rice at home, am I right? You make rice at home?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. So what is the ingredients you require to make a rice? What are the inputs you require?
Rice and water.
Rice and water. These are the 2 inputs you require. And what is the tools and technique you require to make a rice? You need a gas stove or an electrical stove, am I right? That is the tool you require.
Correct. Yeah.
And what's the technique you need? You need to heat it up for temperature, 10 minutes or 5 minutes. That is the tools and technique you use. And what you get as an output is your cooked rice. Am I right? Is right?
That's correct.
So this is a simple analogy for most of the processes. So every process will have some inputs, you'll have some tools and techniques, and you'll have an output. And when you put a rice, for example, you want to make something else from that rice, that will become your input for your next process. Am I right? You agree with that? You have made some cooked rice, and that rice, suppose you want to make some egg fried rice or you want to make something else, you use that as an input and you make that the required dish you require. Am I right? Isn't it? So every process will have some inputs, you will have some tools and techniques, and the output, in fact. Once we are very clear with this ITTOs, it's easy to understand these 49 processes, in fact. Okay, any questions so far? Okay, that's right.
No.
Okay, great. That's good. So every project, Mr. I'm sure you will agree with me that there will be a lot of constraints, in fact. Quality could be one of the constraint. Schedule, you were just mentioning me that, the 270 days is going to become more than 500 days. So it is a constraint. The budget, every project will have some budgetary constraints. Am I right? No organization or no promoters will give you the sufficient money to complete your project or the more money to complete your product. It will be just adequate. And sometimes that could be also a constraint. Resources, your human resources, your physical resources could be a constraint. Sometimes you may not get the required educated or a qualified people to do a project, in fact. So it could be always a constraint. Risk again in terms of people, in terms of weathers, in terms of other availability of resources, it's also a constraint. So these are all some of the project constraints that we are very, very familiar. But three important things: the scope, the schedule, and the cost. They are called the triple constraints. Why it's called triple constraints? Suppose if the schedule is delayed, your project is delayed, let's say from 270 days to 500 days, what impact it will have? It will have the impact on the cost. I'm sure you will not be able to do the same project with your 2.5 million. Is it possible to do, Mr. Steve? If when it is extended from 270 days to 500 days, the same budget
No,
initially you allocated, it's not possible, am I right? You need to get additional
no,
funds to do a project. It will also
right.
change your scope, in fact. And suppose if the cost gets escalated, and what happens, it will have the impact on your schedule and impact on your scope. Similarly, if there is some changes in the scope of the project, again, it will have the impact on the cost and the impact on the schedule. These are called triple constraints in the project. Have you experienced it, Ms. Steve, in your working life? I'm sure there must be many occasions, am I right?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's 95% of my job.
95%.
Yeah, trying to control those three.
Oh, okay. I think that is the biggest challenge also as a project manager you have always. That's right. And when you go back to your sponsor, that there is some delay, what is the usual reaction for that? When you go and
That's the reaction to delayed schedules is often varied. Sometimes they understand it, and sometimes they're caught off guard. Depends on the nature of the delay.
Yeah. Okay. So they'll say that, okay, probably. Sometimes they may even call off the project itself if it is becoming abnormal. Am I right? That's also there.
And I've seen that happen too. Yeah, I've seen. Sure.
That's right. But by that time, if they have invested a lot of money, they may think twice. But if in the initial beginning itself, if they start getting those signals, then probably they will take a decision much earlier, in fact. That's right.
Yes.
Just to ask you, these type of things happens, is it because of poor planning or adverse conditions? Or what are the main reasons for that?
Generally we see, well, see, I've worked for the Army Corps of Engineers, I've worked for NAVFAC, I've worked for the VA, I've worked for the Air Force.
Okay.
Worked for the Navy, and quite honestly, they all have different personalities.
Okay.
When they develop a plan. The VA does, classically does not do their due diligence up front when it comes to completing a set of documents and including the scope of work, and that's usually where we see an issue.
Okay.
After we've been awarded the job, they either don't fully understand what the scope of work was, or they did a poor job somewhere along the line describing the scope of work. Working with the Army Corps of Engineers, usually they're pretty well drilled down. And there's a structured way to go about initiating change order requests or RFP responses.
Okay.
It depends on who they are. Usually
Okay.
the biggest surprises that we've seen are through the VA, less
VA.
so with Army Corps of Engineers.
Oh, okay. So the stakeholders also, they play a big role in that. I'm right. The affected people. That's right.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's right. Very interesting. In fact, that's good. Yeah. I'm sure each project will have different perspective, different challenges, and different reasons to getting delayed for these things. That's right. Yeah. So it's very
Yeah,
important to understand these triple constraints so that the project manager is aware of these things. If something goes wrong with the cost, it will have the impact on the schedule or the scope. And if something happens in the scope, it will have the impact on the schedule and the cost, in fact. This is also very important to understand because in the following slides, when we discuss about the schedule management, the cost management, the implications of these, we'll discuss in detail about those things. Okay, great. So just to understand a little bit about the portfolio, I'm sure you are familiar with the programs, portfolios, and projects. I just want to touch upon that. In fact, the portfolio management is always the collection of programs and projects grouped to meet the common strategic objective. You see, any project or every organization will have the strategic intent or the strategic objective to come out with a project. Am I right? So the portfolio is the portfolio management is the management of those portfolios to deliver the strategic objectives in line with the organization objective. Just to give an example of portfolio, program, and project, let's say that you take as a General Motors or the Toyota. In fact, they have let's say a strategic objective that in the road transport, they want to have certain market share of 20% or 25%, depending upon the organization objective. So that is the portfolio they have as a strategic objective. So the various programs they will have that, to reach that, they will have commercial vehicles, they got four-wheel cars, they will have buses or the various, the programs they will have to achieve that objective. So under those programs, you will have petrol variants, you'll have diesel variants, you'll have hybrid variants. Then under that, you may have, as a project, you take it up SUVs, you take the small cars, you take the big cars like this or sports cars. These are all the projects they do undertake, in fact. This is how the portfolio, the programs, and the project will be there. So the program is a collection of projects managed, coordinated to achieve the strategic objectives, in fact. So the commercial vehicles, or the cars, or the buses that the company will have, these are all the various programs, and those programs are centralized to coordinate effort to manage the program, meet the strategic objective. Because if they do singly, probably they may not be able to do it. So the collection of those programs, it will help to achieve the organization to achieve the objective. Now, a project, of course, as I explained very clearly, it is a temporary endeavor to create a unique product, service, or a result. And it's a science and art to apply those knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to achieve that. Whereas an operation is an ongoing group activity to produce similar product or repetitive products, in fact. Just to project versus operation, just to explain you that, it's a function performing the ongoing execution activity. For example, your manufacturing is an operation. Value is realized in operation, manufacturing, production, operations, etc. In fact, though they're temporary in nature, the project can help to achieve the organization goals by successfully implementing the projects that will help to achieve the organization goals and strategy. So a simple difference between the project and operations. Projects have a start and end date. Projects always introduce change, and work is the first time or the unique, whereas your operations or ongoing activity, it keep the business going because new things happening, and work is repeatable in operations. Any questions on the portfolio, program, and project, Steve? I hope it's clear.
Yes, it is. It is.
It's great. Great. Okay. Now, the project life cycle, there is a difference between a product life cycle and a project life cycle. Project life cycle is a collection of sequentially or typically sometimes overlapping project phases determined by the management. So here, we talk about the project life cycle. You start the project, you initiate the project, you organize and prepare it, then you do the execution work and you do the monitoring and control and you ending the project. So the project life cycle is nothing but you talk about initiating, planning, execution, monitoring, control, and closing. That is how the project life cycle is there, in fact. Sequential means, I'm sure since you are from the construction industry, in fact, sequential, for example, when you take a home project, just to give an example, that foundation, after laying, there are some sequences. First, you need to lie down the foundation. After laying down the foundation, you need to erect the pillars. After erecting the pillars, you put a roof, then you put a wall, then you put, this is how the sequence, am I right? In the construction project, then in a software project, probably first you design, you test, you implement. These are all some of the sequences that in any project you follow that. There are types of project life cycle, predictive life cycle, and the adaptive life cycle. See, you are familiar with the agile concepts? Agile concepts?
Yes,
Have you done
yes.
that? You are very familiar. Great, that's great. Now the PMI is giving a lot of importance for the agile thing. In fact, during 2018, they introduced in the PMBOK guide we are going to download. There are about 150 pages. At the end is actually it's focused on the agile concepts. In fact, because agile concepts are getting earlier. It used to be only for the software industry. But these concepts are now getting spread across the various other industries, including FMCG, including construction, including the various things. So here we talk about the project life cycle, predictive and the adaptive life cycle. Predictive means, your scope is, you are very, very clear. In fact, you know how much it's going to cost, how many days it's going to last, what are the resources you require. Your scope is very, very clear in your predictive environment. Whereas in adaptive, it is a more of an iterative. When the scope is not clear, then you start working on that. That is the adaptive. In fact, you get a feedback, you work for some time, you get a feedback, and you make the necessary corrections, and you can go ahead on that. In fact, that's the adaptive approach that you do. So the project life cycle can have both predictive and adaptive life cycles. The characteristics of a project life cycle is starting the project, and after you do the planning, then you prepare, and then you carry out the project work and closing the project. This is how the project life cycle is. Now coming to the 49 processes which I was talking to you, this is a very important slide. You have a mobile, you can take a picture of this because we keep repeating this just to understand. I request you to take a picture of this so that we are going to send you the slides in fact for your information. But still, since we'll be referring to these now very often. As I told you that there are 5 process groups: initiating, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. These are the 5 process groups. There are 10 knowledge area: integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communication, risk management, procurement, and the stakeholders management. And each of these 10 knowledge area is you have processes. In fact, the 49 processes which I was talking about you, for example, integration management has got 5 processes here. In fact, sorry, 7. In fact, you look at it here. Develop project charter, then develop project management plan. You direct the manage project work and manage the project work, which comes under the execution process group. Then under monitoring and control, you got monitor, control, and perform integrated change control, than the closing of the project. So there are 7 processes in the integration management. There are 6 processes in scope management. Out of the 6, for example, 4 comes under planning, 2 comes under monitoring and control. project schedule will have again, 6 processes in fact, and here you can look at it. There are 6 processes. 5 of them comes under planning, 1 comes under monitoring and control. Cost management have got 4 processes. 3 comes under planning, 1 comes under monitoring and control. And quality has got 3 processes, 1 each in planning, execution, and monitoring and control. As we go, I'll keep explaining. So how do you remember these 49 processes? Is there any technique? There are five process groups which we discussed. There are 10 knowledge area which I'm sure is easy to remember. But 49 processes, how do we remember it? I just give, you have a pencil and paper with you there right now? You have?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, can you just write down a number? I'll repeat. 7664.
Okay.
363 and 734. Okay. 7664, 363, 734. Can you please add up all the all those numbers? 7 plus 6 plus like that.
49.
49. So it's yeah. So 49 processes are there. So you need to remember this mobile number is a 10-digit number or whatever number you have. So it's easy to remember. If you remember that, you will know that there are 49 processes. Okay. So there are 5 process groups, 10 knowledge area, and 49 processes. In fact, your entire examination is going to be on these 3, in fact, 5 process groups, 10 knowledge area, and 49 processes. If you remember these things, I'm sure you'll be able to pass this, in fact. Okay. So why this 7? Integration, the first knowledge area. So there are 7 processes are there. So that is the reason it's 7 number. Scope management has got 6 processes. So the second knowledge area is 6 scope. So you'll have 6 number. Your schedule has got 6 processes. So 766. And your cost has got 4. That is why it's called 4 numbers, in fact. So if you remember this 7664, 363, and 734, it will immediately say that, so 7 means there is integration. There are 7 processes are there. The second number is scope, for example, second knowledge area. So there are 6 processes are there. In schedule, there are 6 processes. Cost, you got 4 processes. It's like that. It's easy to remember, easy to relate to that, in fact. Do you think it's useful, Mr. Steve?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. But okay. So far what you understood in the project management, just to sum up what we have understood is that the examination is going to be 200 questions. Out of 200 questions, there will be 175 questions will be mocked, 25 questions you don't know, but you need to answer all those 200 questions. That's very important. It will only for 4 hours, 240 minutes, you'll have the examination. Then it is going to be in Pearson Center. You can log into that and you'll find out. You need to become a member so that you can upload the PMBOK guide that will help you to go through the content and understand the subject a little more in detail. Then there are project constraints are there, the triple constraints like cost, scope, and schedule. These are the triple constraints. Then there are 5 process groups: initiate, planning, execute, monitoring and control, and closing. These are the 5 process groups. There are 10 knowledge areas starting with integration, scope, schedule, cost, then quality, resource management, communication, risk management, and procurement management and stakeholders. There are 10 knowledge area and 49 processes are there, and each knowledge area will have some processes, and every process, as I explained, you will have the ITTO, that is the inputs, tools and techniques, and outputs, in fact. This is what so far we have discussed. I'm sure it's clear for you, Steve, in fact. That's right. Any questions so far?
I mean, yeah, I actually did some reading before, but now that you've articulated it, the framework and the structure makes a little bit more sense to me.
That's great. Okay. I hope my teaching is fine. It's clear. Clarity is there. In fact, I hope it's right. That's fine.
Yeah. No. I'm still having some issues trying to see all the slides that you've got. I keep on getting knocked off the internet for some reason.
Oh, I see. You're able to see the screen now. It's coming. It's coming. That's right.
Right now, I'm trying to get logged back in to see the screen.
Okay.
Now I see it. There it is. Pop back up.
Okay. You got back? Or
I think it's an issue on my side. But,
okay.
I'll work through that.
Okay. I would appreciate that, you see the screen also, so that, it's easy to relate sometimes. And that's right.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Actually, I've got looking at the screen, and I'm actually following along in the book.
Oh, okay. Okay. But which book you're trying to follow? Okay, that's right. Yeah.
Actually, it's an old book. This is the 5th edition, and I know we're working on the 6th edition right now.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. That's right. That's fine. Okay. So can we carry on that? That's fine. Can you continue?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, great. That's right. So we're talking about the tailoring. I'm sure with your rich experience, you'll understand that all these applications or all these processes or all the tools and techniques, you need not apply for all the projects all the time. Am I right? It depends upon the situation, the context. It depends upon the requirement, only use it, in fact, because the projects you always operate in different environments, in fact, correct? So you need to tailor those concepts. You need to tailor these, the tools and techniques according to your requirement. So first, you create your own project management methodology, whether it is a predictive life cycle you want to have, an adaptive life cycle you want to have, different frameworks or other methods. Again, you tailor it. And this methodology may provide additional guidelines to tailor different projects within that organization. If an organization is having multiple projects, if they are running around, then probably each project may require different methodologies depending upon the situation, the context, or the environment they are operating in. Just to talk about your organization, do you run multiple projects in your company? I'm sure you must be doing. Yeah, sure it does.
Yes.
And each project will have different set of project managers, a dedicated team they will have, or you will have cross-functional, you keep hopping on other projects also.
Mostly, yeah, smaller companies, cross-function.
Okay.
With same project management team.
In fact, okay, that's right. Okay. That's how you do it in fact. That's great. So I'm sure when you are having, when you are simultaneously running different projects, you may have a different methodology for each project. Am I right? Some projects you may use your predictive things, some may agile concepts, depending upon the requirement and the complexity of the project. Correct? All right. That's how you do it.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. That's right. So that completes the first chapter which we were discussing about it. Now let's little bit of environment and role of a project manager. We'll try to understand it. You know that every project you cannot do any project in an isolated manner. Am I right? You'll have an environment for that. There are the influences of any project. There are two things. One is enterprise environmental factors. Another is the internal, or it's called organization process assets. In fact, these are the two very important inputs we need to understand. Enterprise environmental factors, or again, enterprise is your internal factors, environment is your external factors. In the internal OPA, organization process assets, you will have processes, you've got policies, procedures, and the corporate knowledge base. These are all your organization process assets. So every project, you will have the influences of this. Let's try to understand what exactly is this. For example, organization process assets, you talk about your processes, your standard policies and procedures. Each organization, you will have some set of standards, set of HR policies. It could be your IT policies. It could be your infrastructure policies. In fact, all those, each organization will be having that. You'll have some quality policies, procedures, and guidelines. In fact, how much you need to spend on quality. In fact, how the customers react to that, the procedures and the guidelines. In fact, you'll have various templates and tailoring guidelines. In fact, for a particular project, what guidelines you need to have, you'll have that. You'll have a proposal of evaluation criteria. In fact, that means how do you evaluate a project? You need to have that evaluation criteria. Is it your NPV, net present value? Is our internal rate of return? In fact, you evaluate the projects. In fact, depending upon the returns of that, I will try to explain to you in detail either today or tomorrow. Then performance measurement criteria. How do you measure the performance? In fact, what is it, the tangible benefits or the intangible benefits? In fact, so you will have certain criteria that in terms of revenue generation, in fact, how much revenue it should generate from this new project. Or is it, for example, performance measurement, it could be a reputation for the organization. By taking up this project, it is going to help the organization reputation, the social status. In fact, you will clearly mention those performance measurement. You will quantify those things, wherever it's required. Then you will have project communication guidelines, which stakeholders to be told when, how much information you need to give to the team members, to your internal stakeholders, your external stakeholders. So all those communication guidelines is also your policies and procedures. Then project closure guidelines, when you need to close the project. So you will have certain guidelines, whether you want to close the project only after achieving the objective, or in some cases you are just mentioning that if the project is not going in the right direction, it is costing a lot, it is delaying a lot, can we close those projects? So you will have those project closure guidelines also very clearly defined as an organization process asset. Then financial control procedures. In fact, financial controls, there should be borrow the capital or it's an internal accruement. How much money we need to release for the project, at what stage, how much we need to keep releasing it. So you will have various financial controls. Then issue and defect management. Issue is every project will have issues, am I right? There cannot be any project without issues. And the defects or the issues that the problems in quality comes. In fact, how do you manage those issues? How do you manage those type of problems when you face it? That is the issue and defect management. The guidelines are clearly mentioned there. Then change control, risk management work. Change control is that every change, in any project environment, you keep getting the change request. It could be from your customers, or it could be sometimes even your internal stakeholders. How do you deal those change requests? In fact, it has to go through a change control board, and only after their approval you need to make the changes. If you don't do that, then what can happen to the project? Am I right? You keep on, it will get into a scope creep. I'm sure you must have heard that. Am I right, Steve? Scope creep you have heard?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sure. Right. I think it's a very common thing. So the change control, that's very, very important. In fact, I know who has to approve those change requests which comes, and what he should do with those change requests. That has to be a clear policy you should have. Then the risk management, as we discussed, every project will have a lot of risk. In fact, without risk, there cannot be any project. But how do you handle that risk? What is the threshold level? What is the acceptance level for the project, in fact? So we discuss about it. Then authorization. This is also very important. Who has to authorize certain things, in fact, in your project? Whether in terms of human resources, who has to authorize it? Capital requirement, who has to authorize it? All those things has to be clearly a policy and procedure. It's all well documented in the organization. These are called organization process assets. I'm sure you are familiar with all these things, Mr. Steve, I think in your project environment.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, great. Anything else you can add here for the corporate? I think it's quite an exhaustive thing, am I right? Yeah.
I think the biggest thing we run into is the change control.
Change control,
when
yeah.
When it comes to working with the government,
yeah,
and the subcontract base that we use down the line.
Yeah, that's right. Change control is the most important, I think. I totally agree with you on that. Then there are some more corporate knowledge base, the process measurement database, various process that you undertake. How do you measure the processes? In fact, that database in the past projects, what you have done, you will have those database, that is another important process assets. Then project files, historical information. Your organization must have done several projects, similar projects or different projects. So you will have some project files, the historical information. That is another important process assets. The issue and defect base, of course, we discussed. Lessons learned. I'm sure each project we can learn many lessons, am I right? Different lessons, in fact, what went well, what did not do well, in fact, what are the issues we faced, how did we overcome those issues. In fact, this is all documented. This comes under lessons learned, which is a very big asset for your future projects. Then configuration management, I'm sure that you are very familiar with those configurable items. In fact, how do you configure different items for the project success? You look at the compatibility, you look at the environment, all those things in the configuration management databases. Then the financial databases, how much money we spent on a particular project, how much did we earn from those projects. In fact, all those financial databases also will have a corporate knowledge. These are all very important organization process assets, which is a key input in most of the processes that we are going to discuss. Then coming to enterprise environmental factors, what are the factors that have direct or indirect influence on the outcome of the project? It could be, as I told you, it could be enterprises or your internal factors, and external factors or your environmental factors. What are the internal factors? Your organization culture is also an internal factor. I just want to give an example. You heard about Tata company in India, Mr. Steve, Tata organization?
Yes, sure.
You heard about that. It's a 150 years old organization. Tata is there in Tata Computer Services. There are different, that company is known for salt to software. You name any industry, they are in the business. In fact, they are there in the business for more than 150 domains. In fact, they are one of the leading organizations and funded by James Shetty Tata. You take anything, most of the business they do. But the two businesses Tata never ventured in the last 150 years is any business related to liquor and tobacco. These are the two things that Tata will never do any business, in fact, liquor and tobacco. Basically, the Tata philosophy is that, they feel that these two are not good for the society, the tobacco and the liquor, in fact. So the Tata will never do any business related to these fields. In fact, have you heard about that any time by any chance anywhere?
No, I'm not familiar with that part of it.
Yeah, so this is the company's culture. In fact, they will never do any business with related to the tobacco because they think that they are the social. It's like that it will affect the family life for the people. So that's the reason they will never do. So it is an internal factor. So if an organization comes with a project, for example, if somebody proposes a project to Tata, the Tata, because of this internal culture, organization culture, they will never do any project. So it influences the project, in fact. So that's what it is. HR policies, as I told you, as we explained, also could be an internal factor. Organization format and structure. You are familiar with, for example, the various types of the structure of the matrix organization, projectized organization. You are familiar with those things, Steve? Matrix organization, projectized organization. Yeah. The
Yeah,
matrix organization, there are some weak matrix. Let me see whether I'll try to take a slide and show it to you. There's a weak matrix, a strong matrix organization. In weak matrix, what happens? There are functional organization. You are familiar with the functional organizations where have the functional heads. You'll have a HR manager. You'll have a IT head. There will be, for example, in most of the consumer products company, you will have functional manager. One will be known for sales and marketing, another function head, for example, finance, there will be a head of the function, there will be IT, there will be head of, there will be HR, there will be head. These are called functional managers. So all the employees, they report to those respective functional heads, in fact, okay? In the matrix organization, you will have both project managers and the, for example, the functional managers. If it is a weak matrix organization, then what happens in a weak matrix organization, the functional managers will have more power than the project managers, in fact. So suppose, I'm doing a project. Let's say I come from, I used to work for Amrutanjan. It is a functional organization. I was the head of sales and marketing in that as a vice president. Whenever I used to take a project, for example, under sales and marketing, we used to take people, one from R&D, one from finance, one from HR, and like this, we used to take people from those projects, projects from the people. And once the project is over, we used to send them back, in fact. It's a weak matrix organization where your functional heads will have more say on that. But there are some projectized organization where the project manager will have full authority or full power, in fact. So the project, because all these people are dedicated to a particular project, in fact. So that's called projectized organization. Even in a strong matrix organization, again, the people are reporting directly to the project manager. So the strong matrix organization, the project manager and the projectized organization, the project manager will have complete authority, whereas in a weak matrix organization or in a functional organization, the project managers, the resources are shared between the functional manager and the project manager, so you will have a limited say, in fact. Hope you got it. That's right. So
yeah.
It also, so organization structure and format also sometimes plays a factor in your enterprise factor, in fact. This also influences on the project outcome, in fact. So these are all some of the example of enterprises factor. What are the environmental factors? They are the external. That means you have no control on those things. For example, political climate. Each country, will have different set of rules when a new party comes to power. So the political climate also will change, in fact. We have no control on those things. Regulatory environment, regulatory issues. I just want to tell you that, when I was working as a vice president in Amrutanjan, I want to share that industry experience. Amrutanjan is known for pain bombs. Pain bombs are, for headache, body ache, we manufacture the pain bombs, in fact. It is a 130 years old organization in India. And I was working as a vice president for the company. And we wanted to launch some brands in US market. So, and we appointed a consultant, he was based in California. So I used to come and meet him and I used to have the telecon. When we wanted to launch a particular brand in the US market, the menthol is one of the important ingredient in the pain bombs. Menthol, you must have heard about that, one of the ingredient.
Sure.
Normally, 40% is the content in India for Indian markets. That's how we were marketing it. The product will have 40% the menthol portion. When we wanted to launch in US market, the US FDA approval is very much required to launch any products in US. So when we approached, the guidelines were very clear. Any product exceeds 15% of menthol, that cannot be imported to US, in fact, or you cannot export to US market. So the 15% was the cutoff. It is a regulatory authorities approval. So we had to rework the entire formula for the US market. It took us about 6 months to develop a new formula only to launch for the US. So we developed So and it took about 6 to 8 months for us. Then we submitted the samples. Then we got the approval from the US FDA authorities. So it's just an example of a regulatory environment or where you have no control on the government or environment policies. And these things can also affect your projects. In fact, this is just an example I wanted to give you that. I'm sure in your case also you must have faced such the issues, environmental issues or the regulatory issues for any project.
Oh yeah, sure. Oh god, yeah. Environmental issues. All the time.
All the time. That's right. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Whenever we're doing it. Well, I would say all the time.
All the time.
Lately, my jobs have been in the healthcare industry, so I would put working inside of a hospital having environmental issues is an issue.
Issue, but that's right. Yeah, that's right. So it's very important for the project manager be aware of these things whenever we take up the projects. In fact, so that's again they call the management knowledge skills. We talk about the project management. In fact. So what happens? Why sometimes the projects fails? Also, this could be the reason. The project managers or the concerned people are not aware of these things. They start a project, halfway comes through, then suddenly they will realize that government, you will not get the approval from the government or the regulatories. Then the whole things can affect the impact of the project, which I shared with you. This is what exactly happened in our company, that since we are not aware of it, after some time only we came to know that we got into the problem. It's like that. So it's very important to understand your political climate, your regulatory environment. The political climate, for example, another classic example can give the Mexican wall, right? Because of the new government comes in fact here, all these, the Mexican wall started in US, correct? Right?
Sure, yeah, yes.
And by any chance, if, for example, if any changes in the government, probably they may relook at the whole thing altogether, am I right? That also possibilities.
Yeah.
It's like
right,
that.
Right.
So these are all the environmental factors which we have no control on these things. So the financial and market conditions is also very important. If the market is not doing so well for a particular category that you are trying to launch a new product, then that will also have some impact on the projects. In fact, in the financial, for example, you are trying to raise some funds for your project. If you're not able to generate the required funds for the finance, also can have some impact. In fact, so this organization process assets and the environmental, these things, out of 49 processes which we are going to discuss, Steve, almost around 35 processes will have these two common inputs. So this is also important. That shows that it appears in so many processes. It clearly shows that how important these are the inputs in any project. It will have so much of impact on the project success, your organization process assets, and your enterprise environmental factors. Is it clear? Any questions on these two things? Hello? Steve, is it clear? Hello? Hello? Steve, are you with me? Hello? Hello? Are you with me?
Hello.
Yeah, are you with me, Steve? Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay, great. Okay. So any question on these two organization process sites and EUF? It's fine.
No question.
Oh, great. Okay. Because as I was telling you that, these two inputs will appear in almost 35 to 36 processes that we are going to discuss. So we should have some clarity on these things, OPA and enterprise and environmental factors. That's important to understand. Okay, great. Let's continue for a few more minutes before we take a break. So you're familiar with the PMO? You have any project management office in your organization?
We do not, but
you do not.
I have tried to do some research on it. I think it's for a company structure, particularly a contracting company. I think it's very important to have a centralized role as a PMO.
Correct, absolutely right. In fact, many large organizations, the projectized organizations, they have a project management office. It is like a central body where they'll have 3 different roles. They are either supportive or the control or the direct the projects, in fact. So many companies do have project management, like L&T. You've heard about L&T, Larsen and Toubro?
Sure, yes.
So they have a PMO. Like that, there are many companies, in fact, they will have a project management office where the regulatories, the policies, procedures for the various projects, which projects to be taken up, which products not to be taken up, like that, or they'll be sharing the resources for the various projects, the inputs they will be giving, financing, they'll be controlling, in fact. So there are 3 things. It could be a supportive PMO, it could be a controlling PMO, or it could be directive PMO. Again, depending upon the organization structure, and if it is a projectized organization, many of them will have the PMOs, in fact. But for a smaller organization, I'm sure they may not have any PMO because your functional or your sponsors will be controlling that. Am I right? That's what it happens many times.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah, that's your experience also. Great. So this is another very important slide, the role of a project manager. Let's try to understand a little bit of this. One is the role project manager responsibility is to project and technical management knowledge and skill. That's very, very important. What are the sphere of influence? He will have the influence within the project, within the organization, in the industry that the work, in the professional discipline, and across the discipline. It also will have a sphere of influence. Because, for example, if you are professional, if you are a member of any charters, in fact, you can go and contribute to the industry on the various project developments, various developments which are happening across the world, in fact. So you will have a lot of influence as a project manager. But the first and foremost responsibility of a role of a project manager is to apply the management knowledge and skills. That's very important. Now, the last year, the PMI in 2018, they introduced this PMI talent triangle. I want to spend a couple of minutes on this. There are 3 competencies for a project manager. One is, the first and foremost is that he should be a good leader, because you are dealing with people. Am I right? In any project environment, we basically deal with people. It could be internal, your team members, your stakeholders, your external, your customers, your regulatory authorities, in fact. So you need to be a people-oriented person, in fact. So leadership, you should have good motivational skills, you should have good communication skills, you should be a good leader, the first and foremost. The second important thing is that you should also have the technical management skills. That means whatever project you are undertaking, you should know the basic nuisance of this project. You should have certain technical, suppose you are doing a construction product, you should have some knowledge about the construction. You should have some knowledge about how the buildings are constructed, what materials required, what grades you require, who are the people required to do a certain project. So you need to have all technical skills to run a project. This is important. The third most important thing is your strategic business management. why this project is taken up, what benefits is going to arrive by doing this project, how the organization is going to get benefits. The cost we are spending on this project doesn't justify the returns. In fact, all these things you should have some business acumen. This is called the talent triangle. Why this is important, Mr. Steve, is that from 2020, the new examination, it is going to be based on this examination content. Now, this year in 2019, the exam you are going to take, as I told you, the questions will be based on your initiating process, planning process, your execution, monitoring and control, and closing, in fact. That is the examination outline content. Whereas from next time onwards, the changes which the PMI is bringing, the questions is going to be based on these three talent triangle. That means on leadership, there will be around 42% of the questions will be on leadership, 50% of the questions will be on your technical skills, and 8% of the questions will be on strategic business alignment. So I'm sure you got it. So that means there is going to be a total change from the examination perspective from this talent triangle. So that's going to be a major change. That's one of the reasons, the PMI wanted to implement this from December 19, but many of the registered educate providers across the world and also many other members, they requested PMI that it's going to be a major change. So we need some more time to prepare for this new content. So kindly give us time. I think that could be one of the reasons why they extended the time up to July 2020, in fact. So the future examination is going to be based on this talent triangle. It also shows that how much importance has been given for the people and the processes rather than certain systems, in fact. Correct? You agree with me, no? Am I right?
Sure. Yeah.
So, yeah.
I can see that.
So people is going to play a major role in any projects, and coupled with the also your technical skills and your business management skills is about 8%, in fact. So the people and process plays a very important role. One more thing I want to tell you that as a project manager, we discussed about the 10 knowledge area, in fact, scope, schedule, cost, resources, procurement, risk management. Do you think that any project manager will have all the 10 knowledge area competencies? Is it possible? Is it possible to have all these 10 knowledge area? Can you be expert in all these 10 knowledge areas?
I think it'd be difficult to be proficient in all of them, yeah.
I'm right, it will be very difficult. So I sometimes call the project managers, you are like, jack of all and master of none, like that. I'm right, but
Sure.
We know certain things, but it's not possible to know each and every knowledge area. It's not possible. It is like you heard about the orchestra, the music conductors, the musical symphony conductors. You have seen that, am I right?
Sure.
Many times. You have attended certain programs. There will be one musician who will be controlling more than 100 people who are playing different instruments. Am I right? They'll be playing guitar. Some of them will be playing tabla. Some of them they'll be playing saxophone. Some of them will be playing flute. Some of them will be playing different instruments. Do you think as a conductor of the symphony, do you think it's possible for him to know all the instruments, how to play?
No, absolutely not.
It's not possible, am I right? But he controls the entire music program, am I right? He controls with his handing a stick in his hand. He controls the music and make it a big success, am I right? Everybody enjoys the music. How is it possible? Sure. Because he may not know all the instruments, but he knows the basic nuisance of music, am I right? He has understood what is music, in fact. So he knows the basic knowledge of music. And in Hindustan, for example, we call sari, gama, pa, there are 7 things. Those basic things, once he knows about the music, The same thing applies to different instruments. So that's one of the reasons how he is able to effectively conduct a musical symphony. In fact, he need not be an expert in all the instruments. He may know only few instruments, but because of his music knowledge, he is able to control all the instruments. Similar way, as a project manager, you should, if you know the basic knowledge of management skills, knowledge, then you should be able to control any projects, in fact. So that is the management skills, which we are talking about. I hope that analogy helps you to understand things, correct?
That's right. Yeah, it does. It does. It's a good analogy.
Right. Yeah, that's so. As a project manager, you need to have certain basic skills and knowledge to run a project. That's one of the reason in the following the tools and techniques we talk about, there is an expert judgment is a tool and technique to run many of these projects, the processes. This expert judgment is nothing but your subject matter expertise. So as a project manager, you can always take the help of this expert judgment for whatever issues you face in the projects. For example, you need some help regarding the finance, or of course, you have a quality manager in your organization. So any quality issues, what you do as a project manager, you go and talk to them, am I right? You take their help, isn't it? Correct? So because they are the subject matter experts. Similar way, your finance manager or the finance controller or your subject matter experts in all finance dealings. So similarly, you may have an IT head. In fact, for all IT related, you may go and talk to them or take their help for IT related issues. So they're all the expert judgments. They're available within the organization. And sometimes if your organization does not have those experts, what you do, you hire them as consultants. Correct? Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. Sure.
Yeah, that's what you do in most of the time in the projects, because every organization cannot have all the experts. So you will hire them as a consultant for the particular period that you require. And like, for example, US FDA, which we wanted to launch in US market, we hired a consultant. He was based in California. So the project lasted for about 8 months. So every month we used to discuss. And once the project got over, then the agreement also with the consultant got squeezed. It's like that. So you take the subject matter experts in the project environment for any areas that the project manager is not familiar with that. That's the point I'm just talking about. So you need to have this talent triangle. It is going to be the future for the PMI. What normally happens is, Mr. Steve, that every 5 years, the examination content keep changing. So the PMI does a lot of research. Now, last 2015, this examination content got changed. Now in 2020, again, they want to change it because they do a lot of research. What is happening in the project management across the world, in fact. So there they realize that there is a lot of importance for the people, for the processes, apart from your regular, your systems like the process groups, what you follow, you initiate, you plan, you execute. But all those things have to be done by the people, am I right? Correct? Because your people, your team members, only your plan, they only execute, they only monitor and control. So as a project manager, you need to have excellent skills of leadership quality. You should have. You should know the technical skills, and you should also have a business skills. This is the after a long research, the PMI has come out, and they are going to make the changes for the examination from 2020. In fact, this is the background about the changes, in fact, which is happening in the PMI circle.
Okay.
Okay, great. In fact, okay. So, any questions so far, Steve? Anything else you were clear?
No.
Okay, great. It's great to interact with you. You're so good. In fact, I'm really enjoying that. That's nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes,
great. Thank you.
And you're so knowledgeable, and I'm really happy to interact with such a knowledgeable person. That's really nice. That's great.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you fine.
Okay, great. That's nice. Okay. You're able to see the screen now, or still problems?
Yeah, actually, what I did, I tried using the system. What is it? Zoom.
Zoom.
Standalone. Yeah. What I had to do is I'm looking at it on the internet.
Internet. Okay.
So I'm using that.
Oh,
so I'm using that version. Yeah, I see it. I see it fine now.
Okay, good. So this talent triangle, you're able to see that? Okay, great.
Yeah, I see the talent triangle now.
Okay, great. But as I was explaining, this is a very, very important slide from the future perspective of examination, and also how the PMI is traveling, or how they are looking ahead in the coming years about the importance of people, the technical skills, and as a PM, you should also have some amounts of strategic and business management ideas and knowledge. In fact, that's how the PMI, the project management world, is moving towards these things now. It's great. Yeah. Any questions on this? I hope it's clear.
No, nothing right now.
Okay, great. That's good. Okay. So we'll get into the first integration management. So far, we have covered a little bit of the foundation and those things we covered. Now, let's move into the project integration management. As I told you that the integration management, the first digit of that number, there are 7 processes are there. The primary function or the responsibility of any project manager is the integration, in fact, because you need to integrate the people, you need to integrate the processes, you need to integrate a lot of things. It's tying up all the loose ends in any project, in fact, am I right? Ultimately, it's the responsibility of the project manager. So it's very important to understand the integration management from that perspective, that the key role of any project manager is a integration. I'm sure that's what you must be doing as a project manager in your company, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what we will be doing, in fact. So as I explained to you, there are 7 processes are there in the project integration management. You develop project charter, you have the develop project management plan, direct and manage project work and manage project knowledge. Then you have monitor and control the project work and perform integrated change control and close project phase. In fact, this is what we will discuss in the integration management. Are you are familiar with the project charter, Steve? Have you heard about project charter in your organization?
I don't know. I can't say that I'm really familiar with the project charter.
You're not heard about that earlier, am I right? Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. So we'll discuss about that process. So the project integration management, which I'm just telling you that I was explaining you. You're able to see the screen now? I hope screen is moving in your system. Yeah, great.
Yes. Yes.
So the integration, you enter the project the phase, then you initiate the processes, and you develop a project management plan. After developing that, what you do is you direct or you execute the project. And while executing, you monitor and control the project, and also into the change control system in the performance integrated, and you close the project. If you look at it here, the planning process, the closing process, or the execution process, and they all interact with each other. In fact, it's all, for example, it's a overlapping. In fact, sometimes you do the planning, you start executing it, then you monitor and control, you get some feedback, you go back to the planning if something is not happening, and you rework on that, in fact. This is the overlapping which keep happening in the project management knowledge areas, if you look at it. So monitoring and control, when you do the monitoring and control, when you know that if something is not happening, for example, the schedule is going behind or the cost is over exceeding, so then what you do, you relook at it, you go back to your planning, how you can reduce your cost or how you can improve the schedule time. In fact, you look at it. So it's all overlapping, in fact. So this is how the integration management. As a project manager, you will be integrating the various these process groups and various activities. So why do you need integration? The need for project integration is necessary in situation where individual processes are intact. A cost estimate needed for a contingency plan involves integrating the processes in the project cost, time, risk, and management area. As I explained you that if the cost is going up, then what you do immediately, you look at whether you can reduce the time, why it's going that, and what are the risks involved. In fact, because of that, so you visit that, you need to integrate. So the project deliverables may also need integrating with the ongoing operation for the performing organization. Once the project is completed, when it is going for the operation or when you get into a manufacturing, again you need to integrate certain of the concepts of the project which you have developed into the operation, in fact. So there's again the project manager need to integrate from the requesting organization. I think that's what, in many of the software companies, they send their engineers to go and implement that new software they have developed. Am I right? To an operating company, isn't it, Steve? I think you are familiar with those things, correct?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, that's what they do. So the long-term strategic planning that takes future problems and opportunities into consideration. In fact, they will place their engineers. Many times I have seen in many companies till the system become acclimatized for the operating company when they introduce a new system. In fact, that's what it is. So it's all integration. So the project integration management also includes activities needed to manage project documents to ensure consistency with the project management plan. One thing about the project management is that you will see enormous amount of documents gets generated in the project life. Am I right? You must be familiar with those things.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
What could be the reason for that? You see, if it's a personal project in your home project, or for example, in personal life, you can only answer to your family members if something goes wrong. But in an environment, project environment, in an organization, we are responsible for various stakeholders and for your sponsors, your team members. Am I right? There are a lot of stakeholders are involved in that. And as a project manager, it is always good to generate documents. Correct? Am I right? Because if something goes wrong for any project, then what happens to ultimately the project manager will be held responsible for the failure. He is the first one to get accused. But if you have generated sufficient documents, sufficient data, sufficient all information available to various stakeholders, then in such cases, it will help the project manager to argue on those things that, I have taken the right decision. I have get the approval from the required people. I have kept everybody informed in the loop, in fact. If still something goes wrong, so that means they're all aware of it, in fact. So it will also help the project manager to save the skin when something goes wrong with the project, in fact. Otherwise, normally the project manager life is so hectic. Yeah, if everything goes wrong, suddenly they will blame the project manager. Am I right? You must have experienced it, Steve. Sometimes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Correct.
More times than you would.
Yeah, yeah. He's the easy one to blame. In fact, you put all the blame on the project manager. So how does he come out of that? Yeah. Uh, how does it come out of that? If we have the proper documentation, correct? I have taken the required approvals. I have kept everybody informed. Then, at least he can save his skin, in fact. Correct? You're right.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, you draw stakeholders into the decision making, the incremental decision making process, and along the way, it gets to that, potentially gets to that failure point. Yeah.
Absolutely right. So that's one of the reason you need to generate. That's one aspect. The other aspect is that everybody has to be kept informed. The various stakeholders should be aware what is happening in the project. That's one of the reason you generate so much of documents everywhere. Then integration can be between the two processes. For example, you have execution process, you have monitoring and control. So you need to integrate that. Project and performing organization. I gave you the example. Once the project is done, the operating company or who is going to use that project, you need to integrate from the operations perspective. And the project objectives itself, what are the main reasons why you are taken up the project, what cost benefits is going to get the organization, in fact, in what time frame you are going to get that, these are all various objectives for the project, and you need to integrate those things also. It's not that, you found a new product, if it is not launched in time in the market, if it doesn't, for example, reach certain customers, then again, that project could be a failure. The very purpose of inventing a new product may get failure if it is, because speed to time market is very important today. So you need to integrate all those things. In fact, that's the importance of the integration. So the first process here, we talk about the develop project charter. The project charter is one which authorizes the project manager to go ahead with the project, in fact. This is normally signed by your sponsors. So once a sponsor decides to go ahead with the project, he will take a project charter. It's the one that is an official document letter that, Mr. Steve, you have been appointed to take up this project, and you get all the required resources in terms of financial resources, in terms of human resources, in terms of physical resources. So it is like an authorization letter given to the project manager to go ahead with the project. In fact, that is the purpose of one of the importance of the develop project charter. The project charter will have the business documents, the business case, the benefit management plan, agreements, enterprise environmental factors, and organization process assets, which I explained to you in detail. I want to repeat that. But let's discuss something. What is a business case? In fact, are you familiar with the business case, Steve? Anytime you have a developed business case?
Sure.
Yeah. What it contains broadly? Can you just recollect?
For us, in our instance, a business case would be an RFP.
Yeah.
The contract documents, the purpose for providing the unique product.
Correct. Excellent. Okay. That's great. So business case, first and foremost, we'll have a business need. Why are we taking up this project? This is the first and foremost need, business need of the project. For example, why the business need comes, one, it could be your market requirement. Am I right? That could be one business need. Let's say, for example, a company, Toyota is manufacturing automobile cars. There might be a need for an electrical car, because that is what is happening today. In fact, most of the companies are going in for electrical car. It's a business need today to grow in the automobile industry today. Am I right? People are moving from petrol variant, diesel variant to electrical cars today. Am I right? So a need for an electrical car could be a business need for an automobile company. Customer need. For example, in the car, the vehicles, about 5-7 years back, nobody thought about having the airbags in the cars. Am I right? Nobody thought about seat belts, for example. Those things, they found that after so many accidents, the customer felt there should be a need for airbags or for the seat belts, so it will protect the impact of any accident. So it was a customer need the company started it. For example, if you are familiar with the Pepsi and Coca-Cola soft drinks, they came out with 0 calories or low diet Coke. Am I right? You are very familiar with those things. It was a customer need. Why to burn so much calories, when we drink the regular Coke? So let me have diet-free Coke or 0 calories Coke. So it was a customer need. That's how the company came out with different variants of Coke. Today you will have about 10 to 12 variants of different Cokes or Pepsi for that. Even toothpaste you take, you will find so many variants of toothpaste today. One for the gums, one for the teeth, one for whitening, in fact. So these are all the customer needs that the company realized there is an opportunity, and they came out with different projects. There could be a social need also for any project. For example, social need like health projects, which you are doing that, it could be a social need for a company, in fact. Housing, education, for example, building in a remote or a village places, building a college or a hospital. It also could be a social need that many times the organization do take up projects. In India, you must have heard about the toilets. In fact, after the BJP government came, there was a massive, focus on the toilets in the rural markets, rural villages. In fact, because in India, you'll be surprised, many parts in the villages, they did not have the toilets for to do their morning thing. They used to do the defecation in the open fields. So it was not hygiene. So the government realized it. And today, they have built massive number of toilets in many, many villages. And they have a plan by 2020 or 2021 that every village, every corner of India will have this toilet facility, in fact. So that is a social need. That also a project that can be taken up. Technological requirement, that could be another. For example, today there are several examples like high operating system, your technology where, for example, the mobiles are going from 4G to 5G to 6G. In fact, they're working that. Web cameras, in fact, for example, that could be another technological requirement. There are hundreds of examples we can give for the technological requirements. Organization growth strategy could be another business need. For example, market share. We want to increase a particular market percentage of market share. So they come out with the different variants of that. That could be another need, in fact. Then ecological needs. Today, I'm sure you're familiar with the organic foods everywhere. Am I right? That market is growing very well.
Yeah.
You use products which has used less fertilizer or chemicals. We try to buy such products today. Am I right? So ecological need, also a need, in fact. So these are all the business needs will be the part of your business case. So the first and foremost is that to justify that why we are taking up this project, then you come out with various business needs and you justify that by doing this project, it is going to help the organization by so much, in fact, in terms of market share or in terms of tangible, in terms of revenue generation, or in terms of social needs, that our company's image will go up by taking up this ecological needs or by meeting the social needs, in fact. So these are all the part of the business case. Then the second document important is the benefit management plan. Benefit management plan is that by doing this project, how much the organization is going to get benefit. So what are the PMI? You talk about the KPIs, key performance indicators. What are the metrics? How do you, for example, the market share, the impact? What is the guideline for that? At present, we are having 20% market share. By doing this project, by introducing the new product, it may go up by another 3%. So you will have a benefit management plan very clearly documented within the project document. And also, who are the people who are going to handle this, in fact, their roles and responsibilities. All those things are clearly mentioned in the benefit management plan. Various agreements, as you clearly mentioned, in fact, because the procurement that you do, you outsource certain things. It could be people, it could be equipments, it could be materials. So you'll have a agreement with the different vendors, and that also will be part of your input, in fact. So enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets, which we explained, which we discussed very clearly in the previous session, I'm sure it will be also part of the input, in fact. So what are the tools and techniques you already talk about? The expert judgment. Expert judgment, I explained to you, they are the subject matter experts who are, for example, you need to take the help of financial expert, or you need to take the help of HR expert. In fact, they're all available, and within the organization, if they're not available, then what you do is you outsource them, in fact. So the expert judgment is also very important tools and technique for the project success. Steve, are you familiar with the data gathering techniques like brainstorming, focus groups? Are you familiar with those things?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, great. Interviews. We'll quickly go through those things. And what you get is from this process is the project charter and the assumption log. Assumption log is every project you assume certain things, in fact. Am I right? This number of resources are available for this project. This amount of equipments are required. These are all the various assumptions that you will have when you develop the project charter. So you need to have that assumption log also. Assumption log is you keep on entering all the various assumptions for the project and you get a project charter as an output, in fact. Now let's quickly go through some of the tools and techniques, which I already explained to you about the expert judgment. So the business case, again, I was just explained to you, it could be a market requirement, it could be your customer need, it could be a social need, technological requirement, your OPA and your ecological, your organization growth strategy and various things. And business analysts in the company perform the cost benefit analysis also. Once you decide about this, then you have your financial expert. They say that this is the cost involved for this project and this is the benefit we are going to get the benefit. Only when your cost benefit analysis is approved by your sponsor, they will give a approval to go ahead with this project. That's what it normally happens. Correct? Am I right? That's right.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So then these are all the benefit management plan, which I was just trying to explain. It identifies the timeline and the tools and resources necessary to ensure the benefits are fully realized. It will have metrics. It will have the key KPIs, key performing indicators, and how you measure the benefits. You'll have the roles and responsible. Who are the people are responsible for it? Who are the people have to be, need approval, and what is the roles are clearly mentioned there, and how the resulting benefits and capabilities will be transitioned into operational state to achieve the benefits. When you find out, when you invent a new project in our new product, in fact, it gets into manufacturing, and also that operational state, in fact, to achieve the benefits, and how the resulting capabilities will be transitioned to the individuals, groups, or organization responsible for sustaining the benefits. Then processes for determining the extent to which each project or program benefit is achieved prior to formal closure. This is a clear document which is very, very important. In the initial stage of the project, it has to be clearly documented with the clarity of people, of the roles and responsibilities, the metrics and the KPIs. So that will help to compare why this project was taken up. Did we achieve the required objective? So this is a benefit management plan. In your organization, do you prepare such things? The project charter and the benefit management plan or the business need? I think you must be doing it, am I right?
Yes, but maybe not as structured as it's outlined here.
Okay, that's right. So this is one of the biggest advantage by doing the certification, Steve, that you will get lot of structured templates. And if you download these templates and make use of them in your current project, you will get a lot of clarity. You'll understand much better what is happening. The people also, your team members also will appreciate that we are doing it in a very systematic manner, in fact. So I would request you to download some of these templates. There is one project management project, and I can give you some slide, the websites where you can download many of these things, in fact, and that will be very, very useful, these templates, so that you will not miss out any important things.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So some of the tools and technique which I was talking about, the data gathering technique, the brainstorming. Brainstorming is nothing but, of course, you are very familiar with the generating the ideas. You call your team members, your stakeholders, or sometimes even customers, and you brainstorm over the project, so you get new ideas. In fact, that's the brainstorming. Focus group, again, it is a subject matter experts. You call the selected people who participate in a planned discussion intent to elicit information of a particular topic. Suppose you are doing some project on a software. Let's say that you are working on a wireless project. In fact, you call the subject matter experts and discuss with them. They are the focus group, so that they are aware of the fully aware of the knowledge about all the Wi-Fi, in fact. So they give and you generate ideas. It's a focus group, in fact. Interview, of course, a very common thing. It's a one-to-one. And in fact, you start interacting. An interview is a one-to-one conversation between an interviewer and an interviewee. So that's it. Some of the interpersonal skills, that's also the tools and technique a project manager should have is the conflict management. Steve will agree with me that whenever the people are there, there are bound to be conflicts. Am I right?
Hello.
Correct. There cannot be any situation without conflicts if 5 people are there. Am I right? You agree? Hello?
Hello.
Hello, are you there, Steve? Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry. I dropped off for a minute.
Okay. Sometimes it gets disconnected. I think probably some network issues. I don't know. It's right. Okay. So I was talking about the conflict management. I'm sure you must be very familiar with the conflicts in your organization. Many times, does conflicts arises?
Oh gosh, yes, absolutely.
A lot of, I think, it's because whenever the people are involved, team members are there, they'll have diverse, they'll have a difference of opinion. They may, am I right? All those reasons for the conflicts.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
What's the major reason in your the conflicts comes in your experience? Of course, we'll discuss in detail in the resource management. But what are the major reasons for conflicts?
Generally, for us, it's it usually is something to do with scope or schedule.
Scope or schedule? Okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
Even according to the PMI, the schedule is the #1 reason for conflicts, it seems. When the schedule priority changes, then the conflicts is bound to happen. That's #1 reason for conflicts according to the PMI. Of course, there are several reasons. It could be the cultural differences, the communication. It could be how the PM handles the team members. All those things are there. There are several reasons, but one of the major reason is the schedule. In fact, correct. For any project, let's say there are 90 days to be completed. Suppose your sponsor says, no, I need this to be done within 75 days, the conflict starts, correct?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was it. So is a limiting conflict management is how you can negate these conflicts while increasing the positive effects of that. We will discuss in detail in the resource management, what are the techniques to handle the conflicts, why it arises, how that can be handled. So the aim of conflict management is to enhance the learning of group outcomes, including the effectiveness of the performance organization setting. Of course, I'm sure you are familiar with the felicitation. Is basically you need to recognize and rewards your team members, in fact, on a regular basis. You appreciate the contribution they have made. These are all the part of the interpersonal skills. Good meeting management. How often you have meetings in your company, Steve? How often you meet?
Internally,
Yeah.
Internally, we've got a meeting once a week per
Once a
job.
week? Okay.
And then once a week with the client.
With the client, in fact. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure the meeting management techniques, like you will have an agenda for the meeting. Then once the meeting is over, you send you circulate what we discussed and who all have attended the meetings. And sometimes even for your stakeholders, your sponsors, even if it's not part of the meeting, you will be sending the minutes of the meeting. Am I right? So these are all some of the good.
That depends. That depends. In internal meetings, generally we keep them internally.
Okay.
Because sometimes we don't want the stakeholders.
Yeah.
To
no,
everybody likes sausage, but nobody likes to see how it gets made. You know what I mean?
Correct. That's a good one. That's right. Yeah.
So yeah. We don't hide.
Okay.
But we don't we don't let them see us making the sausage sometimes, if you can understand that.
Yeah, absolutely right. We don't disclose all the unwanted information also. It's not required. Correct. Yeah, absolutely right.
Sure,
So,
absolutely.
yeah. So that will be a part of your communication strategy. Again, in fact, what to disclose, when to disclose, how much to disclose the information, at what level to disclose, all those things you will have a strategy for that communication, how you engage or manage your stakeholders. In fact, that itself is a knowledge area we'll discuss about it. That's good one. You're right. Absolutely right. So the meeting management also plays an important role improving the communication. Sometimes, what happens, your interpersonal relationship, teamwork. Sometimes, we have seen in many projects, the junior members, if there are many problems, they don't escalate the issues. Am I right? They try to hide certain information. Correct? Because they
Oh yeah.
out of fear,
Yeah.
for example, if I tell this, what will happen to me, like that, they don't escalate the issues. But another side of not escalating the issues is that if it is not handled in the initial stages, tomorrow it can become a major issue, correct? At a later stage.
Absolutely.
So,
Sure.
the meeting management also should be good, that how you make your team members to escalate or inform the right information at the right time. That's also a part of the meeting management technique. In fact, it's very, very important, because I have seen in my own companies which I worked, when I started my career, for example, about 30 years, 35 years back, we used to scared to tell any problems to our superiors. In fact, we are scared actually of losing the job, or they will fire me openly. All such things used to happen actually. But later on, I realized that if I told that problem at that particular stage, probably the problem could have been in a very small one. They would have solved it rather than it becoming a bigger problem at a later stage. Correct. So
Sure.
all such things, it's very important that how you encourage your team members to open and tell the problems or the issues in the beginning itself. It's all part of the meeting management technique. So these are all some of the tools and techniques: the data gathering, the brainstorming, focus group, interview. There is one more, nominal group is also there. There are then few other things, which we'll discuss in the following slides. These are all some of the tools and techniques. Why I'm telling you that these are all the common tools and techniques which we keep coming in many processes. So once we understand these things very clearly, so in different processes, probably it gets repeated. So this is the project charter. A project charter, as I told you, is a living document outlining the issues, the targets and framework, and the process improvement effort. So what the charter contains is a problem statement: why this project is taken up, what is the reason, what initiated or what instigated to take up this project. Based on that, you make a business case. Suppose you are losing a market share. Suppose you are inventing a new product. There is an opportunity for that. First, you write a problem statement. By not doing this, in fact, our organization may suffer in terms of revenue, or in terms of growth, or in terms of market, in terms of our wherever status. In fact, first you define this problem statement. Then you make a business case, which I just explained. The business case contains the business need. Why we are taking up this project? Is it a technical requirement? Is it a social need? Is it other commercial requirements? So you make a business need of that. Then you make a goal statement. Goal statement, the target process or the measurement. By doing this project, we are going to achieve this benefit. This is our goal. So you make a goal statement, followed by a timeline. This project, you should start this date and you should end this date, because the definition of a project, which we discussed, is a temporary endeavor, which will have a timeline, starting date and the end date. Then what is the scope of the project? What is in end and what is not there, in fact? That scope also clearly mentioned. This is very, very important. If the scope is not mentioned clearly, then you can lead to scope creep, in fact. So that also should be there. Then who are all the team members involved, in fact? The team people who all participate in the project. This is all the project charter it contains. As I told you, project charter is signed by your project sponsor. In the examination, see, there might be a question in the project charter, who signs the project charter? So they'll give you 4 options. It could be sponsor, project manager, team member, or a customer. Suppose they gave the 4 options. The right answer should be always your sponsor is one who signs the project charter. Not your customer, it is the project sponsor who signs the project charter. Is it clear on this? Because you can expect 1 or 2 questions on project charter. That's the reason I'm trying to spend some extra time on this. Any doubts on this?
No,
it's clear?
No,
Any
no,
doubts?
Okay,
I
think I'm pretty good on the project charter.
Yeah, okay, great. That's right. So once the project charter is signed, so this is how the project charter look. This is a template you can download if you want, or you can take a picture of this. It is very useful. Are you using any project charter in your company? Do you use?
No.
No, in fact, yeah. So this will help you, for example, for your existing project, if you make one like this, that will be your sponsor will also appreciate that. Project name, you'll have a project description, who is the project manager, the date approved by your sponsor, project sponsor's name, then they sign, and the business case, the reason that you business need that you clearly mention here. What are the expected goals and deliverables you are going to achieve this? And who are all the team members, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and their role? What are the risk and constraints of this project? This will also, if you define what are the risks that, on the constraints you will have, and what are the key milestones? As I told you, in a construction project, for example, foundation could be a milestone, am I right? It's an important milestone in any construction project. Then putting up the roof could be another important milestone. Then putting up the wall could be another important milestone. So various milestones also you clearly mentioned, in fact. This is about the brief about the project chart. So what I would request you, Steve, is that as we go along, some of the concepts, on these things, you start discussing these things with your team members also. So they will also like it, and that means your whole team, you're preparing them for the project management to skills and knowledge, in fact. And by the way, you will also remember these concepts very clearly, and from the examination perspective, it will help you to answer those questions. And from the industry knowledge and industry perspective, it will help you to do your project very well also. Do you agree with me on this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So try to download this, take a picture of this, and tomorrow as a homework, probably you can write it down, your present project which you're doing. Just practice it by putting all this data into that. So you will get familiarized with the project charter. And I'm sure your organization also will help you by doing this. Correct? That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Great. So once you develop the project charter, the next process is the develop project management plan. You see, we are going through in a sequence. I hope you understand. For example, this is the thing. The first one is the integration management. The first process is the develop project charter. In fact, once this charter is developed, then you do the develop project management plan. Are you with me on this? Can you see this slide? Correct?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, great. So we'll go to the develop project management plan. It is a most important document developing the project management plan. It is a comprehensive project plan that it tells you that how the project is executed, how it is planned, and how it is monitored and controlled, and how it is closed. So it is a very comprehensive project management plan, a document in fact. So what are the inputs here? You will have the project charter. You see, the project charter is the output of the previous process which we discussed. As I told you that every process will have some inputs, will have the tools and techniques, and you will have the output. So the output of develop project charter will become the input for the develop project management plan. Are you with me on this? Correct?
Sure. Yeah.
So
Yep.
this is the flow. I request you to, you see, you cannot memorize or you cannot mug up all these things. It's not possible. There are 49 processes. There are 130 tools and techniques. And as a project manager, the PMI does not expect you to memorize all these things. But what is important is you need to understand the flow of it. So as I explained to you, every process will have input, will have tools and technique, and you will have an output. The input of the project charter, after doing certain tools and technique, you will get an output, that is the project charter, and that project charter will become the input for your developing the project management plan. So the project charter will have the various, for example, timelines, it will have the cost factor, it will have the major assumptions, the risk involved, it is signed by the project sponsor. So that is a project charter, which is a very important document. It will also have the output from other processes. Other processes, for example, you have got 10 knowledge areas. There are 49 processes in that. So you will have lot of outputs from other processes. I will explain you in the following slide. Enterprise environmental factors and the organization processes are these two common inputs that which comes in the many processes. Then the tools and technique, you have data gathering, which I just explained to you in detail. You'll have brainstorming. You'll have a checklist is what all the various things that you need to follow in the checklist. In fact, for this project, you will have a comprehensive list of that. That is a checklist. The focus group, I just explained that they are the subject matter experts, and the interviews or the one-to-one interview, you talk to them and get the required information. These are all the data gathering techniques. Then you will have interpersonal, which I just explained to you, the conflict management. The conflicts are bound to be there, how you handle those conflicts. Then meeting management and techniques. These are all some of the common tools and techniques you have, and you get an output of project management plan. What this project management plan contains, this is the other, for example, it will have a scope management plan. You'll have the requirement management plan. Requirement management plan is you collect from the various stakeholders, your customers, what all you require to achieve this project. So that is a comprehensive list of all the requirements that you do the project in fact. Then you have a schedule management plan. Schedule management plan is what is the time frame. We'll discuss in detail about that. We'll have a cost management plan, quality, resource, communication, risk, procurement, stakeholders. And most important, you will also have the change management plan. Because any project, you will have the changes keep happening. How do you manage those changes? How do you prepare for these changes? Because normally the changes, the resistance come from the people, am I right? They are the one who gets always opposed for any changes. Correct? You agree with me in that, Steve?
Sure. Yeah.
So how do you handle the changes? And any change request comes, what do? You have to go through, as I told you, the change control board, where you, before that you analyze by doing this change, what impact it will have on the cost, it will have on schedule, it will have on the scope. You analyze that and you manage that. The configuration management, various configurable items, how you manage that. There are three important baselines you will have in any project. One is the scope baseline, second is the schedule baseline, and the third one is the cost baseline. In fact, these are again the triple constraints baseline. So this is also very important as a part of your project management plan. Then you will have the performance measurement baseline, that you will have the measurement of each project success, how you are evaluating that success. So you'll have a measurement baseline. Then project life cycle description, whether you are following the predictive life cycle or an adaptive life cycle, that is the development approach you take. In fact, these are all the part of your project management plan. So it is a very comprehensive, detailed plan. It's an important document, and you will be going through this document very often to update the documents also, in fact. So project management plan, it drives you that how the project is planned, it's executed, monitor, control, and closed, in fact. Then you'll have about 33 project documents. I don't know how many you are already familiar with that. I will keep explaining. Activity attributes and activity list, what all you do for the project, various things, you discuss. You'll have the assumption log. What are the key assumptions that you have kept for this project? Availability of resources, availability of equipments, availability of the materials. So various things you assume that, that before you take up the project. Then you'll also have the basis of estimates. Basis of estimate that you will have a rationale that I require so many people to do this particular task. On what basis you are arriving that? Number of hours I require to complete this task. So I require so many number of hours. So you have a rationale for the basis. So that is the basis of estimates. Then the change log, as I told you that any project you will have lot of change requests keep coming. In the change log, whether the change is accepted or not, you will enter those change requests. Who has raised this change? Probably I'll have a change log. I'll just show it to you so that you can understand better. Probably in the next slide, I'll try to explain to you that change log, how it looks like.
Sure.
Change log is you'll be entering all the required information that who has raised this change, in fact, when it got received, when it got approved, and what things. So all those things you'll be mentioning that. Then the cost estimate is another important thing. We'll discuss in detail in the cost knowledge area, all this cost forecast and duration of estimate in this schedule area. The issue log, again, who raises the issues. In fact, at various stages of the project, you'll have various issues. Who raised it and how did we solve that? Who solved that issue? In fact, that issue log also will be mentioned. Lessons learned register, as I explained to you that every project you will have various lessons we learned out of that. How the project went off, why there was some issues, how did we solve that? So you keep entering the lessons learned. That also will be an important document. Then milestone list, as I explained to you that many projects will have different milestones, and you will be mentioning this key milestone list. Physical resource assignments, you will have the various equipments that you require to complete a project. So you'll be mentioning it very clearly that when the requirement was done, when it got assigned, those details. The project calendars, every project will have the time frame. In fact, you will have the time frame, starting date, ending date, availability of resources, all those things will be mentioning that. Then project communication, as we just discussed a couple of minutes back, that what information should be given to whom, which customer or which stakeholders, at what level, what detail we need to give, all those things will be again the project communication. Project schedule, again, now it's a form of that, the starting date, ending date of different phases or different activities that will be the part of the project schedule. Project schedule network diagram, we will discuss in detail in the schedule management, is a very, very interesting one. I'm sure you will like that. Then scope statement and team assignments. You have a team members, what role each team member they play. In fact, what are their responsibility, what are their roles, what are the designations, all those things. Scope statement is that what it contains, what it is within the scope, what is not within the scope, all those things are clearly mentioned. Then your quality control measurements, how do you measure your quality? In fact, those measurements, those metrics also will be having it. Then quality report, in fact, and you will be informing to your sponsors or the key stakeholders about the quality issues, how many defects are there, how many have passed. In fact, all those information will be giving in a form of a report. Then requirements documentation, as I told you that we collect lot of details from your customers, from your team members for the project. So you'll have a requirements documentation, you document it very clearly. Requirement traceability matrix, I have a slide for that. You see, this is a requirement traceability matrix. As we discussed, every project will have thousands of documents. In fact, am I right? And how do you get the required documents, in fact? So you need to have some codes for that, and you will have a traceability metrics. And here is one example like that. Business requirement, you will have a 1, 2, you will have used in which business case, the reservation model or the payment module. Then you will have the functional requirement user case, then whether the document is priority, then test case document. Like this, you can customize according to your requirement. This is one template for all flight booking application. Then probably you can customize it to your according to your requirement and make use of it. In fact, this is a standard template available in the PMI website, so no, you can download it wherever you want. So this is a sample of requirement traceability metrics. Have you any time used such things in your company, Steve?
Well, I mean, we use submittal registers. So yeah, there's
okay,
something.
Great.
It's something like this.
Yeah. Sometimes it may not be so complicated. It can be a very simple one also. According to your requirement, you can do the same. That's
right. Right. Sure.
Well, but a pretty useful template. You can. I'm sure. I'm glad that you're already using is that.
Right.
So then you have resource breakdown structure. Resource breakdown structure is your physical resources, the equipments, the materials, when you want it, how frequently you need it, and people. Who are all the people involved in all the human resources? We will have a resource breakdown structure. Then resource calendars, the people available in various, we of course will discuss in more in detail about resource calendar, resource breakdown structure in human resources or resource knowledge area. Then risk register and the risk report. This is also very important. Risk, you have to be continuously, the risk, in fact, it is not just only in the beginning of the risk will happen. At various stages, the risk keep happening, am I right? So you keep updating that risk register. And you will also make a risk report and send it to your sponsors or the concerned stakeholders. You'll have scheduled data. Scheduled data will have when this activity taken up, how many days it took. Against, for example, the planned, is there any deviation? All those details will be form of the scheduled data. Then schedule forecast. For example, now you are mentioning me in the morning that 270 days was the plan, but it is going to take about 500 days plus. So you'll have a schedule forecast for that. Am I right? You would have taken certain assumptions and you would have arrived at that figure. So that schedule forecast, you have already informed your sponsor regarding that, Steve, that it's going to take so many days.
Yeah, actually, I've got a meeting down in North Carolina on Tuesday with them.
Oh, is it?
So yeah,
okay.
we're
You're going to discuss that issue on that day? Oh, very good. Okay, okay.
Yeah, yes.
North Carolina, where is it? Raleigh or which place? Which part of North Carolina?
Salisbury. It's
Salisbury. Okay, okay, great.
North of Charlotte, northeast of Charlotte.
Okay. Okay, okay, great. That's right. You travel California side anytime or where you found? No.
I don't get out to the West Coast very often. Most of my work is east of the Mississippi.
Mississippi. Okay, okay, East Coast. Okay, great. I just wanted to ask you, curious, you find any cultural differences from one region to another region, the working habits, all those things you find?
Honestly, construction people are construction people. I've worked.
Okay. Hard work, yeah, that's right.
I've worked the north, the south, the east, the west. I think that there's a significant difference between the north and the south when it comes to skilled trades. But by and large, we're all pretty much the same kind of people.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's
I enjoy my travel. I enjoy the people that I get to meet when I'm out.
Excellent. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I can make out that you are good in people management. That's good. Very nice and good. Yeah.
Well, that's people is probably the biggest part of our business. You know, without them,
correct,
without understanding their side of the story, without understanding, you know, the trade people and the small business. Most of our business owners are the, you know, they're the ma and pa, the kitchen table.
Correct, absolutely.
Little contractors that are, you know, half a dozen, maybe a dozen people. And then sometimes we get into bigger companies.
Bigger company, correct, But ultimately, people matter, right? It's ultimately people matter.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's
in fact
the human interface that is most important.
Right. Yeah, you may have a lot of computers, you may have a technology, but ultimately, people have to deliver that. Correct. No, that's right. So that's one of the reasons why PMI is moving towards that. As I told you, the exam content. They're moving towards the people-oriented or the process that gives a lot of importance in the examination, and that's how it's going to be the project management in future. You're absolutely right. I really appreciate that observation. That's right. Yesterday, just to tell you, yesterday, you know, the India tried, have read the news or anything, you know, on the net. The Chandrayaan moon mission, India, I was exploring that for a long time. And they spent quite a lot of money, and it's always in the net, you can see that. They spent a lot of money on that. And yesterday was there, finally, it was supposed to land in moon, that mission. But unfortunately, there was some last minute technical glitch, so it could not land. What the Prime Minister did, you know, yesterday, you know, the whole night he was with the scientist, the ISRO, that is the Indian Space Research Organization in Bangalore. He was there throughout the night with the scientist. And when it failed, in fact, you know, what he did, he gave an excellent speech to all the scientists, pepped them up. As a prime minister, he was there whole night with the team members. And, you know, he recognized that, you know, okay, it happens. Failure is the success of foundation. The way he spoke to the scientist was so inspiring, in fact. Why I giving this example is the people ultimately the matters for any work or any mission, in fact. So that's the reason, I guess. Probably in the net, you know, when you get some time, you can go through that. It's a very important mission that India, unfortunately, could not do that. The last, you know, the 2.1 kilometers, it missed the range, in fact, 2.1 kilometers. Just imagine, after reaching that moon, in fact, in 2.1 kilometer, there was a small technical glitch, so they could not, it could not upload, and the communication was lost between the satellite and the Earth. So
the important thing is that they continue on with their quest to get to space.
That's what the Prime Minister has told the scientist. We are with you, whatever happens. I'm with you. You know, that as a PM, as a country president talks to them, that will give them a lot of inspiration, am I right? And usually what happens, some leaders, they are there only when something goes well, in fact. Everybody try to take the credit. But if something goes wrong, you know, they take a backseat, correct? They try to put the blame on the team. That's what happens in most of the areas. Yes, correct. That's right.
Yeah, one of the places I am fortunate to work in every once in a while is NASA.
NASA, great.
I've worked at, we've done projects over at NASA Glenn Research Center in Cleveland, and right on their sign out front, it's pretty inspirational. Underneath NASA, it says "For the good of all mankind."
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's a great place to work also, in fact, NASA. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah. And fun people to work with. They're
that's right.
More technically minded.
Very dedicated.
They know what they want.
Yeah,
very dedicated. Absolutely very dedicated.
Yes. That's right. I have some couple of friends, you know, their parents, their father, they worked. I know how dedicated they are, in fact. It's always 24/7, 365 days. and it's like that. They
Sure.
put their they work above their family. That's how they work. In fact, that's right.
Yeah.
It's like that. Great, that's good. So coming back to this stakeholder register, of course, we'll discuss, and the team charter and the test and evaluation document. These are all some of the important documents in this project management. How familiar with these documents? Have you used most of them, or some of them at least, in your projects?
Some of them.
Some of them you've used.
Some of them.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, a lot of times, most of these documents for us,
yeah,
are not generally formalized.
Okay.
And not. I mean, some of them are combined, and like I said, like the stakeholder register.
Yeah. Okay.
Team charter, stuff
Yeah.
like that. It may not necessarily be a formalized document.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Particularly if it's a small team, that you're handling, it may not be required. That's right. Yeah, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But suppose you're handling a large team of 50 people, 100 people, or some projects will have thousands of people, in fact, then probably this register, the team charter, all those things are very important. Even resource calendars are very important. Right? Suppose,
Yeah. Sure.
yeah. Just to give an example, suppose you are having any projects in Dubai, let's say, in fact, in Gulf countries, suppose if projects are running, you know that, in Gulf countries, Fridays, they don't work. It's a holiday for them, correct? So you know that, the Friday, those resources are not available. Suppose you need any information on Friday, you may not get it because it's a holiday for them, but they work on Saturday and Sunday. So sometimes, you schedule it accordingly. All those these techniques, the resource calendars will help you when you are doing large projects with a lot of people involved in the project. It's very important. I understand for a smaller project. Again, we're talking about the tailoring these concepts. That means, you are tailoring it according to your requirement. That is the skill of a project manager, again, in fact. You don't require such large documents for smaller projects, but that doesn't mean that in the larger projects you don't require these things. So that's what the call the project manager has to take, depending upon the size or the complexity of the project. That's right.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, great. Because we'll be keep visiting this some of these documents and some of the project management plan in almost all process. So I thought let's spend some time to understand these things. So that's the reason. Correct. Okay.
Sure.
So once you develop the project charter, so I request you to follow the flow. You develop the project charter. Then after developing the project charter, you develop the project management plan. The third process in the integration management is the direct and manage project. So what is the, just to flow understand, you have the project charter. That means you know what exactly you need to do. You have the scope, you have the brief scope, you know the resources are available, you know the people. Then you have developed the project management plan. Then the third process is naturally you need to execute the plan. Am I right? So direct and manage project man is the executing that what you have planned for the project. That is the flow, in fact. So what are the inputs you require? The previous process project management plan output will become your input, in fact, for this process. So as I told you, the project management plan, you will have all these things: scope management, requirements management plan, schedule management plan. All those things will be there. It will be the part of the execution. Then your project documents like change log. Change log, as I told you, that change log will have both the approved changes and not approved changes. That means any change which comes from your customer or from anybody, that those changes are logged or those changes are documented in the change log. This is very important, in fact. So change log is very important to remember. It will also have the unapproved or not approved change request also apart from the change request. Then lessons learned register is a very important document from your previous projects. In fact, what are the key lessons that you have learned? In fact, you will go through that. The milestone list, which I just explained you that in every project will have important milestones. So it's good to know that what are those key milestones and what are the dates for that. That project communication, again, we are repeating that. Project schedule, requirement traceability metrics, I just explained. The approved change request. This is one thing, I want to spend some time. You see, this is the approved, just come to that. Probably I'll come to that in a minute. Once the change requests are done, then probably you will have the approved change request. In fact, all the changes go through that, it will become the approved change request. So the change control, it has to go through the change control board. Once the change control board approves it, it will become the approved change request. In your company, do you have any control boards, or who normally approves any changes, Steve?
Well, the approval comes from the client.
From the client.
Once we propose that change.
Okay.
Generally speaking, we'll get a request for proposal if there's an issue that comes up, and that formalizes the request on their end.
Okay.
We'll go through the process of looking at the schedule and the scope and the cost with their subcontractors.
The triple constraints. Okay.
Pardon me?
Okay. That's called triple constraints. You analyze those impact of that. Am I right? That's great. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. We'll analyze those and compile them into an RFP response.
Okay.
And that goes back to the owner or the owner's representative, and they're the ones that either approve it or we go into further negotiations.
Excellent. Yeah, you are following an excellent call. Absolutely. That's what the project management, that's how it is. It's great. So you're already following that system. So that will become the approved change request, will become the input. Because only after getting the approval, in fact, you start executing that again. Am I right? That's the process we follow.
Correct.
Then you will have your enterprise environmental and organization processes. These are the two common inputs in most of the process, which I just explained. Then you have the tools and technique is your expert judgment for a particular, so for example, any area that you take the help of these expert judgments. Then you will have the project management information system. I'm sure you must be, your company also having a PMI system. You follow this? You'll have a process, you'll have people organization, then PM software, PM information system, the tools. You have the PMIS in your company? I'm sure it must be, right?
Actually, no.
No, you don't have? Oh, I see. But what do you follow? You follow some Microsoft. You must be having some. How do you generate the ideas?
Typically we only use Microsoft
okay.
programs and output.
Okay.
And then for scheduling, I use P6.
Okay. Gantt chart, you must be using it for scheduling, all right? Gantt charts or the Excel sheet. Yeah, Gantt charts.
Gantt charts. I use Primavera.
Okay.
Primavera or Microsoft Project.
Microsoft Project. Okay, fine. That's right. Yeah. These are all your part of your PMIs, your project management information system. That's right.
Right.
Yeah, because without these things, it's very difficult to handle or manage the projects. Am I right? You need to have this, in fact.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it'd be impossible.
It's impossible. Absolutely right. It's like that. Particularly for a bigger projects, where lots of people involved, multi-locations, different stakeholders, and you need to have this system is very, very important. So then you have the PMIs, then you will have the outputs here. What outputs you get is the deliverables. So once these approved change request is approved, then you get the deliverables. In fact, then the work performance data. Work performance data is, there are three things in any projects. One is you have a data, then you have work performance information, then you will have the last one is the report. The data is the raw data. For example, you have spent $100 or you have, let's say it has taken 1 month. These are all just a data that you collect. When the data is compared with your planned one, it will become an information. Am I right? The data you need to compare with the planning. In fact, what planned? For example, it has taken 1 month. What was the plan? It should have taken only, let's say, it should have taken 20 days. It has taken 30 days. So that will become an information, in fact. So you are inferring that data to the required thing. And once that information becomes, then you will send it as a report to your stakeholders, to your sponsors or your customers, depending upon, again, the need basis, what information should be given. So that will become a report, in fact. So here, this you will get an output of a data, and this work performance data will become an input for the next process. You need to remember this, in fact. So the output, you get a work performance data, it will become an input from that. So the data is just an information which needs to be processed. It needs to be processed against your plans. So that will become the information, and that information you will be sending it to the various stakeholders. Then the issue log also gets updated, and change request is another thing. In fact, so the approved change request will become the change request. So here the project management plan, it keeps getting updated. Any component, all those things, which we discussed also gets updated. Then the major documents, activity list, assumption log, lessons learned, requirement documentation, stakeholder register, because during the process, what happened, you keep adding the different stakeholders. Am I right? For example, when you're doing the executing job, some new stakeholders may come, in fact. We need to get some approval from the regulatory. At that time, a new stakeholder may come into that picture, in fact. So you need to keep updating the stakeholders register. Then organization process assets also gets updated. This is the third process in the integration management. Any questions on this so far, Steve?
No.
Okay,
no,
great.
This falls in line with my what I've been doing for quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's good. You're able to relate now. What happens to me also is
sure.
when I was doing the projects, since I had not done at that time PMP, I didn't know many of these terminologies or concepts, but we were doing all these things. So now today I realize that, I did all these things in fact, but I didn't know the right terms for those things, in fact. Correct?
Sure.
We used to enter all these things in a notebook or anything, but probably we didn't know the terminologies. So I'm sure you'll be able to. You have done how many projects you've done so far? 100+ projects in your last 15, 20 years?
Oh, yeah, I've lost track of them.
You lost count, I think. Correct.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay.
Right.
What is the longest?
And I understand that this program is structured for the broad group of project management, and I have to understand that construction is a subset.
Subset, absolutely correct.
That broad group.
Correct.
So,
correct. Yeah. And you must have done several projects like this, and you would have followed all these things. Probably some terminologies or those things would have, and probably you would not have realized at that time. Correct? It's like that. That's right. Hello? Yeah. Hello? Are you with me? Hello? See?
Sorry, dropped off again. I'm back.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, no problem. This is another example of the PMIs. You'll have, for example, here your ERP system, your executive, how your PMO is connected. These are all the large complex projects, probably, like your customer, your contractor, your site manager. Then all these things, they get connected to your PMIs you have in your organization. Some information will be inflow, some will be outflow, in fact, for the connect fields like this. This is another example of PMIs, which is used in many companies.
Okay.
And what is the longest period of project you handled? One project which took a lot of time?
I finished, it was, I finished the project down at Lackland Air Force Base, which was, there were 4 separate projects on it. And it was a design build, probably 3 years.
Oh, 3 years. Oh, okay. Okay.
But it was design build. So we took it from the government's concept to completion.
Oh, okay, great. That's right. And what is the budget for the project? What is the money spent?
It started out at $11.5 million.
Oh, okay.
And got de-scoped a little bit because of government construction issues. You know, every time the administration changes, so do budgets.
Oh, okay.
So we work through those on the fly with our design.
Okay. So that's good. So there's a lot of overlapping and keep doing and coming back. It's like that. You know, that's right.
Yes. Yeah.
That's like that. 11.5 million project. Okay, 3 years. And how many team members you had? In fact, pretty large team you had.
It was a pretty decent sized team. We had a design group, which was 5 or 6 people, and then we had we had construction superintendents, quality control managers, site safety health people, and then subcontractor based. All in all, probably 25 members.
20K. What is the role of superintendents? What do they do? Superintendents, you mentioned a couple of times. What is their role?
They're the field level. They direct subcontractors.
Oh, okay. Subcontractor. Okay.
Yeah. Right. Their primary duty is to be the company representative on a day-to-day basis with subcontractors.
Apprise them what is happening.
And execute the work. Right.
Okay. Execute. Absolutely. Okay. They're called superintendents. Okay. Fine. That's got it.
Yep.
Great. Okay. So in your company, you might not have such a complex PMIs. Probably must be a simple one. I think that's right. It's like that.
The present company, yes, right, right. And right now there are a lot of computer-based.
Yeah, new tools have come.
Systems.
Yeah, correct.
That I'd like to get involved with. I'm just. Maybe not the right place at the right time right now. Procore is one of them. It's a good. It's a good
system. In fact,
information system.
Okay.
That bring a lot of the information technology under one roof. Right now, what we use is pretty much standalone programs.
Okay.
We'll use Excel spreadsheets for database work. Obviously, Microsoft Word for word processor work.
Okay.
And then there's a couple scheduling programs.
I see.
That we use.
Okay, great. That's nice. Okay, we'll move on. So this integration management, here if you look at it, this is one diagram, probably we'll revisit again, but we'll try to understand. This is one process, direct and manage project work. Then you'll have the work performance data, which I was just telling you that. It's a raw data. So this data, it goes through the various processes like validate scope, control scopes, control schedule. These are all some of the processes which we are going to discuss in different knowledge areas. And this data, when it goes through, it will become a work performance information. For example, this is the raw data you have put. Let's say, in fact, it goes through control cost. Let's say the raw data here, let's say it has costed you out of $2.5 million that for the project. So far, you have done 30% of the project work. So that means 30% of the project out of 2.5 million. So let's say that you have spent around 0.75 million of that. So this is the raw data that you compare with your work. It will become a work performance information. I should have spent so much. I have done 30% of the project so far. So 30% of the project, so far, that means I should have spent only out of 2.5, I would have spent 0.75 of million of that, but I have spent, let's say, $1 million. So that means, that information that you process is that you are spending more than what it is required. So that will become an information, in fact. Correct? You got it? So this information, once you have this information, then what you do, immediately you take corrective measures for that. You control, monitor and control you do, in fact. How it is happening actually, then you do some root cause analysis, you go through that and you try to control that, how you can reduce the cost, in fact, or so that, it will match your plan of cost baseline. This is a flow of how the work performance data go through various processes. It will become a work performance information. And once it becomes, after doing the monitoring and control, you generate the reports. In fact, this is how the data flows in an organization, in fact. So the executing process here, you will become the work performance data. The control processes, these are all the control processes, in fact, validate scope, control schedule. These are all the control scopes, in fact. So that will become the work performance information. And this work performance information, after doing the monitoring control, it will become the performance reports, in fact. This is the flow, and these reports you will be sending to your stakeholders, to your team members, and also the change control. If any information you require the change control, that also, it will become a form of report, in fact. This is the flow that is generally in the project environment, project management environment, it goes through, in fact. Got it, Steve? I hope it's very straightforward and easy to understand.
It is.
Yeah, great. So 3 things to remember. First one is the work performance data. Work performance data, when it goes through the control processes, it will become work performance information. And after doing the monitoring control, that information, it will become the reports, in fact. Because there could be some questions on this. That's the reason I request you to understand this flow clearly. I'm sure with your rich experience, it's easy to follow this. So the next process is the manage project knowledge. Actually, this is the new process that they've introduced in this year, 2017. They did introduce the project manage knowledge, in fact, because every project, you need to manage the knowledge. Let's try to understand that. So inputs, your project management plan is the key input. All components, that is your risk management plans, scope management plan, risk management plan, all those things will be part of the project management plan. Your project documents, 2 important documents are your lessons learned register and the project team assignments. Because we are doing the direct and managed project works, that means, you will be assigning the various assignments to various team members. So it will become part of that. Then your resource breakdown structure, as I explained you, it could be physical resources or human resources. It is a resource breakdown structure. Source selection criteria. We'll spend some time on this in the procurement management. Have you heard about the source selection criteria anytime in your projects?
Why don't you explain that exactly what it is? Because we have a selection criteria for our resources.
Correct.
Is that where you're going with that?
Absolutely right. Your source selection criteria for the resources or even for the vendors. In fact, when you select the outsourcing, when you procurement, when you do, what is the criteria that you have? You have some standard rules and guidelines for that, am I right? How do you select a source? For example, their market reputation, For example, the capable team they should have proper infrastructure. They should be familiar with what you require. In fact, am I right? These are all the criteria that you have, correct? You're right. So that
Correct.
is the
Yep. Yep.
source selection criteria. In fact. We'll touch about this in detail in the procurement knowledge area. There are a couple of slides, in that knowledge area I can explain to you. But basically, you are absolutely right. What are the criteria that you keep in mind to selecting the sources, in fact? How much expertise they have, in fact, their market reputation, because your sources are very important for your project success. If they are not able to deliver the required, let's say, raw material or the people, in fact, then your project will be at stake, in fact. So you have some selection criteria for the selecting the sources, in fact. Then you have the stakeholder register, the deliverables, then your enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets are the other two important inputs. Then you have expert judgment, which you already explained. Knowledge management. Now, knowledge management, both your tacit knowledge and explicit knowledge, in fact. I hope you know the difference between the tacit knowledge and the explicit knowledge. Am I right? Explicit knowledge is all documented. In fact, it's all available in various knowledge. There's a tacit knowledge. Tacit knowledge is that means it is very difficult to record or document, but it comes out of experience. I gave you the example of pilot landing, correct? Am I right?
Sure.
The explicit knowledge is all documented. How much of a brake you should apply, how apply, when brake should be applied, when it should be landed. All those things are documented, correct? Whereas the tacit knowledge is not documented, in fact. It's very difficult. It only can share the experience that how much pressure is exerted. It's like that. In fact, it's called tacit knowledge. This is also very, very important. So in the project management area, you need to manage both explicit knowledge and the tacit knowledge. This is very, very critical and important. This tacit knowledge comes out of your experience. It comes out of your industry, your knowledge, and how you applied that knowledge in various circumstances. That is the tacit knowledge. One more analogy I normally give for the youngsters, for example, at your home, your mom cooks some food. Am I right,
Sure.
Steve? If I'm right, what is your best favorite dish that you always enjoy?
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti. Okay, great. In fact, okay. Your mom makes it well, right? Correct.
Sure.
Yeah. And what about, if you don't mind, if I ask you that personal question, that your wife also makes that, correct? Right?
What's that?
Your wife, Mrs. Steve also
sure.
makes that same. Yeah. You find any difference between what your mom cooks and your wife cooks? Is
Sure.
there
Yeah,
any?
a little bit.
A little bit, am I right? Both of them would have used the same ingredient, but when your mom makes it, it tastes much better. Am I right? Sometimes, correct?
Yeah.
Of course, we can't tell our wife like that. In fact, that was better. Then we'll be in problem. Correct.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's right. So it is called tacit knowledge. The same ingredients, both of them would have used the same material or the same temperature they would have cooked, but there is always some difference between what mom makes and a wife makes. It's like that, in fact. So it's called tacit knowledge. It's very difficult to explain, but probably that knowledge also has to be shared among the team members. That is a knowledge management. Then we discussed about the information management. Of course, it's for any success of any projects today. The information, we are in the era of information, correct? How fast you pass on the information, how quickly you collect the various information. It all helps for the project success. In fact, that is the information management. The interpersonal and team skills, we discussed the active listening. This is also very, very important. Most of the time, what we do, we tend to speak more. Am I right? Correct. But we should be a good listeners also. In fact. Just another thing that, if you don't mind if I tell you that why God has given us 2 ears and 1 mouth. Why? There must be some reason for that. Am I right? 2 ears He has given and 1 mouth He has given. It's basically to hear more and talk less. Correct?
I
So,
understand completely.
but we do exactly opposite. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And we tend to hear less, and even when we hear, we don't hear it properly. So that's the thing, in fact. So that leads to a lot of communication issues, communication problems, because we don't listen. In fact, we don't understand the customer sometimes whenever they give, particularly this important skill when you are collecting the requirements from the customers. If you don't listen to them properly, if it is recorded by mistake, that will give a totally different context. Right? So you must be a good active listener. This is very important for the project team members, that they should have their eyes, the ears are open. Then the facilitation, this we discussed in part, the leadership skills and the networking and the political awareness. This is also very important when you manage the different stakeholders. The political awareness, in fact, which stakeholders plays an important role, and you need to take care of them, all those there. And any senior team members, for example, you should know that in any project, sometimes some senior members can create some politics when they are dealing with junior members. Am I right? You have experienced it sometime. You cannot generalize it, but there are many occasions like that. In fact, because of the ego issues or because of their experience level, there could be a lot of politics because of that also. These are all some of the conflicts that they can happen in any project environment. So the political awareness is also very important when you're handling the project. These are all some of the tools and techniques that you have during the managed project knowledge. And what output you get is that lessons learned register. So lessons learned registered in project management plan gets updated, and organization process assets also gets updated in this process. So if you look at the flow again, let's go back to that, that chart is very important. First, you develop the project charter. Then after developing the project charter, you develop the project management plan. Then after the project management plan, you have executed the plan because it comes under the execution. And while execution, you need to manage the project knowledge, because you are dealing with people here, in fact, because in the execution directly you are dealing with people. So you need to manage the project knowledge, in fact. So knowledge, you'll have both explicit knowledge and the implicit knowledge. Since you're dealing with people, you need to be a good motivator, you need to have good leadership skills, you need to be a good listener, in fact. So this is the flow I want you to follow that, Mr. Steve, in fact. This is very important, so that if you remember, if you follow this flow, as I told you, you cannot mug it up or you cannot by heart all these things, but you need to flow, you need to remember this flow. So this is the output you get from this managed project knowledge, and organization process assets also gets updated. So after managing that, the next, these are all some of the examples of deliverables. What deliverables you get, for example, in the software industry, requirement definition, functions and not functionals, again is 1.0. These are the various schedule that you have, February, March, April, May. These are all some of the milestones, probably a milestone list. And what all you need to do, software model, then analysis of technical requirements, system design, system prototype, all these things you do it in the month of April. Then software development, what would be deliverable in the month of May, then test class in June, and software development July, and software done in the month of August. So these are the 7 months project. For example, you start in the month of February and you deliver in the month of August. So you will have a calendar like this for deliverables. It also could be like a milestone, in fact. Do you have such things in your company? Do you maintain such a list or the calendar?
Yeah, actually, our deliverables are generally shown on the project schedule.
Schedule it, but okay,
and they're,
great. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're
Okay. Yeah. In
more
that calendar,
incremental.
okay. 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 Um, yeah, absolutely right. In fact, yeah, because along with the schedule, you mentioned that these are all the delivers. I'm going to deliver that. In fact, absolutely right. In fact, that's another way of
Yeah,
doing. Yeah.
Yeah, 400 to 500 days, and
Yeah.
I've probably got.
Yeah.
I'm probably monitoring.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, 200 to 300 deliverables.
Yeah, correct. Okay, like that. Absolutely right. You quantify it also that it's like that. Absolutely right. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Along with the schedule, the date, and absolutely right. So this is one lessons learned register. The lessons learned register can include the category and description of the situation, and what context this was done. What are the various lessons you learned, in fact, the impact, the recommendation, and proposed action associated with the situation. The lessons also may record challenges, problems, realized risk and opportunities or other content as appropriate. The lessons learned is also as an output of this process early in the project. Thereafter, it is an input and updated as an output in many processes, in fact. In the direct and managed control chart, this is become a output, and it's also used in various other processes after managing knowledge. So knowledge can be documented using videos, pictures, audios, and other suitable means to ensure the efficiency of the learned capture. Have you done any lessons learned register or videograph those things in projects?
Not specifically.
Not specifically.
Generally, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Usually, our lessons learned are relative to either scope creep by the owner or weak performance by subcontractors.
Okay. Okay. That's how it's being done in Prince, right?
Yep.
Right. Okay. Because this, particularly for the complex projects, the data and all those things are very important for the future success of the projects, and also to minimize the problems in the future projects. Probably these are all going to be big assets for the projects. That's right. Sometimes, they use the video clips or like testimonials. They take it up. They take it so that, it will be all documented for the future projects. This will minimize the risk for the future project. These lessons learned. Great. So after that, the next process is the monitoring and control project work. This is another important process in the integration. That means if you look at that you have developed the project charter. After developing the project charter, you have develop the project management plan. After develop the you do the execution work, then you manage the knowledge, then you do the monitoring and control the project work. This is where we take the corrective decisions for the project. In fact, how the project is going on as on day, is behind the schedule or above the schedule, or is it above the cost or behind the cost. All those things, you analyze it and you take corrective measures. Here, the project management plan is the key important document. Then your various documents which we discussed, like your assumption log, your basis of estimates, your cost forecast, your issue log. Because based on this only, you can take corrective measures, am I right? Because you have the data. Let's say for your present project, how did you arrive 500 plus days? Because you must have done some monitoring it. Am I right, Mr. Steve, for your project? That's how you arrive.
Yes.
Correct, am I right? So now you have arrived that you have that information. Now you need to take the corrective measures for that. Correct? The Tuesday meeting, you are going to discuss those things, I'm sure. Correct?
Yeah, we are. We've got two approaches. One of them is to adjust the project's requirements. So that we could save, so that we could consolidate the schedule. And the other one is to propose to the government that they pay for the extended schedule.
Extended period, yeah, correct, absolutely right. That means you are making an estimation, and giving a proposal to the government to get the additional funds for the complete the project. Correct, that's what it's there.
Correct. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's what it is. So this all the part of your monitoring and controlling the project work. In fact, why am I giving these examples? So that it's easy to relate to your present project and understand these concepts also very clearly. That's one of the reason I keep giving those examples. I hope you like it.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah. That's and issue log, lessons learned register, and the milestone list, which we just discussed. Every project will have the key milestones. Then the quality reports is also very important because you need to deliver any project with the agreed quality terms. Am I right? There cannot be any compromise on the quality. In fact, now the quality is taken for granted because if it does not meet the required customer satisfaction, quality definition was it has to meet the customer satisfaction, in fact. So you will be generating those various quality reports. Then you will have risk register and the risk reports, which we discussed, the schedule forecast, which you are already familiar with that. Then the work performance information. As I explained you that the work performance data, when it goes through the control process, it will become a work performance information. That means you've already done the process of, for example, your data, you're converted into, it has gone through your control process. Now you know that it is going to take the 500 days, correct? So that is the information you are having. Now this information you are going to convert into as a report for the government authorities, in fact. Am I right? Yeah, you'll be sending in terms of various reports. It could be in different forms. For example, it could be in terms of charts, or it could be some sort of analysis, or it could be status report. Is it going to be what? It's a the typed report, or is electronic report you're going to generate? How you're going to present it?
Generally electronic reports.
Generally electronic reports, with some all the pictures and the data, supporting data for that. Am I right? You'll be doing that. That's
right.
Great. So that will become your reports. If you, for example, here, see this, this is the input work performance information. It goes through the monitoring and control, which you've already done. That is why it will become a work performance reports. In fact, this is how it is done. Then you'll have the various agreements which we discussed, since you're already familiar with the vendors, the suppliers, the various things, to do the job. You'll have the agreements. Then your two common enterprise environmental factors and the organization process assets are the two common inputs. Then you will have the tools and techniques, expert judgment tools, data analysis, alternative analysis. Are you familiar with this alternative analysis, by any chance? Alternative analysis? No, not okay. Alternative analysis is, I have a slide here, is the evaluation of different choices available to achieve a particular project management objective. For example, you need some resources, or you need to have some equipments to carry on a work. You can take a decision whether you can do it within the organization, or you can outsource it, in fact, to do that particular job, in fact. So it's a make or buy decisions. The options are available for you. Let's say, in fact, you need about 5 resources for about 1 month time to do a project. You can take a decision whether you would like to hire them outside, or you can utilize your own company resources, in fact. So it's like that. Looking at the alternative analysis for an objective, in fact. I hope you got it, right?
Yeah, sure.
It's alternate. For everything, you have an option, and you look at the various scenarios for that. The cost benefit analysis is, of course, is a very simple thing. Cost benefit analysis is how much cost it's going to cost to get a particular benefit, in fact. So it's a benefit over cost, in fact. Particularly your finance experts, they always do this cost benefit analysis, correct? Even approving the project, what is the cost involved and what is the benefit we are going to get out of this? There's a cost benefit analysis. The trend analysis is a mathematical technique that used to historical results to predict the future outcome. In fact, let's say in the previous projects, let us say it has taken about 30 days or 45 days to complete this, and how much time it will take, in fact, to do this project. So you will have the trend analysis. That's how you do it. In fact, it has costed you so much, in fact, so probably similar cost it may incur for doing the same thing, in fact. So it's a trend analysis, basically a mathematical technique, in fact, and where the cost and schedule performance are evaluated accordingly. You can track the variances if it's like. For example, last time in the similar project, it has taken about 60 days to complete. Now this time the project has taken 50 days to complete, or it has taken 70 days to complete. Then you try to analyze the reason why it has taken 50 days to complete. Because probably you have used more experienced people, or you would have taken some technology support to complete. All that analysis you make against the planned versus actuals. It's called trend analysis. Do you do such things in your projects, Steve? Any trend analysis you compare?
We do.
We do that. I think it's a very common concept. In fact, many you do that. In fact, so it's a cost-benefit analysis, and you're very familiar. Earned value analysis. This is another thing. It is beyond the cost and schedule. We will spend a lot more time because these are all certain formulas that I want to explain in the cost benefit, in the cost management and the schedule management. We'll cover that in detail about those things. Then earned value is actually defined as a budgeted cost of the work performed. So there is a formula that earned value EV. Are you familiar with some of these formulas? I don't know. So we'll discuss about those things. I'll try to explain that those formulas, what all formulas which are very critical in the project management, in fact. And these formulas, there are. Yeah. Are you?
I am familiar with earned value. Yes.
You are familiar with some of those formulas like EV is EV minus PV. All those formulas you are familiar. Schedule variance, cost variance, CV, EV, and all those things. We'll cover tomorrow those formulas. In fact, it's a very interesting, and I have some live examples, so that I can explain to you, so that you will understand in case if there is any confusion there. Then the root cause analysis is basically you try to identify the root causes for any problem. So that is the root cause analysis. There is a technique for that, then discovering the underlying the causes that lead to it and develop preventive action. Because if there is a delay, let's say that it has taken from 270 days to 500 days, you must have analyzed the various reasons, am I right, Mr. Steve? Why it is there?
Oh yeah, yes, absolutely.
So, and what are the reasons for that? Also, you would have analyzed, am I right? What it happened. In fact, you would have had a long list of those reasons, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So they are the root cause analysis, for we always do that. Even if there is a cost escalation, why it has happened, what was the reasons for that, whether the estimation was wrong, or all those things, you try to analyze, you get that. These are all some of the tools and techniques that we use in the monitoring and controlling the project work. Various analysis, as I explained you that, various against the actuals versus planned, that is the various analysis. Decision making, again, the decision making technique, there are some techniques for decision making. Here is, okay, I'll probably that. I have a slide for that. I will explain to you that. Decision making, whether it's a unanimous decision, is an autocratic decision, or it is a plurality, you are taking the decision of all the concerned people. There are some techniques to that. Probably in the following slides, I will try to explain that. Then the meetings, of course, as you mentioned, in the regular meetings you always conduct. So what are the outputs you get here? The work performance report, I just explained, the change requests, and the project management plan updates, and the various project documents like cost forecast, your issue log, your lessons learned register, and the risk register, schedule forecast. All those things gets updated once you do this flow. In fact. So how is it going so far, Steve? It's almost 4 hours now, I think. I hope it's interesting.
Yeah. No, it is.
Yes, good, great. Right.
And I appreciate the time that you're taking with me in explaining this, and
Yeah. Thanks,
it's giving structure to what I've been doing for quite a while now.
Absolutely. Now, it's very interesting, somehow I have the passion for this project management. These concepts are so good. It's so well, defined. And if we follow this, in our project management working environment, we are definitely we can succeed, in fact. And
yes. Yep.
So this is how you select the sources. For example, there are 4 aspects. One is the financial aspects, technical, security, and performance. From the technical perspective, you look at their qualifications, their capability, their capacity, and the support they can extend. Very important, those things. Do they are they technically qualified? In fact, or they have the technical capability? Do they have the required capacity to give the required output? And will they extend the support always which you want? Then from the financial perspective, do they have the required working cost? There's stability in the market for a long time. Now, open book, for example, their performance, it is do they, related to any of these things, open book, we can audit those books. Then the risk, in fact, these are the financial risk, also you look at it, in fact. Then the performance, the track record, how they have been in the market, the reputation. This also very important is a soft cultural match with the organization, their working style, their people behavior, does it match to your organization? This is also very, very critical, the cultural match. Then the relationship, then the management, whether top management are really committed. Sometimes what happens, the management are not committed certain things, in fact. So I'm sure, such issues should not come. Then most important thing is the security aspects, the quality, do they do that? The uh, IP rights, this intellectual property rights, do they forecast? You take the required, for example, confidential agreement on those things, the warranty and the confidentiality. Do they maintain the confidentiality of the product, or for example, you would have shared certain information to them? Do they maintain those things? These are all a comprehensive list of your source selection criteria. Have you done some analysis like this, Steve, many times?
Yes, we do.
We do that, yeah, absolutely. It's a very standard format. I think many companies do follow this, particularly for a long-term association with your vendors. The sources, it's very, very critical. Because if they fail in any of these parameters, then it will affect your project, am I right? Correct? So.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sure.
In our company, we used to send our audit team to go to their place and audit and inspect. For example, do they have the right infrastructure? How are the people, in fact, particularly to understand the culture? Because in our organization, we used to source a lot of material from vendors. So we used to have a technical committee. Before we finalize any vendor, we used to shortlist 3 people among the various vendors. And we used to go and audit their facility. We used to have regular meetings with them. Then only we used to finalize their final vendor. I'm sure, the same thing must be doing, you must be also doing in your companies. I hope this is useful to you. I just want to share with you.
Sure. Yeah.
Great. So we completed this monitor and control project work, and these are all the various outputs we get. And once we do that, the next process is tools and techniques. I explained you very clearly. These are all some of the work performance reports which you generate, and it could be status reports, it could be memos, even justification is also very important. Why certain decision you have taken? You need to justify that. It's also probably a form of your report, your information notes, and your recommendations. Suppose you need to make some recommendations on the certain parameters or anything, also will be part of your performance reports. So either it could be, as you mentioned, it could be a physical or an electronic representation of work performance information. It's compiled in the project documents, intended to generate decisions. What do we do with the reports? Is basically to take decisions, right? That's one of the whole. That's the reason for why you generate reports. And specific work performance metrics may be defined at the start of the project and included in the normal work performance report. For example, certain parameters like your time schedule, your cost, your scope, all those certain things, metrics, what you have initially would have given, you can compare with when you generate the reports. This was our plan, and this is the present situation, and this is the variance. You can make some analysis and send it. So in the project management environment, work performance reports are very important. It has to be timely. And as you mentioned, it has to be selective. Wherever is required only, it should be sent. It should not go to the wrong people and with other information. That's very important. This is the one which we keep talking about. Your work performance data is your basic raw data. The raw observation and measurements identified during activities being performed to carry out the project work. So it can include the technical performance measurement, your actual cost, your actual schedule, like that. So that you convert it into an information, in fact, and you compare it with the planned one or the forecasted. It could be even a forecasted estimates to complete, status of deliverables. So you compare with your plan, the actual data, actual cost, you compare with the plans. Then it will become an information, and that will become a form of a report we just explained. It could be status report, it could be recommendation, memos, or justification, in fact. Any questions on this, Steve? I hope it's clear.
No, I'm good.
Okay, great. So once you do that, the next process is performs integrated change control. This is an important process in the integration management. Here, basically in the integrated change control, your change requests are approved here, in fact. See, if you look at it, one of the important input is your change request that you receive from your customers or your other stakeholders. Those change requests goes through this performance integrated change control board, and it gets approved here, and you get the approved change request. So in the performance integrated change control, this process is basically to approve the change request. That is the most important thing. Then you will have the project management plan, your change management plan, you will have your configuration management plan, your three important baselines: scope baseline, your schedule baseline, your cost baseline. These are the three important baselines or the key inputs. Then you will have your project documents like basis of estimates, which I explained you that any estimate, what is the rationale? How did you arrive at the estimate? In fact, let's say you are for an activity you have kept $1,000 is the cost. How did you arrive at that? The number of people it's worked, they require so many number of hours, so you have made some estimate based on certain rationale. So that is also a key input here. Then your requirement traceability matrix, which I explained you, I just showed you, and also the risk report, because any changes, when you undertake, it will have some risk. So you will also make a risk report. Then work performance reports, it becomes all the work performance records, which is go through, in fact, to various stakeholders, then change request, and your enterprise environmental factors and OPA are the common inputs. So expert judgment is a common your tools and technique. Change control tools. Change control tools, it could be your documentation, it could be your process, which your body, all those things, who approves the changes, but all those, are the tools that you use. Then you do the data analysis, like alternative analysis, which I explained you that, whether you can make or buy decision. You also do the cost benefit analysis, whether the compared to this cost, what is the benefit we are going to get out of this. Then decision making, like voting, you'd see, you call, in fact, your team members or important stakeholders. Suppose you need to take a decision, then you look at it. Then autocratic decision making. I think you are very familiar with autocratic decision, am I right? In many organizations, many projects, it is many times it will be one person taking a decision, correct?
Yes, yes.
I'm right, So it's an autocratic decision. But that means, one person takes a decision. He won't accept no from others. So whatever he decides about that. Multi-criteria decision analysis is looking the various parameters while taking a decision. In fact, multi-criteria decision. Suppose you, just to give an example, you want to hire a team member. You look at the various criteria for that. The number of years of experience, probably one. The second could be he should be how many years of experience. What is the minimum qualification he should have? In fact. And sometimes on-site, suppose you need to take some people, you may prefer, because of the high working conditions, you may prefer some male employees and all those things. For example, you need to take some, for the office, you need to take people, you may give preference for receptionists, it's like that. So these are all the multi-criteria decisions that, you make an analysis while selecting the people or while selecting the resources, and use that as a tools and technique. Then the meetings is another, of course, the regular thing you do. And once this goes, you have done some multi-criteria decision in your company, the projects. I'm sure you must have done them, right?
Yes, yes.
You're familiar with those things. That's great.
Right.
Okay. Then you have the approved change request, and your project management plan gets updated. Then your project documents, particularly the change log, because many changes goes through here. Because as I explained that perform integrated change control is basically approving the change request, the major important thing. So your change log also gets updated here, in fact. So we have, if you look at the integration, we started with developing the project charter, then project management plan, then we have monitor and control work, then manage knowledge, then the previous monitoring and control, and afterwards you come to the performs integrated change control. Now, particularly when you talk about the change management, how people respond to changes. It's very interesting to note, Steve. I'm sure you must have explained. Any changes in the beginning, the human behavior is the shock. In fact, correct. Any new change you try to impose, they will have a shock. They will have the denial. In fact, that means they try to deny that. No, we will not be part of that. That leads to some frustration. Correct, because change management is nothing but the moving from comfort zone to non-comfort zone. Correct. Any changes happens, it is moving from a comfort zone to non-comfort zone. So you will have a frustration. Then you'll also get into the depression sometimes. In fact, am I right? Then what happens after convincing them? They start experimenting it. In fact, oh, it's a new way. Let me try to do this. In fact, they may experiment it. Once they experiment, then they will accept it. Okay, after accepting only, then they will integrate with your changes. In fact, this is how the change cycle helps. In fact, so we need to keep this point in mind, that understanding the change cycle can help you to manage your change in your unit. In fact, I'm sure you must have experienced it, Steve.
Yeah. Change cycles are sometimes interesting to marshal through.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely right. Can you relate to any of your recent experience?
What's that?
Can you relate to your experience, any of in your projects, this type of things?
Yeah. I mean, we've got some, I guess, older superintendents, and once they decide a certain way to do things, they they keep going about it the way that they want to do it. And when you get some information loops back showing different ways, sometimes it's difficult to make them change or get them to change.
Okay. So that's where, they look into these issues and all other things.
Mm-hmm.
That's clear. This is a very common problem. In fact, many organizations, many projects do face. So the project manager's capabilities or the capacities or his knowledge and how he takes the team along with them, how you bring the changes. As you expressed, basically we're dealing with people, am I right? So most of things, this is very important. Okay, great. So this is the approved change request, a template. If you look at it here, in fact, the change request go through the process and it will become the approved change request. So the request can be approved in the change request format. This is on template. If you want, you can download it and you can customize it to your requirement, according to your requirement. Do you have such templates in your projects? You have any change formats, change request formats, approved formats?
What are you looking at on your screen? Because I'm not seeing that.
You're not seeing approved change request? You can't see that?
No.
This one, did you see this change? How people respond? No?
No, I didn't see that one either.
You're not able to see that? Okay, one second. This one you can see now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, this was, I was explaining you about how people respond to change. DDL, frustration, depression, experiment, acceptance, integration, I think strategies. In fact, this is how the change control understand. Okay. And this is the thing I was just sharing with you. Approved change request template. Can you see this now?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great. Probably you can, these templates are available. You can download it and use it. Do you use such formats by any chance?
It depends on the accounting system that I'm using at the time. But generally speaking, there's a what we call a PCO, potential change order.
Oh, potential change order.
It's entered into an accounting system, and then once it goes through the approval process, then it becomes financially recognized along with the budget that goes along with it.
Oh, okay. That's right. So once, for example, the PMP, if your organization is also a PMP, for example, they're following, this will become the common terminologies among the different companies, in fact. So for example, you are interacting with other company executives or who are already PMP qualified, they will say that instead of PCO, they may call you have the approved change request. Am I right? It's like that. So it's easy to understand and easy to relate these concepts when we know these systems.
Correct.
Yeah. That is the biggest advantage of the PMP and the PMI, I think, that you will have common terminologies. So when you interact somebody in China or some other countries, and if the guy is also a PMP qualified, probably, you can same terminologies you can speak about that. Also.
Sure.
Yeah. This is the change log. So here, as I was explaining the change log, whether the change is accepted or not, it has to be documented. Here is the originator who has requested the change, description of change, whether what is the item, they clearly mention. You log it to the date received, date required. When do they want any change request? They will always have some time frame. Then what impact you will study this, what impact it will have on scope, schedule, spending, and approved or not. Once you have this, then only you will go for, if it is approved, it will go for, it will get accepted and it will go through the process. If it is not approved, then you will not act on this. So you will have a project name and the project sponsor. This is the log you can see here. In fact, date, received, the time, feature. Added another really cool feature here. In fact, change log entry. Suppose in the previous thing, roll back to previous PDF report setting. So you will have an explanation also. So you will have projects, change log, tracker, and all these things. Again, it is a PMIs, so that you can create this. In fact. You think it's useful? Pretty useful, I'm sure. Steve?
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. Particularly when your organization is having a lot of people, these things are all very important to record and track it. If it is a small team, 5 people, 10 people, then you remember who has requested, who has approved. It's easy to manage. But for a large or complex projects, sometimes it will become very, very difficult if you don't have this type of formats or the tracking system. Correct. That's right. Even the approved authorities, probably it could be different. Your sponsor finally has to approve. Before that, your departmental head has to approve. Am I right? Those are all the formalities you will be having it.
That's correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Even
Yeah.
let's say your finance manager may approve the spending, but ultimately it has to be approved by your sponsor also. Correct. That's also
Yeah.
important.
Yeah.
So you'll have different levels of approvals here. So you can customize it according to your requirement, these things. So the final process in the integration management is the close project or phase. This is the final phase. So what are the key important inputs here? If you look at your project charter, your project management plan, again, I'm repeating, it will contain all the subsidiary plans like cost, scope, schedule, risk management, change management, your procurement management, your stakeholders management, all those things will be part of the project management plan. Then various assumptions, in fact, that you have kept while preparing the project chart. That assumption log will be there. The basis of estimates, how did you estimate the number of people required or the cost involved, all the assumptions will be there. Then your change log and the issue log. Then lessons learned register, milestone list, project communication, quality control, your quality metrics, all those things. And very important input is your accepted deliverables. Because this is accepted deliverable, it has to be accepted by whom finally, Steve?
That what?
It has to be accepted, deliverable has to be accepted by the most important.
Yeah, it's the stakeholders.
Yeah, customer. Am I right? Your customer has to accept it. Correct. So that's another key input here. In fact, only the customer has accepted, then you can close the project. Correct. If he is not accepting, you cannot close the project. Yeah. Correct. So this is a very important input. Then you will have business documents like business case, because business case is one, why this business need is mentioned, and also your benefits management plan. I explained you very clearly, these two are very important inputs, and your agreements and your procurement documentation and OPA. So if you look at this long list of inputs while closing the project, why it is important? Because you are ultimately closing the project. So all these things are very, very important. Why this project has taken up, that will be in the part of your business case, and how you are going to measure the benefits also is mentioned very clearly, and the various assumptions you have kept in mind, your quality reports, whether it is meeting the customer's quality. Only when it meets the customer specification, the product will be accepted, in fact. Am I right? So these are all very important. Yes. Documentation, your risk register, and these are all the various inputs. So what are the tools and techniques here we talk about? Your experts judgment, the subject matter experts, the data analysis. You analyze the various data, your document analysis, your regression analysis. You heard about regression analysis anytime? It is a validation between your inputs and outputs, in fact. How you calculate say, inputs and outputs. That's a regression analysis. For example, you have used, let us say, 5 resources for doing a particular job, and you analyze that 5 resources, what is the output they have delivered, in fact. So you compare that inputs versus outputs. It's a regression analysis. Let's say for achieving certain task, 5 people has been used, and if you utilize only 3 people, what would have been be the output? So this is the regression. You compare with your inputs and your outputs. This is also very important while closing the project, because this will also become a part of your lessons learned later. Then your trend analysis, as I explained you that in the previous project, it has taken some time, and this project, how much time it has taken. Previous project, how much you have spent, this project, how much you have spent, in fact, and the various analysis is your comparing with your actuals versus planned, in fact. So this is some of the tools and techniques. And what output here you get is your project documents updates and your lessons learned register, which we explained, which we discussed about it. It's so important, lessons learned register, for the future projects, to understand the dynamics of the projects, understand how long to analyze the period or the cost involved, and the final product, service, or result transition. This is the output. That means here is the one you are handing over the project, the product, or the final product. It could be a service or a result to the end customer. This is the output you get. And you'll also make a final report of this project, in fact. How the project went, what are the success criteria, how did we achieve. So as a project manager, you will be making a detailed and comprehensive project report that you need to submit to your sponsors. And OPA and is also gets updated. Are you involved in preparing any final reports for your projects anytime?
Yes, I do. They're mostly financial reports.
Financial report, okay.
Yeah, but they are generally final reports on projects.
Mm-hmm. That means what has been achieved, what has been approved, and how much you have spent, whether it was within the budget or outside the budget. Am I right? Those things will be a part of that.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Right.
And these lessons learned, you do that. I'm sure in your projects you must be. Do you document such lessons learned in your company?
We do.
You do that. Yeah. And use it for your future projects any times you have done?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, great. That's good. So that means you are following a lot of management principles, project management principles. That's great. That's nice. Yeah. Okay. Any questions so far on this integration management?
No.
Okay, great. So just to recap, there are 7 processes in this integration management. And the primary job function of a project manager is to integrate. How do they integrate? First, they will, in the integration management, you develop the project charter, then you develop the project management plan, then you execute the project, direct and monitor. After doing that, you monitor and control. Then you will also have the knowledge management. Then you will have the performance integrated control, where you do the change control process. And after that, you do the closing of the project. This is the integration management. So this is accepted deliverables. Just to understand, the deliverables are direct and manage project execution. It goes through the control quality process. And then once you go through control quality, it will become verified deliverables. And after verified deliverable, you do validate the scope. And after validating, it will become accepted deliverables and closing project. Can I ask you, Steve, what is a verification and validation? Is there any difference between verification and validation? Yeah. What do you mean by verification and validation?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay. Verification is whether the product that you have developed, is it meeting certain specifications, the approved specification or agreed specifications. That is verification, whether it is meeting the expected specifications. That is verification. Validation is whether those specification meets the customer's requirement. That is validation. You got it, in fact. So verification is
Okay.
very internal, whether are you doing the project according to the required specifications. In terms
Okay.
of, for example, in terms of a product, whether it meets the diameter, you have a certain specification, certain quality standards you are set, whether is it meeting those specifications. That is your verification. Validation is whether those specifications that you have achieved, is it meeting the customer's requirement, customer satisfaction. That is validation. So only when it is validated, it is get accepted by the customer. Correct? You're right.
Correct. Yeah.
You may do wonder, for example, you may have an excellent specification, but if those specification does not meet the customer specification or requirement, then it's of no use. Am I right? You are right. Correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
So that is the difference between verification, verified deliverables. It is meeting certain specifications, whereas in the validate scope, whether those specification meets the customer's requirement or customer satisfaction, that is called accepted deliverables.
Okay.
Why I explained this? There will be always some slight confusion between verification and validation. Even from the examination perspective, there could be some questions asked by twisting, and they will ask you this: is it verification or validation? So it's better to answer. That's the reason I just explained. Okay. So some of the document analysis tools and techniques, just to explain you that documents, for example, as explained, it's a project charter, your statement of work, your contracts. These are all the documents that you analyze it while closing. Regression analysis, I explained to you, is a technique that involves examining the series of input variables and relations to corresponding output results. That is the regression analysis. So variance analysis is your investigation between the difference between the actual and planned. This technique is used for determining the cause and degree of differences between the baseline and the actual performance. That is, what has been planned, what is your cost baseline, what is your scope baseline, and what is your cost baseline or schedule baseline, and you compare the actuals with the plan. That gives you the various analysis. Like you have, for example, you have done your variance analysis of 270 days schedule, and now against that, it has become 500 plus days. So that means you must have done some analysis. That's how you have arrived at it. Correct? That's right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes, great.
Sure.
So this is the part of closed project phase output. For example, a final report. The final report provides a summary of the project performance. It includes summary level description of the project or a phase. It will have the scope objectives, the criteria used to evaluate the scope, the evidence of the completion criteria were met. It will have a quality objectives, the criteria used to evaluate the project, and the product quality, the verification, and the actual milestone delivery dates, and reasons for variances. You will clearly mention those details, in fact, why it happened, why there was a delay, why there was a cost escalation. You make a final report. Then the summary of the validation information of the final product. It will also have the schedule objectives, including whether the results achieved benefits that the project was undertaken to address. Suppose, particularly schedule, you are supposed to complete the project within 6 months for a certain reason. And if it goes more than 9 months or 1 year, then the project will lose its significance, am I right? Particularly, you are taking up a project to fight the competition in the market. And if it is not in time, then probably you will lose the value of it. Correct? You're right. You will not get the benefits out of it.
Sure.
Correct.
Sure.
So that also has to be mentioned in your final report that we have done as per the plan, as per the schedule. Or if it is not so, what are the reasons for that? And summary of how the final product, service, or result achieved the business needs identified in the business plan. If the business needs are not met at the close of the project, indicate the degree or which they were achieved and estimate for which the business needs will be met in future. Suppose if you are able to complete only 60% or 70% of the expectation, that also has to be clearly mentioned in that. And summary of any risk or issues encountered on the project and how they were addressed. Even for terminating the projects, Mr. Steve, this also has to be give a final report. In fact, why the project, under what circumstances the project has been terminated, what are the reasons for that, and that also has to be a final report. So the closed project phase, a final report can be for finishing the project successfully, or even for terminating the projects. These two are very important. Here, of course, when you closing the project, if it is completed successfully, then you take the acceptance from your customer. Suppose if the project is terminated in between, who has to approve that? As a project manager, you need to get approval from who?
Yeah, I guess that would be approved by or approved by whoever the sponsor is.
Yeah, absolutely, sponsor. Absolutely right. You know, you're right. As sponsor has to approve that project. We are closing, and also you need to take sometimes even the customer's thing also. In fact, he also says, "I have agreed to close this project." He also give his input, because tomorrow he should not say, they should not create any legal issues out of that. In fact, so make a substantial ground for that and take his acceptance also. The project has been terminated for so and so reasons. Correct, you know, these are all very important. This is an important phase in any project. Great. Any questions on this so far on integration? Hello?
I'm sorry, I just dropped. I just joined back in.
Yeah. Any questions on integration knowledge area? Is it clear? All the concepts?
Nope.
Okay. All clear. Great. That's right. So here are some questions in the examination, how it can come. Few questions. Let's go through. You are planning communications on a new service development project. Your stakeholder list is large, but not terribly complicated. Not all stakeholders will understand the need for developing an actual communication plan, and you already have good relationship with most stakeholders in this project. What is the one major driving forces for communication on a project? Is it optimization? Is it integrity? Is it integration or differentiation?
Integration.
Integration? Great. Yeah, let's go through. That's fine. You must be right. The next question is, the customer has accepted the completed project scope. However, the lessons learned required by the project management office have not been completed. So what is the status of this project? The project is incomplete because it needs to be replanned. The project is incomplete until all project and product deliverables are complete and accepted. The project is completed because the customer has accepted the deliverables, or the project is complete because it has reached its due date. What could be the right answer?
B. It's incomplete.
It's incomplete?
Until all the deliverables.
Yeah, great. Let's see the answers, in fact. So both the answers are right. You said project integrator and the B. I think tomorrow itself you can take exam. So, PMP. Both you answered correctly.
Okay, all right.
Great, congratulations. I can understand you have the knack of project management skill in you. That's great, in fact. That's nice to observe that. The next question, can you read this question, Steve, if I don't mind?
Your well-planned project is likely to encounter a number of change requests and approved changes during its life cycle. In the change management plan, you have outlined the process that you and others will use to understand the impact of the changes. Getting stakeholder acceptance of the decisions related to changes on the project is critical. as a failed project could impact shareholder value and earning projections. For the organization, your attention is best focused on which of the following regarding changes on your project.
What do you think is the right answer?
Most important is making the changes. Every project is going to come with changes in it.
Getting stakeholder acceptance of the decisions related to change on this project is critical, as a failed project could impact stakeholder value. Are you sure? You want to give a...
Well, it's likely to encounter a number of changes requests to improve change during the life cycle of change management plan. You've outlined the process that you and others will use to understand the impact of changes. Getting stakeholder acceptance of the decisions related to changes on the project is critical, as a failed project can impact shareholder value and earn projections. For the organization, your attention is best focused on which of the following regarding changes on your project.
You feel it's making changes, or okay?
Well, I mean, going through the process of making changes. You know, once you start working with stakeholders and go through the entire process, making those changes is in the best interest of the project.
Okay. This line, if you read it, probably you'll have change on this project is critical, as a failed project could impact shareholders' value and earning projections for the organization. Your attention is best focused on which of the following. Usually, I think whenever we look at the answer, most of the time it is the project manager is to prevent the unnecessary changes. Am I right? You don't want unnecessary changes to creep in your project cycle. Correct? You agree on that?
Okay. That's understandable, but and I think that from an argumentative side, that is part of the change-making process.
Okay.
So.
Okay. I agree.
Sometimes not making a change is doing the change. In the change, change or change order is the result of that is the change and also the documentation that leads up to that change, whether it's large or small. So, I mean, maybe A is collectively the entire process. And I understand that preventing unnecessary changes is maybe a subset of what I would consider making the change.
Change it, but okay, fine. So you see, most of the questions, why I thought I'll debate on this is most of the questions, the answers, out of the 4 options they give, 2 will be very close to each other. And 2 you can straight away you can 2 options, most of the time you can discard it. In fact, informing the sponsor of changes, it has no meaning here. Am I right? And tracking of and recording changes, it's not the project manager's main job to track and record changes. Yes, it's important, but here between making changes and preventing unnecessary changes, both the answers are very close to each other. Correct? In what context you have to answer, you need to depend on that. So let's look at the next question. The customer on a project tells the project manager they have run out of money to pay for the project. So what should be the project manager do first? Shift more more of the work to later on the schedule to allow time for the customer to get funds? close project or phase, stop work, release part of the project team. Your customer has already told you they have run out of money. So what you should do?
Stop work.
Stop work. Okay, we look at it. In fact, I think between close project and phase and stop work are very close to each other. Am I right? So let's look at it, the rationale also why it's which one is the right answer. As the following are the parts of an effective change management plan, except procedure, standards for reports, meeting. These the lessons learned. All the following are the parts of an effective change management plan, except. Which one is we think is right? Effective change management plan. Is it procedures, standards, meetings, or lessons learned?
Lessons learned.
Lessons learned. I think you're absolutely right in that. So the first one is the project manager should be proactive. That is the rationale for the only proactive answer here is the preventing unnecessary change. In fact, that is the answer. Because one of the quality of a project manager also has to be proactive. In fact. So in that context, if you look at it, it's the preventing unnecessary changes is a better answer compared to making changes. Okay, that's the rationale. The second one is every project must be closed as closure provides benefit to the performing organization. This means stopping work is not the best choice. That is the reason, rationale. Between closed project or phase, stopping work is not the best option. Shifting work and releasing team will only postpone. The best thing for the project manager is to begin the closed project or phase pause, in fact. Because stopping work, because other things will continue, right? If you stop the work, for example, what happens to your resources, what happens to your contractors, what happens to your vendors, they'll be all in the papers, am I right? You agree? Just by stopping the work, it will not solve the problem. So you have to close the project or the phase. When you close the project or phase, what happens? You will close the various agreements, you will close the various vendors, you can sign off your people, all those things can be done, correct? Because your customer is telling very clearly that he does not have money to pay your projects. So the best answer here is the close project or phase because of this reason.
Okay.
Otherwise, stopping work alone will not solve the problem. So of course, these two answers, like release part of the project team and shift more to the work later in the schedule, will not solve the problem. So the best thing is to close the project or phase. This is how the rationale, when you select the answers, this is what you need to keep in mind. The context of the question they have asked, right? And there will be two answers which are very close to each other, and you need to spend few seconds to understand that.
Okay.
One more thing I wanted to tell you that out of 200 questions, these are all the samples. In each knowledge area, we'll discuss about it. If you look at sometimes, to read the question itself, 200 questions, Steve, means you got 240 minutes to answer the question, correct? You got 4 hours time.
Yeah.
So if you divide these 200 questions by 240 minutes, how many seconds you will have to answer a question? Or how 1 minute and probably 65, 66 seconds, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
The maximum time you can spend on a question is around 65 seconds. In fact, within that you need to answer. Now, this type of questions when you get, you require at least about 25 to 30 seconds to read the question sometimes, correct? To understand. You're right, you agree with me?
Sure. Yeah.
And you read these questions, then read all the 4 answers. It will easily take you around 35 to 45 seconds sometimes, in fact, correct?
Yeah.
So you will be left with hardly 20-25 seconds to select the right answer and tick it in front. So you will be under many times under a lot of pressure, correct? Because let's say,
Yeah.
this type of about 25 to 30 questions, if you get, you'll spend a lot of time on understanding the questions and answering the questions and things. And particularly, your clock will be ticking in front of you and monitoring here, in fact, correct? It will be ticking against you. So when the clock is ticking, what happens? Our blood pressure also goes up, correct?
Yeah.
I'm
Sure.
talking. I'm talking from the human psychology point of it. In fact, when your clock is ticking, you got a time deadline to do this. So then what happens? You become sometimes confused, and in the anxiety, we try to answer wrongly. In fact. So all those things we need to avoid in the examination. And when
Okay.
you do the mock test, 7 to 8 mock test, the actual test you do, you should try to overcome such things. Another tip I want to give you is that there are some out of 200 questions, at least around 30 to 35 formula-based questions will be there, or at least around 25, 30 questions will be there. These formula-based questions, I know tomorrow we'll deal with all those formulas. Once you understand the formula and once you by heart or once you remember those formulas, you will hardly take to answer around 10 within 10 seconds or 15 seconds. You can read and you can answer those questions because they are straightforward. There will not be any confusion. Only thing is you need to have the right formula should strike you at that time. That's very important. And whatever time you save in answering such questions, you can spend little extra time in answering these type of questions.
Sure. Okay.
This is an important exam tip I thought I wanted to give actually. Okay, so for that, what you need to do tomorrow when we complete those formulas, you will need to by heart or you have to mug it up. In fact, those 20-25 formulas, it should be in your fingertips. So how will you make it? I would request you every day to practice those formulas, put it in your mobile or your iPad. Keep looking into that every day and start writing those formulas also so that you will remember those formulas in top of your mind always. That's important.
Okay.
Okay. So I will discuss that tomorrow. I thought, with this one example, I thought I will give where you require a lot of time to read the question itself and answers, and it will consume a lot more time on it. Okay, so that completes the integration management. Any questions so far? How's the flow going? Everything fine? You are happy about it? Great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is fine. This
Okay,
is fine.
great. Yeah,
I feel
that's good.
privileged to have one-on-one coverage.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. In fact, so no, somehow normally, I used to have a group of 10 people. In fact, one session I had around 50 people were there actually. So at that time, it's very difficult to, communicate or sometimes interact. So have a good interaction like this. They'll put it in a chat box, and I did that type of sessions also. But today, I'm also happy that I'm able to interact with you one-on-one. In fact, that's really good. That's nice. Great. So if you don't have any questions, we will get into the second knowledge area, scope management. Okay, fine. Great. So if you look at it here, the product scope management, what is the second number of your that 10-digit number I gave you?
6.
6. So you will have 6 processes here, in fact. So your first one is the project scope management. You plan the scope, then you collect the requirements, then you define the scope, then create a WBS, then you validate the scope and you control the scope. So these are all the 6 processes that we are going to discuss today, and we'll try to complete it today. This is a very important thing. So as I told you that in the project management, scope says what should be done. That is what scope determines. And schedule says when it should be done. how much it is going to cost in the cost management, what is the quality that you require to do this, then what are the resources you require to do this project, how many physical resources, how many human resources. Then you will have communication. Since you have got people, team members, you need to communicate with them. So you will get into the communication management. Then every project will have risk. So we'll have risk management, and you procure from outside a lot of things. So you'll have procurement management. Then various stakeholders, internal stakeholders, external stakeholders. So you'll have a stakeholders management. These are all the 9 knowledge areas which has to be integrated, which we just completed the integration management. So let's get into scope. What should be done for the project? So the first process is the plan scope configuration. Before that, you need to understand some of the agile and adaptive environments in a projects with evolving requirements, particularly the high risk or significantly uncertainty is there. The scope is often not understood at the beginning of the project, or it evolves during the project. I'm sure you must be experienced this, am I right, Mr. Sri? Earlier, it used to be your scope used to be very, very clear, but nowadays, many projects, your scope is not very clear. As and when you get the customers start giving the feedback, and you keep upgrading or updating the requirements, correct?
Yes, yeah.
And that's what exactly the agile methods, they say that agile methods clearly that you spend less time trying to define and agree on scope in the early stage of the project. And as you evolve, you start establishing the process for its ongoing discovery or refinement. So particularly in the complex projects, in the many environments with the emerging requirements, there is always a gap between the real business requirement and the business requirement that actually originally stated. What has been initially discussed and what final outcome, or in between, there will be always the gap. And these agile concepts, in fact, the latest in the project management, which has just introduced during 2018, because they know that because of the various technological advancement, because of the various complexity in the projects, these agile concepts works much better in these type of things. So therefore, the agile methods purposefully build and review prototypes. You are familiar with the prototypes? Have you done many prototypes in your company, the projects?
We don't generally do anything prototypical.
You don't do? Okay. Okay. Prototype is basically you build and get a feedback from your customers, so that any refinement or any improvement has to be done on that. That's a prototype. You would have seen even construction home projects, for example, Steve, you must be knowing that before a builder makes a model house, and they keep it for the customers to come and see the model house, and they get a feedback from the customer that we need these changes. This bedroom should be here, the master bedroom should be here, or the reading room should be here. So they get a feedback from the customers, and accordingly they customize it and give it. Am I right? You would have experienced in the construction projects, home projects, for example.
The thing that I could relate that to with us is it's called the 3 steps of quality control.
Okay.
Where we, if we're doing 100,000 square foot building, what we do is build, say 1,000 square feet.
Okay.
We build a small portion of it, and then it goes through an inspection process, which and that portion of the building stands as the representative quality, accepted quality standard for the rest of the building.
Oh, okay.
That's the 3 steps. That's the Army Corps 3 steps method of construction.
Okay.
So it is kind of, I guess, kind of an analogy to the prototype that you're talking about. If what we do is we take that first portion and we refine it. If there's any comments on it or refined techniques or materials, it gets incorporated into that portion of the project.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's how you do it in production. That's right.
Right.
Okay. So the prototype is very common nowadays, because instead of spending a lot of time and coming to that, get a feedback at a later stage, you get the early feedback from the customer. So that you can make the necessary changes to that, and you can go ahead about the project. That will save the time, that will save the cost of the project, and various things in that. So particularly for the complex projects, when the scope is not clear, the best thing is to make a prototype of that.
Okay.
I'm glad you got the context, you got the concept clearly. That's good. In fact, probably it can vary from industry to industry. Probably in your industry, the present you are doing it. I think that's the best way of doing a prototype. Correct. That's right. So as a result, the scope is defined and redefined throughout the project. So in agile approaches, the requirement constitute the backlog. Actually, I was telling you about the changes in the examination that people and the process and the business angle. So next year onwards, the 50% of the questions, even in these things, will be 50% will be agile and 50% will be non-agile, the predictive or the adaptive, in fact. Because so much of importance is being given to agile concepts because of the complexity and because of the nature, the way the projects are moving forward, in fact, because of the technological advancement or because of the complexity of the projects. So the consideration of agile and adaptive environments are very critical for the project success.
Okay.
So there are 6 processes here, as I explained to you here. In fact, scope management plan. You collect the requirements. After you collect the requirements, you have the define the scope. Once you define the scope, you create WBS. Have you heard about WBS? That is work breakdown structure by any chance, Steve?
Oh, yeah, sure.
You do a lot of WBS in your company, I think, in your projects. Okay.
Yes, I do.
You do. Great. Okay. So it's easy to understand for that once you have the concept. So once you create the WBS, then you verify the scope. Then after verification, you control the scope. Then the scope is completed. This is how there are processes, in fact, scope management. So there is some difference between a product scope and a project scope, in fact. Can you tell me what is product scope? What is product scope and the project scope? Is there any difference? Just to understand.
Yeah, I'd be taking a guess at it, to be quite honest.
Yeah, please, no problem. Yeah, please.
Yeah, product scope would be specific to a product, and then project scope would be much broader, would be more broad in terms and take into consideration all the products that are included in the project.
Okay. Okay. Just to add on to that, partially right. The product scope is each product has got some certain characteristics and specifications. Am I right? For example, you take a pen. What is the characteristics of a pen, or what is the functionality of the pen? Pen has to write. Am I right? You agree? Correct?
Yeah, sure.
That is the product scope. Now, for example, a vehicle has to move, correct? Am I right? It has to move, in fact. So that is the functionality of a car, in fact. Aircraft has to fly. That is the functionality of the aircraft, correct? So the product scope is achieving those requirements, in fact. It refers to the features and functions that characterizes a product, service, as a result. That is the product scope. That means a pen has to write, a car has to move, and an airplane has to fly, a ship has to sail. These are all the characteristics of a product, correct? Now, the project scope
Okay.
is to make the pen to write. What all work you do, that is your project scope. What all
Okay.
work you do to manufacture a car, in fact, to make it travel, it is the product scope, in fact. So it refers the work performed to deliver a product or a service with a specified features and function. That is the project scope. So what you do in product scope, you initiate, you plan, you execute, you monitor and control, and you close the project. That's all becomes your product scope. Whereas the product scope is meeting that functionality or the characterizes of the product. That is the product scope. So in the example, the banking sector, service like savings accounts and the mutual funds are all called products, in fact. So the product scope has got a certain functionality, but the product scope is the activities that you do to make it happen is the product scope. Now, a slight difference, little ticklish, but important to understand that product scope and the product scope. Got it? I hope clarity is there now.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, good, great. So the first process in the scope management is the plan scope management. So plan scope management is basically we're talking about the process of creating a scope management plan that documents how the project and product scope will be defined, validated, and controlled. In fact, so all whether it's plan scope management or schedule management or the risk management, all planning, that how the product scope will be defined. So like in schedule, we talk about how the this project is scheduled, validated, and controlled like that. So this is a typical definition of that. So the key benefit of this process is that it provides a guidance and direction how scope will be managed throughout the project. That means you are planning for the scope of the project, how the scope is managed. It is actually performed once or at a predefined points in the project, because particularly the agile thing, the scope also keeps changing, am I right? It in every iterative cycle, the scope also may change sometimes based on depending upon the feedback. So it can be at the predefined points of the project. So what are the key inputs where we're talking about? The project charter is the number one input. You have project charter. I'm sure you are familiar with this by this time. It is sponsored. It is approved by the sponsor. Project charter will have the broad level of understanding of the cost, the time frame, the main objectives that you are going to achieve of the project. It will also have the constraints and assumptions, how much it is going to cost. And project charter gives you a signal for the project manager to get the required resources, again, authority to give that. That is the project charter. I'm sure you are clear about that. The project management plan, which we discussed, is a comprehensive document which directs how the project is planned, executed, monitored, controlled, and closed. The project management plan will have all the subsidiary plans. It will have like quality management plan, it will have schedule management plan, but in this scope management plan is basically you will have the quality management plan and the project life cycle description. Life cycle description, I told you that it was a predictive life cycle or an adaptive life cycle. If it is a predictive life cycle, that means your scope is very clear. If it is an adaptive or it is an iterative, it is incremental, that means your scope is not clear. So you will also have that based on the projects. Then you will have a development approach. Which development you will take it up, in fact, in the predictive approach or the adaptive approach. Then two common inputs you will have: enterprise environmental factors and organization processes. These are the two inputs you will have. What are the tools and techniques you will have? You will have expert judgment, which I told you that subject matter experts. Internally, if they are not available, then probably you will take from outside as consultants. Then you will have the data analysis, which I explained you that alternative analysis, you look at that, whether it could be a make or buy decision, whether you think so many resources or can we do it, whether can we do it manually or can we do it automated, all these things, you make a decision on that. Then you will have a regular meetings. And what output you get in the scope management plan, and also the requirement management plan. Requirement management plan is basically collecting the data from your customer and other stakeholders that what all you require to make this project happen. In fact, this is the requirement management plan. And the most important output here is the scope management plan. The difference between the project charter and the scope management plan is in the project charter, you define it briefly. And all these things, in fact, whereas in the scope management plan, you will have a detailed understanding of the project, detailed requirement of the project. So that's the key difference between the project charter and the outputs project's scope management plan. So here is a sample of scope management plan. I hope you'll be able to read it, or probably when we send you the slides, you can download it. For example, here you talk about the introduction. This is a scope management plan for a project named Information Technology Upgrade Project. So here we basically talk about the purpose of this document is to provide suggestions and guidance for preparing several important scope management. The documents related to this project. So we talk about how the preparing the scope management, how you prepare, in fact, will provide the basis of preparing more detailed scope statements. The scope statement needs to be reviewed with key stakeholders, especially the project sponsor, potential suppliers, and users of the project deliverables. You follow the corporate templates when available and be sure to have expert input in defining the scope. Since the scope statement becomes more detailed and therefore larger the project progresses, limit the length and complexity of the scope statement by placing details in attachments rather than stating everything on the main thing. You can attach it, then such as product description, your specification, your corporate standards, except each version of the scope statement must be clearly labeled and dated to ensure that everyone uses the most recent version. So any changes should be highlighted and communicated to the appropriate personnel. The scope statement should be available on the password protected project website. This is very important. This is to maintain the confidentiality of the project, so that everybody cannot access this information. Only some selected senior management team can access it. Have you prepared such statement, Steve, in your project's scope statement?
Collectively, as teams, we have, and they've been on design build projects. Sure.
Okay. So you are familiar with this type of plans in Australia?
As far as we can get into it in the construction field, yeah.
Okay, great. That's good. You'll also mention about creating the WBS, the work breakdown structure, and it will also have verifying the completion of project deliverables. That's also mentioned very clearly in this type of projects, in fact. Then managing request for change and the project scope, all those things are clearly mentioned in the sample scope management plan. Very, very critical and important, these things. Okay. Once you develop this scope management plan, which is then output of the plan scope management, then another important process is the collecting the requirements. The maximum time and the quality time we spend on collecting the requirements from your customers, your success of the project also will be very high. If there is any ambiguity, if there is any confusion, if there is any clarity of thoughts in collecting the requirements, then the project also can go haywire sometimes. Correct? You agree with me on that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You need to be, your customer should be fully convinced about what information you have gathered from them. So here we talk about the project charter is another important input. Your project management plan like scope, requirements management plan, and stakeholders engagement plan. Why we talk about stakeholders engagement? Because your customer is also a stakeholder, am I right? He's an important stakeholder. Your team members also very important stakeholders, and other subject matter experts are also the key stakeholders. So you need to really engage with them to get the correct information on the requirements. Then you have the project documents like your assumptions log, what all the various assumptions you have kept to undertake this project. Your lessons learned register from your previous similar projects or any other projects. What are the key lessons you have learned? So that also will be your important input. Then your stakeholder register, that also an important input. Who are all your important key stakeholders for this? Then your business documents like business case, which we discussed, the need of the business. Why are we taking up this project? So that's also very important. And your agreements with your vendors and your enterprise environmental factors and OPA are the other common inputs we have. What are the tools and techniques? The data gathering, because collecting requirements is from your stakeholders. So you need to have tools and technique for that. One is the brainstorming. Brainstorming is nothing but generating ideas, which I already explained to you from your stakeholders or from your customers. Interviews, I explained to you, it's a one-to-one. In fact, you ask certain particular questions, then you get the answers. Then focus groups is our subject matter experts who are dedicated, for example, who are well versed with this type of projects. So you take that. Questionnaire and surveys. Is there any difference between questionnaire and surveys, Steve? You find any difference or both are same?
No, there's difference. There's differences between surveys. Surveys can sometimes look for opinions, and questionnaires look for answers.
Yeah, absolutely. Correct. You put it nicely. Good. Questionnaire will be usually in, for example, on a piece of paper, you ask the question and get it as a document like that. Surveys, for example, as you mentioned, it could be opinions and like that, a feedback. That's right. So questionnaire is you prepare a questionnaire and give it to them. Surveys probably you can get an opinion and it's like that. You're right. Then benchmarking. Have you done benchmarking in your projects anytime?
No, not generally. Benchmarking and as it relates to milestones.
Benchmarking is you are benchmarking to certain standards or the best in the industry. Suppose you are developing you're developing a product, in fact, which is the best in the industry. You try to benchmark it. Or if you particularly suppose you're doing some processes, it could be a manufacturing process or any process, you try to benchmarking for the best processes that they do in the industry, in fact, whether you are following that same process. So that benchmarking will help you to gather certain information, whether are you following that. That's the benchmark. You can use benchmarking in different contexts, in different circumstances. It's like that.
Right.
Even people sometimes we benchmark ourselves to some better performance, right? To improve our performance. Correct. We benchmark ours to some popular leaders or who are doing exceedingly well. We benchmark. So it's like that. It's sort of a comparison. So that will also help you. One of the tools and technique to improve the project performance. Then you have the data analysis, the document analysis, which I explained to you that various documents that you have, it could be project charter, it could be risk register, it could be a project management plan. So you keep analyzing all those documents. That's also the tools and technique you have. Then the decision making, the voting, for example, if there are lots of people, you need to take a decision, then you call them for, you get the vote in fact, which is the right decision you're making. Then the multi-criteria decisions, which I explained you that you put the various criteria and whether those criteria is being followed, you try to take a decision on that. You have the data representation like affinity diagram and mind mapping. I'm sure you must be familiar with these affinity diagrams and mind mapping. Have you done this type of thing, mind mapping in your projects? It's basically a pictorial representation. You keep mind mapping it to collect the ideas. Affinity diagram is you generate ideas and you put the ideas which are common to each other in one platform. That's the affinity diagrams. Let's say, for example, for a home project, you are collecting certain information from the stakeholders. All the ideas that you generate, let's say for a master bedroom, you put it under one block. All the ideas you generate for a kitchen, you put it separately. All the ideas you generate for a study room, you put it separately like that. Now, affinity diagrams, it will help you to take decisions by bifurcating and focusing on those areas, in fact, so that you put it under in one thing and you generate more ideas from that. These are all some of the data representation techniques.
Okay.
Have you done any time this type of techniques, Steve?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you must have done. I'm sure it's pretty simple. That's right. Because this is very important, how you represent the data, and it's very critical. That's right. Then you have interpersonal and team skills like nominal group technique. Nominal group technique is nothing but the brainstorming, and you prioritize those ideas, in fact. That is, you collected the ideas and then you put it in the prioritization, which is the idea first you can implement, which is the second one, in fact. That is a nominal group technique that you follow. Then the observation and conversation, in fact, sometimes you need to observe what your team members are discussing, or thing you observe that, in fact, and you also observe and during the conversation and get some ideas. Particularly this technique is used when sometimes, on the team members or the stakeholders or somebody is not able to express, for example, in presence of the management. Sometimes also they use this type of techniques that you keep observing that what they are discussing about that and get the inference from their discussions. These are all the various techniques to collect the data. Then, of course, I explained to you about the facilitation, that there's another group technique that you follow, the context diagram which we discussed, and the prototypes. These are all some of the things in fact where use the tools and techniques. I will try to share with you the context diagram. And the prototypes, of course, we discussed. In fact, I have a picture on that. I will share with you so that you can understand better that context diagram. Any questions on these techniques?
No.
Because in scope, these techniques keep repeating. So it's, of course, most of the time, I think you must be doing it in your projects, all these things. So just to get some idea about that. And what outputs here you get is your requirement documentation. That is the most important thing, because unless this requirement documentation is clearly defined, well understood, well conceived by the team members and the project manager, as I explained you, that can lead to many complications or misunderstanding at a later date. So the requirement documentation has to be clearly defined from this process. This is one group decision-making technique which I was talking to you about that. So, for example, here, in group decision-making technique, you have unanimity, majority, plurality, and autocratic. Unanimity is a very simple and straightforward. It's a decision that is reached whereby everyone agrees on a single course of action. So uniformity, let's say there are 10 members are there in a room to take a decision, all of them have agreed. That is unanimity. The majority is again, the 50% or more of the members of the group. That is the decision reached with support from more than 50% of the team members. You have idea somehow about the plurality, Steve? What is plurality?
Oh, that's when there's more than two opinions, and the one with the greatest number, the highest number, is the majority opinion. or the plurality.
Absolutely right. That is the largest block in a group decides, in fact. Let's say there are 3 blocks, your HR department, your IT department, and your supply chain. There are 3 blocks are there, let's say in a discussion. Now the IT has got 4 and supply chain has got, let's say 5, and this one, another human resources has got, let's say 4, in fact. So then, the majority, the block, the 5, the IT has got 5. So that will become the decisions like that. So the largest block in a group decides. So even if a majority is not achieved there, let's say, for example, the other 2 blocks have got 8, but here they got only 5. But even then, the largest block, decides. That's the plurality. The most common, of course, is autocratic. Am I right? 90% of the decisions are made on autocratic decision. Correct? That's right.
Yeah.
So this is a very, it means correct. In most of the places today in the project management environment, the autocratic decisions also played. It can be a win-lose situation sometimes because unanimity is always a win-win situation because everybody agrees. Nothing like that to have a unanimous decision. But autocratic also many times it does work so that everybody fall into one line of thinking. Correct, so that's also very common in most of the projects. But what about your project? Is it a majority decision or unanimous decisions?
Depends on the question.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, usually, in order to get the projects done, it usually boils down to an autocratic decision. If to get everybody's unanimous or majority or plural decision, it ends up being laborious and kind of counterproductive a lot of times. Generally, decisions are made on an autocratic basis, and they're not necessarily my decisions. They may be other stakeholders that are making that decision.
Yeah, sponsor also make a decision sometimes, so it can be autocratic.
Right.
Because they are the one who has invested in fact. Sometimes it can become an autocratic decision. That's right. So these are all some of the group decision-making techniques. So the requirement traceability matrix, this is, for example, this is a block. You have a template here. So you put your project name and your cost center, where you are going to the cost. Then you put the project description. Then you put the requirement description. Then you require the business needs, opportunities, goals, and objectives. Then what are the project objectives also mentioned? And WBS deliverable, you mention it here. And the product design, the product development, and the test cases, in fact. This is an example, probably in the software industry, I think. It can, again, as I told you, you can customize it according to your requirement, your project needs, the context, or the size of the project. If it is a simple project, then probably this also, it can be as minimal as possible. But if it's a complex project, then probably it can be as detailed as it possible, in fact. Do you use such formats in your projects? In the present project, are you using it?
Yeah, we use submittal registers.
Oh, excellent. Good. Okay.
Submittal registers, RFI logs.
RFI logs. Okay. I think your Office 365 has got many of these formats. I think is there. You can customize it probably.
Yeah, and actually a lot of them are dictated to us by our clients.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Okay. So you have developed the scope, then you have collected the requirements. So the third process is that you have to define the scope. This is the third important process. So in the defined scope, basically is the process of developing a detailed description of the project and product. Here you are clearly defining that what is in the project, what is the scope and what is the out of scope. Also you mentioned very clearly the key benefit of the process, the product or service result boundaries and the acceptance criteria. Acceptance criteria is basically from the customer. He gives a criteria that I will accept this project. He or she gives a criteria that, only if it meets these requirements, then only we will accept the project. So that is clearly defined and mentioned in the result boundaries and acceptance criteria. So what are the key inputs here we talk about? One is the defined scope. The key inputs are the project charter, which were discussed many times. I'm sure by this time you are familiar with project charter, am I right? What it contains and what is the importance of a project charter. From the examination perspective, again, I'm repeating, there could be two questions on the project charter, that who signs the project charter? Is it signed by the project manager or the team member or the customer or the sponsor? And the right answer should be always your project sponsor is the one who signs the project sponsor, project charter, correct?
Yeah.
And project charter will also have the broad level of understanding of the project, your cost, your time schedule. You'll have the major assumptions and constraints. It will have a business case, business need, and benefit management plan. These are all the important components of the project chart. Then the project management plan, which we discussed, it's a comprehensive detailed management plan. It's how the project is executed, monitor and control and closing. Then you will have the scope management plan, which is the output of the plan scope management. So scope management will have very clearly that what is in the boundary, what is outside, or what is the outscope or the scope of the project, as clearly mentioned. Then you have three important documents here: assumption log, then requirement documentation, which is again the output of the previous one. The collect requirements, the output is very clearly mentioned here. Requirement management plan is another important output. Then you will have the risk register, because every stage, that the risks are getting updated in the project. It's not that only in the beginning that you identify the risk, that as the project progresses, the various risk in terms of material, it could be in terms of physical, for example, equipments or the human resources, external risk, internal risk, all those risk also gets updated in the risk register. Then you have two common inputs, external environmental factors and the organization process assets. These are all some of the important inputs for defining the scope. Then what are the tools and techniques? Here you have the tools and techniques like data analysis. You will have alternative analysis, which we discussed, whether you make or buy decision, or can we look at, can we do manually, can you do automatically, all those things, you look at whether the automation is required in this process. Then the decision making, like multi-criteria decision, which we discussed. In fact, you look at the various criteria to make a decision. Then your interpersonal and team skills, like facilitation, because you're dealing with people, you have got a team that you need to recognize, you need to take your team along with you. You should be a good listener, you should have a good motivational skills, you should have good leadership skills. Then you also do the product analysis. Are you familiar with the product analysis, Steve? Chance?
Not really.
Not really.
I mean,
yeah. Here is a chart I thought let me explain to you. The product analysis, it's used to define the products and services. It includes asking questions about a product or a service and forming answer to describe the use of the characteristics and other relevant aspect of what is going to be delivered. That means, here the product analysis, there are a few things. Product breakdown. First, you break down the products into various components. and find out the value of each of these components and collectively whether it is going to deliver the total of the product. In fact, product breakdown, you do it, then you do the requirement analysis of each of these components. Then you also the various systems that a product will have, that you do the system analysis, the system engineering, in fact, whether those systems that you have, it's in the right place, and you analyze all the system engineering to get the required benefit or required value of that. Then you do the value analysis and value engineering. Value analysis for the existing product, whether which is giving them more value at lesser cost. That's what you do in the value engineering and value analysis. Value engineering, you design the product according to your requirement. That's what you keep those factors into value engineering. This is an example of the product analysis. So here basically it's a translating the high level product service description into meaningful deliverables. Our requirements are captured at a higher level and decomposed to the level of detail needed to design the final product. Just to give another example, let's say when you manufacture a car, let's say, in fact, what are the various, how you break down the car? In fact, you have a body, you got a steering, you got an engine, then you got inside the seats. Am I right? These are all the, you got a tires, you got a tubes. This is how you break down the car, am I right? When you assemble all these things, you get the required benefit or the required value from the car, isn't it? You agree with me, am I right? So,
sure, yeah.
So that is the breaking down the product, in fact. And when you assemble it, then you get what you require, the functionality of the car to move. Only when all these parts or all these things are, they configured in the right manner, in the right proportion or the right quality, then only you will have the outcome of the car. It's called a product breakdown. How you do that? First, you do the requirement analysis, that you collect the requirements, that what all you require. When you do that, then you put the value analysis and the value engineering. This is about the product analysis. So the project scope statement, this is a very important statement. Project scope statement is the description of the project scope, major deliverables, assumptions, and constraints. This is how the project scope statement is defined. In fact, it's, just to repeat, that is a description of the project scope. That means what it contains, what it doesn't come. You clearly define about it. The major deliverables that project is going to statement, and the assumptions and constraints. These are two very important things that when you're developing a scope statement, you need to always assume certain things, in fact, and also the various constraints that you may overcome. So you may have to overcome that so that you're prepared for that as a project scope statement. So the scope statement documents the entire scope, including the project and the product scope. I hope I explained to you very clearly the difference between a product scope and the project scope. The project scope is nothing but the activities that you undertake to deliver a product. The product scope is the functionality or the characteristics of a product, in fact. So that's clearly mentioned. Then it describes the project's deliverable in detail. It also provides a common understanding of the project scope among the project stakeholders. It may contain explicit scope exclusion that can assist in managing the stakeholders' expectation. It also enables the project team to perform more detailed planning and guides the project team working to during execution, and provides the baseline for evaluating whether the request for changes or additional work are contained within or outside the project boundaries. So it's clearly defined the boundaries. What is important to note that is the degree and level of detail to which the project scope statement defines the work will be performed, and the work that is excluded can help determine how well the project management team can control the overall project scope. The detailed project scope statement, either directly or by reference by other documents, includes the following. One is the product scope description. This has to be clearly defined. Progressively elaborates the characteristics of a product, service, or a result described in the project charter and the requirement documentation. I will discuss about this is progressively elaboration. You have heard about the rolling wave planning. Have you heard about in your projects, many charts? Progressive
Rolling
elaboration.
schedules, sure.
Sorry?
Rolling schedules or okay.
Rolling wave planning, have you heard about many charts? It's a progressive elaboration. That means, when you're doing the actual work, you get more detail. Initially, you plan at a large scale or at a broader level. But when you get into that activity, you start planning in more detail. In fact, that is called the progressive elaboration or rolling planning. Right. I have a slide. Probably I'll share with you so that you can understand better. Then let me see whether I can take that. If you look at it here, can you see this, for example? This is the progressive elaboration. The work to be accomplished now, planned in detail, and work to be accomplished later, planned at a higher level. Now, here is an example. Let's say you got a foundation. These are all the 4 activities you do: foundation, pillars, walls, and roofing. Am I right? These are all different milestone or important milestone when doing a home project. Now, let's say when you're doing a foundation, you work in detail, okay, doing foundation work, no, plan in detail. Roofing, you plan at higher level now, but when near the activity, you plan in detail, in fact. Okay, so this is the difference, because roofing you are going to do after 3 months or 6 months, in fact. So now at this juncture, you plan at a higher level. When the activity of roofing starts, you plan in detail for that, in fact. This is called progressive elaboration or rolling wave planning, in fact. This is also very important in the project environment. Hope it got clear. Now, 2 more examples I thought I wanted to share with you is that the mind affinity diagram. And so affinity diagram, as I explained to you, it is generate, organize, and summarize a large amount of data into logical categories in order to understand the essence of the problem or solution. As I explained to you, suppose you are in a home project again, one more analogy to give or example. You're discussing about a master bedroom, you're discussing about a kitchen, you're discussing about the drawing room. So all the ideas, of the particular thing, you put it in, organize it and summarize it so that, you can further expand it. The mind mapping, this is one I thought I wanted to share with you. So this is how, the graphical representation. You can see that it's a visual thinking tool that helps structuring the information, helping you to better to analyze or comprehend and synthesize it. But here, for example, this is a mind mapping, the words, lines, papers, structure, and you keep further expanding on those things, in fact. This is another mind mapping of generating the ideas. I hope you must have done this type of thing in your projects, mind mapping.
Not generally, no.
Not generally, okay. Because it's a very common tool nowadays, mind mapping, because it's represented in a pictorial thing, so it's easy to understand by the team members.
Okay.
And it's a creative planning also. Creativity is there. It's like that. One more thing, the context diagram I was talking about you. This is an example of a context diagram. Context diagram, sometimes also called as a data flow diagram. It is drawn in order to define the clarity of the boundaries in the software system. It identifies the flows of information between the system and the external entities. Here, the customer, for example, when you go to a restaurant in US, it's very common. See that when you walk into a restaurant and the dining table, they are kept on nowadays, there will be a small machine, right? You would have observed it, where the menu of the food is mentioned very clearly. Correct? You would have seen that systems and many hotels nowadays. And you can order the food. You log into that food. In fact, you can order the food there itself, even before a waiter comes. And when you order the food, the order goes to the kitchen, the supplier, and also the order, whatever you are ordering, it also goes to the manager. In fact, that is the billing desk. So by the time you order the food, it will goes to the kitchen. Kitchen will makes the food, and the supplier will get that information. He comes and deliver it on your table. And by the time you finish your food, the manager will send the bill. Again, it will appear on your system, and you can pay through a credit card there itself. In fact, no, I'm sure you must have experienced this in US. It's very, very common nowadays.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
So this is an example of a context diagram. Where it is the boundaries of the software system. In fact, so without people, you are getting the job done there. In fact, of course, here he supplies the food. Otherwise, everything is mechanized, is automated. In fact, this is an example of context diagram. One more thing, for example, another example I can give you that context diagram. Suppose a borrower sends an application to the bank to get a loan. So the bank receives the data. Then that data goes to the credit bureau. He will analyze it, in fact, the borrower's history, his credit rating. Then he gives feedback to the credit rating system. Then it will get internally processed. Then whether you will get the credit or you'll get the loan or not, it will be processed. This is another example of interfacing the data. Is also called the flow diagram, context diagram. I hope you got these two. I prepared all these things so that, to explain, also to understand the better for these things. I'm sure I find it useful as well. So the other few important things in the project scope statement is the product scope description, which I explained to you, the progressively elaboration. I hope you got some idea about rolling wave planning and also progressive elaboration. Am I right? You got it,
Yeah.
That's an important technique. We follow that actually knowingly or unknowingly many times. But only thing is that terminology, probably we may not be aware of it. Otherwise, when you do the planning, in most of the projects you do that, whatever immediate thing you plan in detail, for the future task, you plan at a broad level, and then when the activity comes, you plan in detail about it. It's called a progressive elaboration. Then the deliverables, which I explained to you very clearly, it's any unique and verifiable product, result, or a capability to perform a service that is required to be produced to complete a process, phase, or a project. Deliverables also includes ancillary results such as project management reports and various other things. And these deliverables may be described at a summary level or at a great in detail. Then you have acceptance criteria, a set of conditions that is required by the customer before the deliverables are accepted. Then you have the project exclusion. That means what is not included in the project that has to be clearly defined. Identify what is excluded from the project, especially stating that what is out of scope for the project helps manage stakeholders' expectation and can reduce the scope creep. Otherwise, it will land up in a lot of scope creep. And when scope creep happens, in fact, we'll get into a lot of issues. So let's try to understand the difference between the project and charter and the project scope statement. Steve, are you okay, or you want to have 5-10 minutes break, or is it okay? Fine. The difference between the project charter and the project scope statement. Basically, in project charter, you have the project purpose or justification at a broad level. Then you will have the measurable project objectives. You have the high-level requirements. Then your high-level risk also very clearly mentioned. You have a summary milestone schedule. Then your summary budget. You'll have the stakeholders list. Then your project approval requirements, that also will have that, and assign project manager, because as I told you that The project sponsor authorizes or assigns the project manager through project charter. Then the name of the sponsor. These are all the clearly mentioned in the project charter. Whereas in project scope statement, you'll have the project scope detailed description. You'll have that. Then the acceptance criteria, that is has to be approved by the customer. You'll have that. And the various project deliverables, you'll have the clear exclusion of the projects, what it does not contain, then your project constraints and the project assumptions. These are also more the key differences between project charter and a project scope statement, because many times we get confused what is in project charter and why the project scope statement is required when it's already mentioned in the project charter. But project charter, as you see, it's more of a high level requirement. At a broad level it is given, whereas in the project scope statement, it is broken down into the more detail, in fact, what is included, what is not included, what is the acceptance criteria from the customer perspective, then project deliverables are clearly mentioned, and your project constraints and assumptions. In fact, I hope you got a hang of this difference between the different project charter and scope statement.
Yeah.
You said in your company you don't have the project charter, am I right? Or you call it as a different document name, or as approval letter, or what do you call that?
Generally, that'd be the highest level document we generally get is the RFP, which is the request for the RFI. Not the RFI.
Oh, okay.
It's the request for quote, the solicitation documents.
Okay.
And in the solicitation documents, there are contained in that the project charter items.
Okay. Okay. That's right. Actually, in the procurement management, we'll talk about all those things. RFP, there's a proposal, request for proposals, and all those things. Of course, we'll be discussing those things in detail. In fact. But here, we talk about the project sponsor approving the project manager to go ahead with the project charter. That's one, of course, the key difference there. Okay. So once you create that, you're coming to the most important thing, the creating the WBS. From the examination perspective also, this is a very important process because you can expect at least one or two questions on WBS. So let's try to understand a little more in detail about it. So what are the inputs here? In fact, you have got the project management plan, your scope management plan, then your various project documents, including the scope statement, which we just discussed. I'm sure the scope statement. You are clear about the scope statement. It clearly contains. We discussed about it. Process and here is the scope statement. What it contains, it's a detailed description of the project and the product, in fact. So that's what we discussed. Scope statement will have the product scope, it will have major deliverables and assumptions and constraints. That is the project scope statement. So then you'll have the requirement documentation and the two important enterprise, environmental, and organization process assets. Then you will have the expert judgment. So important tool here, we talk about the decomposition. You heard about this in your projects, decomposition, decomposing the projects.
We might. It might be another term.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's basically, to make the WBS, the technique that you use is decomposing. Work breakdown structure is you decomposing into breaking it down to smaller particles of the projects, in fact. So what you get is output the scope baseline, and scope baseline is another important baseline, like cost baseline, schedule baseline. The scope baseline is when you do the various analysis against which you will be comparing the actual performance with the planned performance. So this is the planned performance is the scope baseline. Then you will have the various project documents gets updated like assumption log, requirements, and documentation. Now, this is how an example of WBS. WBS, for example, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. You will have the control accounts, control account 2, 3, 4, 5 like this, and you will break it down to work package like this. You break it down. In fact, is need to understand the decide of the size of the work package. You should break it down to such a level that you cannot break it down further like that. So small tasks are broken down into like this. I'm sure you must be very familiar with WS, am I right, Steve?
I am actually, and there's a term from the Army Corps of Engineers for a work package. It's called a definable feature of work.
Feature
which we typically use. So we do take the project and break it down into phases to the point where they're identifiable as definable features of work.
Okay. That's how you do that. You call that as it's like that. It's okay. So of course, different terminology, but from the PMA perspective, that is the work breakdown structure. This is another, for example, I think you must be very familiar with this construction project, for example, creating building. Here we talk about the first floor, let's say electrical, the cables, switches, electrical points, plumbing, second floor, third floor, like this. So then you have the lay cables, switches, and these are all one work packages here. Then here are the
those work packages would be considered definable features of work.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's right.
Right.
So this is the hierarchical diagram format of that. And here will become the control account, the first floor control account, second floor control account, for example, creating a building. The final, this is how we break it down into smaller work packages, in fact. So it's easy to, you identify that who does the work. In fact, all this information will be available. You do the planning, first floor, second floor, third floor, so that there will be clarity, in fact. If it is not in work package, one of the important thing, any activity which is not part of this work package, then that should not be considered as a project work, in fact. So you just break it down to such a level that it should be part of your project, in fact. And any work package is not included there, then it's not the project work. It's like that. That's important things to understand. So the scope baseline contains three important things. One is the WBS, then it will have a WBS dictionary, then you will have project scope statement. The WBS dictionary, I'm sure you must be familiar with that. Who does the work? In fact, all the details, you will have the successor activity, you will have the predecessor activity, in fact, what the cost involved. All the details will be there in the WBS dictionary. In fact, you can find for any WBS, you want more details, visit the WBS dictionary. And the project scope statement. All these three put together, your scope baseline. So here when you talk about the output of scope baseline, so scope baseline contains WBS, WBS dictionary, and the project scope statement. Project scope statement, of course, it will contain major deliverables, you will have the assumptions, you will have the constraints, you will have the major deliverables, you will have the project scope statement, it will have, and the scope baseline will be the part of that, in fact, WBS dictionary and WBS. Do you maintain any dictionary like this for the work breakdown structure, where you get all the information there?
Generally, our work breakdown structures are mostly illustrated on a schedule.
Schedule, is it? Oh, okay.
Right. Right. The specific the dictionary and the constraints that go along with them.
Okay.
Are not generally shown or memorialized.
Oh,
with what we do.
We do, okay. But do you think this is a better option or the one presently you are using?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could see the
I
could see the necessity of it. particularly on bigger projects.
Bigger project, absolutely right. The more complex projects, you need to have this. That's really
right.
That's
one.
Yeah.
Sure, I can absolutely see the necessity for that.
Yeah, necessary for example, problems, right? Yeah. I would appreciate if you can incorporate some of these things in your projects, that probably you can get better outcome, or probably you will face lesser challenges when you are handling those things. In fact, probably. Right.
Sure.
Yes. So the integration management, we talk about the develop project management plan. First you have a scope baseline, then you'll have a schedule baseline, then you have a cost baseline, then you have performance measurement baseline. So what the performance measurement baseline, which we are discussing about initially, is the combination of all these three, in fact. So when you want to measure the performance, you look at the cost baseline, you look at the scope baseline, and you will also look at the schedule baseline. So the scope baseline, project scope statement, WS and WS dictionary is the scope baseline. Schedule baseline is the agreed upon schedule, and the cost baseline is the time-phased cost budget. This is very important. When you talk about the cost baseline, it is not just the cost budget. It is also related to the time phase, in fact. In what period you are spending that cost. Whereas schedule baseline is only a simple agreed upon the schedule, whereas the cost baseline has got the combination of both cost as well as the time, in fact. This is very, very important, and it makes sense also. That's how it should be, am I right? Any amount you have spent, in what period you have spent, that's also very important, in fact. Suppose for an activity which is supposed to last 30 days, you have spent X amount. And suppose, if that activity lasted for 45 days, naturally the cost will be more, in fact. Am I right? So that should have that levels there. So that's the integration management. I'm sure this is a very important slide, and you can understand the importance of it, the baselines and the performance.
Oh, sure. Sure. Actually, our schedules that we use are cost loaded.
Cost
so each
loaded.
activity item has a cost value to it.
Oh,
and
very good.
As the activity is performed, it becomes a billable cost by the percentage of performance on that activity.
Okay.
So, and then collectively, we monitor that every month and use that as the basis of our billing.
Oh, that's great. Okay. And what PMIs you have, your tools? What tools you do this? Microsoft?
No, it's Primavera P6.
P6? Okay. That's the latest version. Okay.
Yeah, it's the latest version of their scheduling software.
Oh, okay. You buy this software or you develop in-house? You buy this, right?
Actually, you can either buy it or you can pay for it by month. You can pay for it by user. It's an enterprise-based.
Oh, enterprise. Okay.
So you could look at all of your projects at one time, or you could drill it down to an individual project.
Individual project. Okay.
So yeah, it's pretty scalable. And it's a very useful tool. We're able to
customize it according to your requirement. Tailor it according to your requirement. You can tailor it according to your requirement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we do need to have a computer-based scheduling software as a requirement for our projects.
Oh, great. That's good. Since you will be having the multiple projects in your company, I think as a corporate level, if you do that, it will be very economical also for you. Am I right?
Oh, it is. It is.
Yeah, that's great. No, that's great. Just to understand how big your organization, how many total employees you have?
Yeah, we're small. The company I'm working for now is small. It's I think we're probably doing $15 to $20 million a year.
Okay.
The last company, we were up over 100 million a year.
Oh, okay. That's okay. But many times there are many advantages when you work for smaller organizations. You have a lot more opportunities to grow. Am I right? You know, and you will be having multiple tasks simultaneously. Correct.
Sure.
Yeah, and the challenges, will also be there like that. I don't know. Even in my earlier career, I used to work for a Glaxo, a multinational company, which was very big, big size. Then for my career growth, I moved into a smaller organization where, I was playing multiple roles, in fact, and that really helped me to kick off my career growth also. So there are some.
Sure, I can understand that completely.
Yeah.
You're forced into doing the other roles where in a larger company, if you become a specialist at one thing, they'll let you die there.
Yeah, correct. That's right.
As long as you're making money.
Money, yeah, correct. Right. And when you work for a big company, it's like swimming along with the waves, whereas a smaller organization will be swimming against the waves also sometimes. It's like that.
Yeah.
that flow, that's true. And it's much more challenging, and it helps in a way, in fact, to develop oneself and various capabilities you can build up, and you can become a better manager or an executive like that. That's right.
I agree. Yes, you can.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so this part is clear now. I think the project management plan, baselines, which are very important because we'll be keep revisiting these baselines. So it's better to understand and a lot of clarity on these things. So then you have the validate scope. As I explained you very clearly, the difference between the verification and the validation. I hope that point is very clear. So the validation scope is the process of formalizing the acceptance of the completed project deliverables. That means you're validating according to the customer's requirement. It also involves reviewing the deliverables with the customer or a sponsor to ensure they're completed, satisfactory, and obtain formal acceptance. Because unless it is validated by the customer, then you will not give an acceptance letter. It is closely related to the control quality. Validate scope and control quality are very closely related. We will discuss how it is closely related. Probably we'll discuss that in the control knowledge, the quality knowledge area. Then scope validation is a primary concern with the acceptance of the deliverables. The deliverables has to be accepted. Then control quality is the primary concern with the correctness of the deliverable. This is the difference I request you to understand. Scope validation is primarily concerned with the acceptance of the deliverables, whereas the control quality is primarily concerned with the correctness of the deliverables. The quality is basically concerned about the correctness, am I right? So that's very important. The quality is always, whereas the scope validation is primarily accept the deliverables. The customer has to accept it in fact. So this is where the verification and the validation comes. As I expressed you, the verification is meeting certain specifics, whereas the validation is meeting the customer's satisfaction. There's the difference between these two. So the control quality is performed before scope validation, but these two processes can be performed in a parallel level also. Here also from the examination perspective, Steve, there could be a question like this. Control quality and scope validation, can it be done parallelly or it has to be one after the other? There might be some twist and they may ask you this question. So here this can be performed in parallel as well as in fact or one after the other also, just to understand this.
Okay.
So the validate scope is basically we talk about the inputs of a project management plan, scope management plan, your requirements management plan, your scope baseline. Just now we discussed about the scope baseline contains the WBS dictionary and the scope. All these three put together will become your scope baseline. Scope statement, WBS dictionary. These are the three which will become the scope baseline. Then you have various project documents like a lessons learned register, you have quality reports, then you have requirements documentation, then you have requirement traceability metrics, which we just discussed. And the important input here again is the verified deliverables. So, and the work performance data. Verified deliverables, as I said, it is meeting the specification. That's in fact. And you do any inspection during your projects? Inspections by auditors? Do they undertake?
Yeah.
Undertake. How frequently they do it?
Well, like I said, we use the 3 phases of
three phases. Okay.
Yeah, the first phase is the preparatory phase where we sit down with the contractors.
Okay.
And review the scope and make sure that we all have an understanding of the actual construction effort that's going to take place.
Okay.
And then we allow them to, they do their initial construction.
Okay.
And then they do then we do an initial inspection.
Oh, okay.
And we verify, you know, that's that first part, that prototypical part of the building that we allow them to build. We do the initial inspection on that. And then we have continual random follow-on inspections.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, that's right. So 3 levels of inspection. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
We double up on inspections. We do quality control on our side.
Oh, okay.
And generally, the owner does quality assurance, which is a random inspections.
Oh, okay.
Which are there's scheduled random inspections. They tell us what percentage of our work they're going to inspect.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there's an awful lot of inspections that go on with government work.
Okay. That's great. But okay, very interesting. In fact, is it very common among all the projects you handle, or this is a special project you do this like this?
No. That's pretty standard for government work.
Oh, standard for government. Okay. Oh, all government projects. Okay. Oh, okay. That's right. So you got a laid down procedure, and that you strictly follow that. That's right.
Yep.
Okay. And the team is it's an external team, internal team. I just understand.
No, we've got a pretty good team. We got a pretty good team of subcontractors and
subcontractors.
Quality control managers in the field. Yep.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay.
And then we, sometimes we'll if we're doing structural steel or concrete, we get subject experts out to do the inspections.
Okay. Oh, that's good input. Very interesting input. That's right. I think government sometimes very difficult to convince. Am I right? There will be a lot of issues there from their point.
They're tough.
It's not pretty straightforward, I think. Correct.
No. The government. The government's a tough customer. That's That's why. That's why I want to take. That's why I want to further my education and take classes like this or get certifications like this to.
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah. Because it will also give a lot of credibility, in fact, and it will enhance your reputation when you have such certifications. That's right. And particularly in the US, PMI is so well recognized, and they give a lot of value for this type of certifications. That's right.
I know. That's what I'm beginning to realize. My next step is to get the healthcare constructors.
Good.
There's the. You ever heard of ASHE, American Society of Healthcare Engineers?
I've heard about that.
Yeah, they've got a certification that's CHC, Certified Healthcare Constructor.
That's great. In fact, absolutely right. Yeah, okay.
Which I'm looking forward to be a companion to PMI certification.
PMI certification. Yeah, you'll become like an opinion leader. In fact, it's like that. When you have the certification, there'll be so much of value for that. In fact, and they take it, whatever you say, it's like a Bible or a law. In fact, correct. So that's the advantage.
Sure.
Yeah, that's great. I wish you all the best. You must do that. In fact, I'm sure you can do it. That's right. Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
Something to work for.
Sorry. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So the outputs here, from the verified deliverables, I explained to you in one of the previous charts that when you go through this process of validation scope, it will become the accepted deliverables. This accepted deliverables is just now in the integration management, we discussed about the closed project phase. So the accepted deliverables will become the input for that in the closed project phase, in fact, because the customer has accepted this deliverables. So the output of this process will become the input for the close project phase. Just to remember these flows, in fact, that's very important. So the verified deliverables, in the validate scope, the tools and technique of inspection will help you to make it as an accepted deliverables. And you get the work performance information because you have the work performance data. When the work performance data go through this process, it will become work performance information. Then you have the outputs like change requests, the project document updates, the various lessons learned register and requirement documentation and requirement traceability metrics. These are all some of the outputs you get from this process. So important slide, the direct and of course it's could be a repetition, but it's very important to understand the flow. So direct and manage project work, it is an execution process. So here, the deliverables will go, control quality will become the monitoring and controlling process group. Then after the control quality, it will become the verified deliverables. And after verified deliverables, which is an input, go through the validate scope, and it will become accepted deliverables, which I just explained. It will become the closed project or phase, in fact. So the accepted deliverables is always accepted by the customer. This is the final product, service, or the result transition. So in one chart, you can understand the flow, which is so important and critical of the various process groups. As I told you, direct and manage project work, it comes under the execution process group. Then you have the deliverables, and the control quality comes under the monitoring and control process group. These two verify deliverables and validate scope. Then after this, it will become the accepted deliverables by the customer. Then you can close the project. In fact, it's a very important flow to understand even from the examination perspective. So the final thing is the control scope in the scope management. So you have the inputs, like you have scope management plan, then you have requirements management plan, then the change management plan, which we discussed at length. Then you have the configuration management plan, scope baselines, performance measurement baseline. We discussed the performance measurement baseline is the combination of your scope baseline, schedule baseline, and the cost baseline. All three put together will become your performance measurement baseline. Then you have the various project documents like your lessons learned register, your requirement documentation, and the requirement traceability. And another important input here is the work performance data. When it goes through this process, it will become your work performance information, in fact. So in the examination, sometimes they do ask this type of question: what are the key output of control scope? For example, one of the key output of the control scope is your work performance information, which is one of the key output. Then your data analysis, variance allowances, is nothing but you're comparing with the planned versus actuals. So the planned, all the various baselines, like your scope baselines, your performance measurement baseline will have three baselines, as I explained: cost, schedule, and the scope. And during the variance analysis, you compare the plan versus actuals, in fact. And you also know the trend analysis in the previous projects. In fact, for example, what is the trend for the what cost or the schedule it has taken to achieve the objectives in fact. So that's also know the trend analysis. And what you get is the performance information, the change request, and here the project management updates. Three important things gets updated in the process is your scope baseline, your schedule baseline, and the cost baseline in fact, because it has gone through this process. So it goes through that these three things. Then when you all these things, when you do, your performance measurement baseline also gets updated after the control process group, control scope. So then you have the various other documents like your lessons learned register, your requirement documentation, your requirement traceability metrics also gets updated in the process in fact. So this is one another important output when we talk about the work performance information. The performance data collected from controlling process, analyzed in comparison with the project management plan components, project documents, and other work performance information. This is how you define the work performance information. Your accepted deliverables are that have been verified and are ready for the validation against the project. Scope at which they point they are accepted. And one more terminology, the change request. When validating project scope, new requirements might be discovered. For example, adding an email notification when a password is changed. This is just an example. The customer may add a new email ID, for example, or the password. This some of the change requests. One example, there can be hundreds or millions of change requests may come in the projects. But these are all some of the definitions for the accepted deliverable work performance information and change request. The scope creep, which we were discussing, I hope you are very familiar, am I right? Do you come across a lot of scope creep in your projects, Steve?
Some. Most of the scope creep happens on design build projects. We don't always get into it on bid build projects. It's scope generally pretty well defined before we get to it.
Okay.
But yeah, I do understand the concept of scope creep.
Yeah, I do understand. This is one thing, the primary responsibility of the project manager is to prevent as much scope creep as possible. That's very, very important to understand. This is how the scope creep, as it rises, what happens in fact, your cost goes up, your time goes up, then it out of control, it will come your resources, your efforts, your specs, it's like that, it keeps going like this. So it's very important to manage this balance for the success of the project, otherwise the project can go haywire. Sometimes even without scope creep itself, the project goes haywire, am I right? I'm sure, for the delay that is happening for your projects from 270 days to 500 odd days, it's not because of scope creep, am I right? I'm sure it's not. Is it one of the factors there?
Actually, I would attribute it to scope creep because because scope is not well defined, and what we're doing is we're losing time.
That means your requirement analysis, there is something wrong with your requirement, collecting requirements, correct?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so there is something. So that leads to this problem now.
Yes. Yeah.
No, that's right. So what do you attribute for that? Is it poor planning or you're forced to do that like that way, or was it controllable or not controllable?
It was not controllable. It was something that was brought to us by the original contract.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't realize it until we had gotten into the contract.
Into contract. Oh, okay.
Okay. Right. The full level of scope was not fully or correctly illustrated. So that's
okay.
That's going to be the big effort next Tuesday. Is to help the government to define
okay.
the scope
Okay.
that we're going to agree to. So,
do you think that what we are discussing today is going to help you to some extent to tackle some of the issues?
Oh,
there?
yeah, it is.
Okay, great. Very nice, in fact. So I'll be happy to know during next week and what happens. That's good.
Oh, and I hope to come back with a good report for you.
Yeah,
to let
thanks.
You know
that will be great.
We were able to get them reeled back in.
Yeah, that's right. That's great. That's good. Really, all the best for the meeting. That's good. That's great.
Thank you.
So let's discuss. This is about the scope management. Just to quickly recap, you first, you do the scope management plan, then you define the scope, then then you collect the requirements. These are all some of the important processes here we talk about. Once you collect the requirements, then you define the scope very clearly. After defining, you create a WBS, that is a work breakdown structure. What is the technique that you use, tools and technique to create WBS is a decomposition. Kindly do remember that when you decompose, you are breaking it down to smaller manageable project, like small work packages. So that's what you do. Then after you create the WBS, validating and then controlling the scope. Two important things to remember here is the verification and the validation. These two are very important. The verification is meeting set specifications, whereas the validation is the meeting the customers, whether those specification meets the customer requirement. This is very, very important to remember in this process. So the scope management has got 6 processes. The second digit of the 10-digit number which I have given you, 7664. So the second one is there. And some of the brainstorming techniques, for example, data gathering techniques, which we discussed, I request you to remember, because there might be some questions on this, like interviews, focus groups, benchmarking, data analysis. The context diagram, I explained you, I gave some examples also. Then the prototypes, of course, we discussed in detail. Probably in your projects, you'll have a different type of prototypes. But basically, prototypes helps you to get the feedback from the customers, so that you can work on that. You can add the required things additionally, those things. We also discussed about the affinity diagram and the mind mapping I showed you. These are all where you can expect some questions in the examination. These things. Any questions so far? Any clarifications, Steve?
No, I think I'm good.
It's good. Okay. So we have covered almost 2 knowledge area. Let's look at some of the questions in this project scope statement. A new project manager has asked you for an advice on creating a work breakdown structure. After you explain the process to her, she asks you to software she should use, what software she should use to create the WBS, and what she should do when it's completed. You might respond that the picture is not the most valuable result of creating a WBS. The most valuable result of a WBS is what? A bar chart, a team buy-in,
activities.
Activities, you feel, you might respond the picture is not the most valuable result of creating a WBS. So the most valuable result of a WBS is the activities. That's what you feel. It's completed. Picture is not. Yeah. Okay. We'll look at it. That answer. In fact. Okay. That's right. It cannot be a bar chart, and a list of risk also cannot be the answer. So it could be between team buying and the activities. Am I right? They are the close to each other, in fact, because probably when you prepare it, the WBS, the most WBS is okay. We look at it. The next question is, to manage a project effectively, work should be broken into small pieces. Which of the following does not describe how far to decompose the work? Until it has meaningful conclusion, until it cannot be logically subdivided, further until it can be done by one person, until it can be realistically estimated. To manage a project effectively, work should be broken down into small pieces. Which of the following does not describe how far to decompose the work? Little tricky question. Probably you need to spend a few seconds to understand, I think.
Yeah.
How far decompose the
B.
work?
Until it cannot be logically subdivided
further. Okay. Until it can be done by one person may not be the right answer. Until it can be realistically estimated. Until it cannot be logically subdivided further. That's what you go for it. Just try to understand. Okay. Sorry. A project manager may use dash to make sure that the team members clearly knows what is included in each of their work packages. A project manager may use them to make sure the team members clearly know on each package. The project scope statement, the product scope, WS dictionary, the schedule. I think this is a very straightforward one, I think. Easy to answer, I feel. A project manager may use dash to make sure the team members clearly knows what is included in each of their work packages.
The WBS dictionary.
Yeah, I think so. That should be the right answer. You're absolutely right. So let's look at the answer. So the first one is the B. The team buy-in is the better answer compared to activities. The reason for that is WBS is an input in all these choices. However, team buy-in is a direct result of the WBS creation process. Why do you prepare a WBS is basically so that every team member buys it, because your team members are involved in creating the WBS. Am I right? You agree on that, Steve? Because who prepares the WBS?
Yeah.
Your team members. Okay. Once when the team members prepares it, so they naturally they accept it, or the buying is easy for them. Am I right? You agree? So in that context, while the other choices use the WS to assist in their completion, involving the team in creating the WS provides project team members with an understanding of where their pieces fit into the overall project management plan, and gives them an indication of the impact of their work on the project as a whole. That is the most important, because when they're involved in preparing, that will help for them to get convinced what work they are doing, and that also helps at the end of the project success. In fact, you agree? In fact, correct?
Sure. Yeah. And you have to understand my background from WBS structures and construction.
Okay.
The component part is very similar, but there's to us the WBS, the lowest level of the WBS is it's described pretty specifically, and I think it's just a matter of me getting maybe a little bit more understanding of the question structure that I'm going to be having to be faced with when I take the test.
Yeah, correct. I agree with you. That's right. Right. Okay. Now this, I perfectly understand that. The context here, the question is asked, or for example, when you involve your team members, even in planning, for example, when your team members gets involved in the planning, they will be a lot more serious during execution also. Am I right? Suppose somebody else do the planning and you ask them to do or deliver, then that seriousness may not be there among the team members. In fact. So it's good to involve your team members right from the beginning of the project, so that the biggest advantage is they will take the ownership of the project also. Another example, analogy I can give you that why many times, the strategy in many organizations fails. Because strategy is done by some people and the implementers are some other people actually. Am I right? It used to happen in our organization, so where the strategy used to be done by, for example, head of the department, they sit together in an AC room and they come out with some strategies. And the execution part or the implementation part has to be at the lower level or at the middle level. And they were not involved in those discussions, in fact. So what happened in the process, it was thrust upon them, sometimes without understanding the practical difficulties of those issues in the marketplace or in the environment. And what has to happen is those strategies to get bombed. So it's better to involve during the planning phase itself, your team members, so that, they will get, they will take the onus, they will take the responsibility of making it happen. Actually. In that context, I think team buying is the cut also. You agree?
Okay.
That's like that.
I understand that logic flow right now. I do.
Yeah. You understand that. So, this type of, in the examination, you will have very close answers like this. But
Sure.
your knack of reading and in what context that would have been asked, you should grasp that. So, that will help you to answer the correct answer. Another thing is when you take up a lot more mock test, then probably, because once you take the mock test, immediately you will get the answer at the end of that. And suppose if you marked a wrong answer, then you can evaluate. And sometimes they would have given an explanation why that was a better answer or the correct answer, in fact. So that will also help you to, they face the examination much more confidently. So these are the two important things.
Sure.
Got it?
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, the next question is the lowest level is the work packages, which can be completed by more than one person. The other choices are aspects of work package. Here, again, a tricky question. You see, to manage the project effectively, work should be broken into small pieces. Which of the following does not describe how far to decompose the work? So here the catch is does not describe. That is the catch here. So sometimes what happens. We tend to that the B could be the until it cannot be logically subdivided. But it cannot describe how far to decompose the work until it can be done by one person. So here the answer is that which can be completed by more than one person. Correct? The lowest of the W is work package. The other choices are aspects of the work packages. So that means the aspects of work package, it has to be a meaningful conclusion. It cannot be logically subdivided further. It is the definition of the WBS. Until it can be realistically estimated. Again, this is the characteristics of a WBS. But this one, until it can be done by one person, probably is the right answer. Here does not describe how far to decompose because it can be done by more than one person, in fact. So that is the rationale behind this selecting this answer, in fact. The next question is the C, of course, is the very straightforward. WBS dictionary, the project scope statement describes work on a high level basis, or the work packages needs to be specific to enable team members to complete their work without gold plating. The project scope does not tell team members what work is assigned to that. The team should have a copy of the schedule, but the schedule does not show them what work is included in each of the work packages. Hence, the work packages are described in the WBS dictionary. This is a very straightforward, I think. Do not think of the WBS dictionary as a dictionary of terms, in fact. This is a very important thing. Many times what happens, of course, some less experienced people, they think that WBS dictionary is like a dictionary item where it will be there in the chronological order. It's not like that. WBS dictionaries basically contains these other details. So a few more questions. Being prepared to do a complete job of developing and finalizing the scope baseline requires that you have done through a timely job of identifying, analyzing stakeholders, and after collecting the requirements, the development of the scope baseline can best be described involving the functional managers, the project team, all the stakeholders, and the business analyst. The development of the scope baseline can best be described as involving.
I dropped off for a second. Can I read? Let me read that again.
Yeah,
Be
please.
prepared to do the job of developing finalized scope baseline requires that you have done a thorough and timely job identifying and analyzing stakeholders. At the requirements of the development scope baseline can best describe as involving functional managers, all stakeholders. See all the stakeholders?
All the stakeholders, okay. Scope baseline can best be described as involving. All the stakeholders sometimes, also, for example, involve your customers, am I right? Your external customers and all the things. In fact, when you define the stakeholders, so do you require all the stakeholders, or you require only? It cannot be, definitely cannot be functional manager. It cannot be the business analyst, am I right? Those two are ruled out, correct? You can eliminate those two answers, correct? Between project team, between the project team and all the stakeholders. In fact, that's where we need to take a decision. In fact, timely
the
job.
Project, the project team would be more inclusive than just all the stakeholders.
Yeah, it's more inclusive. Yeah, that's I think that should be the right. Okay. Anyway, let's look at that option. That was right. So, which of the following is an output of the collect requirement process? Requirement traceability matrix, project scope statement, work breakdown structure, and change request. Collect requirement process. It's an output.
A, the requirement traceable matrix.
That's right. Just look at it. We'll go back to that slide. Collect requirements. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a requirement traceability matrix is the output, an important output there. In fact, that's right. Great. Okay, next question. The cost performance index, CPI. Tomorrow I'll discuss with you about these indexes. You are familiar? SPI's schedule performance index, cost performance index. I've heard about those things, Steve.
No.
No. Okay. Tomorrow I'll explain to you detail about that. The cost performance index on the project is 1.13, and the benefit cost ratio is 1.2. The project scope was created by the team and stakeholders. Requirements have been changing throughout the project. No matter what the project manager has tried to accomplish in managing the project, which of the following is the most likely to face in future? Having to cut cost on the project and increase benefits, or making sure the customer has approved the project scope, not being able to measure the completion of the product of the project, or having to add resources to the project. A little tricky and a very lengthy question. You can take 1 minute to understand and answer. Sorry.
quite honestly, I'm lost.
Yeah, okay. Take a minute, no problem. We'll try to, because first we need to understand what CPI for you. Tomorrow I'll explain to you. Probably you can do a guess here, in fact. The benefit cost ratio is 1.2. The scope was created by the team and stakeholders. Requirements have been changing throughout the project. No matter what the project manager has tried to accomplish the managing project, which of the following is the most likely to face in the future? Having to cut cost on the project. CPI is the cost performance index. There is a formula for that. Probably tomorrow we'll go through that in detail, the various formulas, so that you can understand. These are all certain measurement of the cost, how is the cost performing and schedule performing indexes. Making sure the customer has approved the project scope. Probably tomorrow you can answer this question, I think is better, so that you will understand what is the benefits cost ratio and the CPI. Probably you can look at it. Today probably you can have some wild guess on that if you want.
Have to cut costs?
Has to cut cost and increase profit. Look at it, and probably it's right. Okay. So the answer for that, and the first one is the B, the project team, which I gave you the rationale for that. The project B, the team members, because after obtaining the input from the customer and other stakeholders, the project team is responsible for developing the scope baseline. Remember, the scope baseline includes WS dictionary, and project scope statement. That's the reason answer B is the right answer here, not all the stakeholders.
Okay.
In fact. Okay? The team members are responsible for that. The second one is the answer is A, requirement traceability matrix. You hit on the nail, you are absolutely right. That is the output. And the third one is the C is the right answer, not being able to measure completion of the product of the project, because here the ratios what they're mentioning is the CPI is 1.13 and benefit cost ratio is 1.2. With this data, he is not able to measure, because you will not be able to come to conclusion. So not being able to measure the completion of the product or the project. In fact, this is the concern, because the data is not fully available. Based on that he's not able to come to any conclusion with this, in fact. So that should be the right answer for that, because having to cut cost in the project and increase profits, he should have the sufficient data, but probably with this available data, he is not able to measure that how the completion of the product or the project. In fact, it's a bit tricky and a lengthy question also. Probably if you understood the CPI and the cost benefit cost ratio, probably it's easy to answer that question, in fact. So that covers the scope management. Any questions, Steve, so far? The first day of our session, I think. Any feedback or any questions so far you have for today's class?
No, not right off the bat. I can see the structure of the program, and I'm following along in the book a little bit. I do see where I've got to work on definitions.
Yeah.
As far as PMI goes.
Yeah.
I think that's right now. That's my one weakness, is to read and reread, and then go over the slides when you do distribute those.
Yeah. Okay. Otherwise, these slides are pretty well designed and useful. I'm right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They look like they are. Yep.
Yeah, in fact, I've included some of with my experience. I've included a few slides apart from the Ismart, so that it will be easy to understand a few things. In fact, so I'm sure you will find it useful. That's right. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other suggestions for tomorrow, or any other feedback you want to give? This is my number. It's 9538613995. you can a picture of that. You can just WhatsApp so that I'll have your number also, so that we can connect on WhatsApp in case if it's required. Right.
Sure.
Yeah, right. I can also give me an email. That's right. So how was the flow? The audio was right and the flow was right. It was easy to understand for you, I hope.
No, it was easy to understand for me.
Yeah. Okay.
Like I said, I appreciate the one-on-one.
Yeah. Okay. Great. That's nice.
I do have a lot of years in project management. This, like I said, I believe this is structured for all project management overall disciplines. And maybe I'm looking at it from my little pigeonholed for the world, where we only look at project management through the lens of construction.
Yeah, correct. Okay.
So it will take me some time.
Yeah.
To make sure that I am comfortable with the verbiage and definitions.
Yeah. Correct.
Before
Absolutely.
I do take the test.
Yeah.
Right. No, but it's been very helpful.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
You've started to shed some light on the book. The book isn't. It's not the easiest thing to pick up and read cover to cover.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. That's right. What's important is to understand the in between those lines. That's very important. Correct. That's right. Yeah. That will help you in practice. And the way we have structured the presentation also is pretty good. It's easy to follow flow that these are all some of the important aspects, and what's important to understand is concepts so that you can apply these techniques and tools in your project management area. That's very important.
Right.
From the examination perspective, I'm sure I could get a feeling that you already have that knack of project management. You have a good understanding of the project management. As you express some of the terms and terminologies, you need to get familiarized. That's all. And once you do certain mock test and once you complete this course of next 3 days, I'm sure you will get a complete hang on those things. With your rich experience, it should be cakewalk for you. I would say that actually is right.
I appreciate that, and
yeah, that's right.
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
Yeah, that's right. And tomorrow, I'm sure it will be very interesting. You'll be dealing with some mathematical formulas of schedule management and cost management and the quality management. I think you will have a lot of fun. In fact, how good are you in the formulas, Steve?
In what?
Formula, the mathematical formulas.
Yeah. Algebra?
Yeah. Algebras and formulas, in fact. Okay, that's right.
Sure. Yeah, I should do pretty well with that. I think I'm probably stronger in math than anything.
Oh, great. But yeah, if you have that hang on, that it's easy to understand some of these concepts, some of these ratios and the formulas, that will be easy to answer those questions. It will be interesting, in fact, because you'll be looking at every project from those earned value management, in fact, or that's very, very critical for the project success. Am I right? You evaluate against the schedule, against the cost performance index, schedule performance index, then various parameters to analyze the projects. In fact. And once you do that, you can apply these concepts in your own present market and present projects, and you will know where you stand for those projects, in fact. So that's a very interesting aspect. Okay, that's right.
Good. I'm looking forward to that. I really am.
Yeah. Tomorrow, I'm sure you'll have a very interesting session tomorrow on those things, in fact. Any particular in this what we covered today? Any area that you feel you need a little more thing, or you are happy with what we discussed? You are comfortable on those things?
Yeah, I'm comfortable. I'm content with what we discussed today.
Excellent. Great.
The work effort is definitely going to be on my shoulders to to make sure that I've got the terminology correct so that I can
that's right.
get through the testing.
Yeah, relate those things in your workplace. Absolutely right. Okay. That's great. Right. Okay. So thanks then, and great interacting with you, Steve. And have a nice evening and have a good ride. You are planning about 18-20 miles. Have a nice ride.
Yep.
And we'll catch up tomorrow at 9, in fact. Okay, that's great. Okay.
Yes, sir. You have a good evening too. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. In case if you have any questions on this, tomorrow you can ask me. No, okay.
Okay. Very good.
Have a great evening. Good evening and good night. Okay.